Nah, ini bisukan nanti ke pada
Tes. Aku dia dapat kenapa itu? Dasar ibal, gal.
Terbanglah tinggi mengangkasa, rebahkanlah sayap-sayap kita. Bersama kita pasti bisa. Adab dan humaniora jaya. Jadi sayang sejati demi menggapai ridho ilah. Agar tercapai semua prestasi di fakultas kita cintai.
Bangga ada di sini wujudkan generasi yang berkarakter bersama Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora menjadikan mahasiswa cerdas berakhlak mulia meraih semua cita-cita. Kami sangat bangga Wujudkan generasi yang berkarakter bersama Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora. Jadikan mahasiswa cerdas, berakhlak mulia, meraih semua cita-cita. Meraih semua cita-cita. Mulia, menjunjung tinggi bangsa dan negara. Kibarkanlah sayapmu, mantapkanlah langkahmu,
Salam, salam.
Lagi aja Bu ya. Tepuk tangan.
Iya.
Ini Pak Parman
Oh,
soalnya.
materinya aja ya.
Materinya.
Oh ya, ini yang
Pak
ini
Dekan.
dekan. Ini nama dekan.
Ini Pak Parman.
Oh, Pak Parman. Berarti nama dekannya nggak ada di sini ya?
Enggak usah.
Palembang merupakan kota tertua di Indonesia. Syarat makna memperluas ragam kebudayaan serta keagamaan. Masa depan dimulai di sini.
Selamat datang di Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah, Palembang.
Tempat mencari ilmu pengetahuan dan pengalaman dan ide-ide besar yang dihargai. Disinilah tradisi dipelihara dan sejarah tercipta, berlokasi di pusat kota Palembang. UIN Raden Fatah Palembang digagas oleh 3 orang ulama, yaitu Kiai Haji Ar-Rasyid Siddiq, Kiai Haji Husin Abdul Mu'in, dan Kiai Haji Siddiq Adib. Pada Muktamar Ulama se-Indonesia di Palembang tahun 1957. Melalui perjuangan yang panjang dari seluruh sivitas akademika UIN dan tokoh masyarakat Sumsel, pada tahun 2014 melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 129 Tahun 2014 tentang perubahan sejarah transformasi lembaga dari UIN Raden Fatah Palembang menjadi UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. UIN mendedikasikan kemajuan dan inovasi di 9 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana, yaitu Syariah dan Hukum, Adab dan Humaniora, Ilmu Sosial dan Politik, Usuluddin dan Pemikiran Islam, Dakwah dan Komunikasi, Psikologi, Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan, Sains dan Teknologi. Program Pasca Sarjana. UIN menyediakan lingkungan belajar yang akomodatif untuk menciptakan lulusan-lulusan terbaik yang tanggap terhadap peluang dan tantangan global saat ini. Inilah kampus untuk menggapai mimpi dan tekad semangat, dengan harapan untuk mengejar keunggulan mutu dan berbagai pencapaian menjadi kenyataan. UIN adalah tempat di mana akademis berkeinginan untuk terus mengembangkan ilmu-ilmu keislaman serta membangun komunitas yang berintegritas dan berbudaya. Dengan berbagai macam ekstrakurikuler dan berbagai macam kegiatan, UIN mampu memberikan pendidikan yang komprehensif sekaligus membangun nilai-nilai mendasar untuk berkembang di masa kini dan menyiapkan diri untuk masa depan. Dengan bangga, kami memberikan penghormatan pada dosen-dosen kami atas keahlian serta dedikasi tinggi kepada segenap staf-staf kami.
Adapun visi UIN Raden Fatah Palembang adalah menjadi universitas berstandar internasional, berwawasan kebangsaan, dan berkarakter Islami. Sedangkan misinya adalah pertama, memberikan akses pendidikan yang lebih besar kepada masyarakat dalam rangka meningkatkan angka partisipasi pendidikan tinggi. Kedua, menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang kompetitif, profesional, terampil, berakhlak karimah, dan berintegritas. Dan ketiga, menghasilkan karya-karya akademik yang bermanfaat bagi peningkatan kualitas hidup masyarakat.
UIN percaya akan potensi lokal di tingkat internasional. Pembelajaran global adalah bagian penting dari komitmen kami dalam memberi pembekalan dan pembelajaran. Komitmen kami didukung oleh sarana-prasarana berkualitas dengan perjalanan menuju masa depan, dituntun dengan moto Knowledge, Integrity, and Quality yang berdasarkan fakta, konsistensi dalam mempertahankan kualitas pendidikan.
Menjunjung tinggi Islam yang mulia, menjunjung tinggi bangsa dan negara. Kibarkanlah sayapmu, mantapkanlah langkahmu, mengharumkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora UIN Raden Fatah Palembang mempunyai visi menjadi pusat kajian ilmu-ilmu adab dan humaniora yang berbasis kajian Melayu Islam, berstandar internasional, berwawasan kebangsaan, dan berkarakter Islami pada tahun 2025. Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora sebagai satuan pelaksana akademik di lingkungan UIN Raden Fatah Palembang mempunyai posisi strategis, di antaranya adalah menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu adab dan humaniora, yakni bidang bahasa dan sastra Arab, sejarah peradaban Islam, politik Islam, dan ilmu perpustakaan. Menghasilkan penelitian dan publikasi karya ilmiah bagi dosen dan mahasiswa dalam bidang ilmu adab dan humaniora berbasis kajian Melayu Islam. Menghasilkan kegiatan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang bermanfaat bagi kesejahteraan masyarakat, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kemampuan, untuk mengembangkan dan mengamalkan keilmuan yang ditekuni berdasarkan iman dan takwa, bersikap kritis dan objektif untuk meningkatkan kualitas kehidupan masyarakat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fahum hebat.
On Adab and Humanities 2023. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu dan hadirin sekalian.
Sebelumnya buat teman-teman yang baru datang, ini sudah ada dari Fakultas Adab, sudah ada jurusan SPI belum ya? Boleh angkat tangan? Yang dari SPI?
Ya,
Oke. Kalau dari Ilpus ada nggak?
yang dari BSA mana nih?
Ya, sendirian ya kayaknya. Kalau yang dari Polis ada nggak? Oh, paling nggak ada itu.
Ya.
Good morning and welcome to the Health Faculty of Adab and Humanities, State Islamic University Raden Fatah, Palembang. This event is conduct hybrid where we have more than 40 participants attending here in person in Palembang. And we have 40 participants who are joined virtual from Zoom application.
I am Muhammad Ali Alamin and my partner
Jihan Kirana,
as the MC for the Seminar International on Adab and Humanities 2023. On behalf of the committee, we are all very grateful to be blessed with health and the opportunity that we all can gather here to discuss various Malay culture, the artifact of culture in the digital age, from mental idea to its embodiment.
ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome gathered to you, we would like to present a Palembang traditional dance performed by dancer from Duta Budaya Faculty on Adab and Humanities. And for your information, this dance tells of concern for the surrounding community. Here is our welcome greeting, the classical dance of
Gending Sriwijaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, give applause for Duta Budaya Faculty of Adab and Humanities. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
International Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Deputy Rector for Academic, Dr. Muhammad Aidil MA, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Adab and Humanities, Dr. Endang Rohmiatun Amhum, the Honorable Deputy Dean for Academic, General and Financial Affairs, student of Faculty of Adab and Humanities.
Sahibul Fadila, Jami'u Ra'isu wa Aminul Qism, Awil Barnamiji Ad-Dirasi, Kuliatul Adab wal Ulumil Insaniyah, Jamiatul Islamiyah wal Hukumiyah, Raden Fatah, Palembang.
And the Honorable, all invited guests and invited speakers of International Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023, Professor Dr. Muhammad Mohibul Haq from Aligarh Muslim University, India, Dr. Dilara Begum from Azeez University, Bangladesh, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad Murad Merikan from International Islamic University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Yusring Sanusi, B. Magister Applied Linguistics from Hasanuddin University, Makassar,
Profesor Dr. Junaidi M. Hum from University Lancang Kuning, Riau, Dr. BCM AG, Dr. Kiki Mikail MA, Susi Herti Afriani PhD from State of Islamic University Raden Fatah, Palembang. The Honorable, all participants of International Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023, and all my charming audiences. Alhamdulillahi wahidil qahar, wal azizul ghaffar, mukawwir al-lailu ala nahar, tadhkiratan lizawil babi wal absar, tabsiratan lizawil kulubi wal i'tibar, khalaqal insana fakarrama, wa allamahu fafahama, wa takhlafahu fil ardi famtahana, wassalatu wassalamu ala nibrasil huda wa misbahid duja nabiyyina Muhammadinil Mustafa wa ala alihi wa ashabihil muttaqina adhar wa man tabi'ahu bi ihsani ila daril qarar.
First of all, let's pray and thanks unto our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us mercies and blessings so we can attend and gather in this evening, namely ISA, International Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023.
Thanian, assalatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam, al-qaidul a'zam, alladhi akhrajana minaz zulumati ilan nur.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the guests and audiences, I would like to say,
Welcome to International Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023. Faculty of Adab and Humanities, State Islamic University, Raden Fatah, Palembang.
thank you very much for attending our invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jihan Kirana. I'm a partner
Muhammad Aldi Al-Amin,
as the master of ceremony, and I would like to read this agenda by the team.
the artifact of culture in the digital age, from mental idea to its embodiment.
The first agenda is opening. The second agenda is recitation of Al-Quran. The third agenda is singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya and March Wind Raden Fatah Palembang. The fourth agenda is speech. The fifth agenda is prayer. The sixth agenda is seminar material presentation and discussion by the invited speakers, including question and answer segment. And for the last agenda is closing.
طيب، هذا هو البرنامج اليوم. للوصول البركات ورد الله تعالى، هيا نفتتح هذا البرنامج بقراءة البسملة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا جزيلا لكم. في بداية برنامج اليوم، هيا نستمع كلام الله عز وجل سيقرأه إلى أخينا المحبوب محمد نبيل الصديق، فعليه فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن هذا القرآن يهدي للتي هي أقوم ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا كبيرا. وأن الذين لا يؤمنون بالآخرة أعتدنا لهم عذابا أليما. ويدع الإنسان بالشر دعاءه
بالخير وكان الإنسان عجولا وجعلنا الليل والنهار آيتين فمحونا آية الليل فمحونا آية الليل وجعلنا آية النهار مبصرا مبصرة لتبتغوا فضلا من ربكم ولتعلموا عدد السنين والحساب
Adab, apa dokter, sanksi.
وكل شيء فصلناه تفصيلا صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the third agenda is deliver our national anthem, Indonesia Raya and Marsuin Raden Fatah Palembang by leader Dea Wandira. Time is yours. Honorable for all audience, stand up please. For the first song is Indonesia Raya. for the next.
Menjunjung tinggi Islam yang mulia, menjunjung tinggi bangsa dan negara. Kibarkanlah sayapmu, mantapkanlah langkahmu, mengharumkan dunia pendidikan. Jaya Fakultas Akademika, jayalah terus UIN Raden Fatah. Takkan pernah berhenti, tunaskan jiwa bangsa, mencerdas serta berakhlak mulia. Satukanlah tekadmu, tata masa depanmu, UIN Raden Fatah jadi pilihan. Satukanlah langkahmu, harumkan Indonesia, UIN pasti berjaya mendunia. Menjunjung tinggi Islam yang mulia, menjunjung tinggi bangsa dan negara. Berilmu dan beriman, mari kita sebarkan rahmat bagi semesta alam. Jaya Fakultas Akademika, jayalah terus UIN Raden Fatah. Takkan pernah berhenti, tunaskan jiwa bangsa, mencerdas serta berakhlak mulia. Satukanlah tekadmu, tata masa depanmu, UIN Raden Fatah jadi pilihan. Satukanlah langkahmu, harumkan Indonesia, UIN pasti berjaya mendunia. Satukanlah langkahmu, harumkan Indonesia, UIN pasti berjaya mendunia.
Ladies and gentlemen, have a seat, please. Thank you very much. For the fourth agenda is speech by some invited speakers. Deputy Rector for Academic, Muhammad Aidil MA, and as well as officially open this event. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Salatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. His Excellencies, all speaker, the first Professor Dr. Dato Ahmad Murad, American from International Islamic University, Malaysia. Second, Professor Dr. Muhammad Muhibul Haq from Aligarh Muslim University, India. The third, Dr. Dilara Begum from SUS University, Bangladesh. Professor Dr. Yusring Sanusi from Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar. The fifth, Professor Dr. Junaidi SSM Hum from Universitas Lancang Kuning, Riau. And speaker from our university, Bu Dr. Betty, Bu Susi, dan Pak Dr. Kandidat Kiki Mikael. Excellencies, Dean of Faculty of Adab and Humaniora, UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, Bu Dr. Endang, and all of Vice Dean, 1, 2, and 3, all the audience in person or online. Firstly, warm greeting from our rector, Bu Profesor Dr. Nyayu Hodijah, SAG MSI, and apologize from our rector. She can attend the PIT International on Adab and Humaniora because at the same time, Bu Rector have other activities. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of the higher education institution in Indonesia, Raden Fatah State Islamic University Pangsen, as an institution that develop knowledge and science. The Faculty of Adab and Humanities, UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, hold an international seminar on Adab and Humanities, or ISAH, to implement this function. The international seminar aimed to disseminate the research result and knowledge from the researcher, academic, observer, culture expert, and society in the culture sector. With the same, in this theme, the artifact of culture in the digital age, from mental age to the embodiment ISA 2023. Further aim to capture the cultural expression manifested in various forms such as language, knowledge, material object, and behavior and diverse societies, especially Malay and Islamic societies. So Indonesia culture diversity is no longer strength in the eye of the world. Indonesia has a lot of culture diversity with unique characteristic each region. The Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture record and determine the list of intangible culture heritage. As of June 2020, there were a total of 9,170 recorded culture heritage site and 1,086 to them had been designed. This cultural diversity cannot spirit from the effort of the nation predecessor who continue to preserve so that it can be enjoyed until now. The digital era or digital age is an era where information can be disseminated easily and quickly using digital technology connected to internet channel. The diversity of art and culture that has unique characteristic in each region. It is the obligation of every nation to continue to love and preserve it. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, ekspresi dari seminar ini seperti yang tadi sudah kita gambarkan bahwa Indonesia memiliki keberagaman budaya. Dan ini sudah dilihat bukan sesuatu hal yang asing bagi masyarakat dunia, karena Indonesia memiliki banyak sekali keragaman yang menyebar hampir di semua wilayah negara kita. Dalam konteks ini, Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Indonesia melakukan atau telah melakukan pencatatan inventarisasi terhadap banyak sekali peninggalan daftar warisan budaya yang dimiliki oleh bangsa Indonesia, dan ada yang berupa benda dan ada yang berupa tak benda. Jika kita lihat data yang kita sampaikan tadi, misalnya pada tahun 2020 saja sudah terdapat lebih kurang 9.770 warisan budaya yang dicatatkan, dan lebih kurang 1.086 diantaranya telah ditetapkan sebagai warisan tak benda. Jika kita melihat kondisi ini, dari banyaknya ragam budaya yang ditinggalkan oleh peradaban kita di masa yang lalu, ini tentu tak lepas dari apa yang telah dilakukan oleh para pendahulu kita, pendahulu bangsa Indonesia, dan tentu saja secara berkelanjutan para pendahulu kita telah menjaga dan merawat serta melestarikan berbagai macam budaya yang kemudian kita miliki. Persoalannya adalah apakah semua masyarakat bangsa Indonesia bisa mengakses, bisa mengetahui secara utuh dengan menggunakan misalnya perkembangan era kekinian, bahwa sebetulnya apa yang telah dilakukan oleh para pendahulu kita itu bisa kita dapatkan informasinya dengan sangat mudah di era teknologi dan informasi yang begitu cepat sekarang. Bapak Ibu, kalau an effective way to use digital technology to promote Indonesian culture is very easy to do. The nation successor can share stories about unique things that only exist in the area where they live. Traditions that are only carried out on certain days, then tell the story with the aim that friends from different islands, different countries, and even from different countries can know the culture diversity that each region in Indonesia. Bapak Ibu, kalau kita melihat kondisi kekinian, maka sebetulnya terdapat banyak cara dan kita memiliki cara yang efektif atau sangat efektif untuk memanfaatkan teknologi digital untuk mempromosikan budaya Indonesia. Itu sangat mudah untuk dilakukan dan jadi informasi yang bisa diteliti, bisa dipelajari oleh banyak kalangan di penjuru dunia. Kita memiliki cerita-cerita yang begitu banyak, yang hampir setiap daerah memiliki cerita yang berbeda-beda. Dan ini adalah kekayaan yang tidak ternilai harganya, dan ini adalah kearifan lokal milik bangsa Indonesia yang berada di penjuru bangsa Indonesia. Oleh karena itu, melalui seminar ini kita menghimbau, kita mengajak, silakan didiskusikan langkah-langkah yang perlu dilakukan oleh kita di Fakultas Adab, khususnya untuk kemudian Fakultas Adab bisa menjembatani informasi supaya apa yang menjadi harta kekayaan yang tak ternilai itu bisa sampai bukan hanya kepada masyarakat kita, tetapi juga menjadi sampai ke masyarakat seluruh dunia. Mungkin cukup, I think enough until here my speech. Finally, have a good seminar. Hopefully this agenda can add insight into the development and manifestation of culture in the digital era and can become input for the development of culture studies at UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Al-an hayya bina naftah hazal barnamij bi qiraati basmalah ma'an. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hadanallahu wa iyyakum ajma'in. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mr. Muhammad Aidil MA. And ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Rector remarks give a sign that the event officially open.
Dan sanastamiru ilal barnamiju at-tali hiya ad-du'a. Saya qra'uhu ilal al-mukarram Ustadz Dr. Munandar فعليه فليتفضل مشكورا.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ayyuhal hadirun wal hadirat lil barakat hazal barnamin wa alaina an narfa'a aydiyana hatta nakuna barnamij barnamijuna haza najihan wa wafian. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan hamidin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu yukafi wa mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azim wa sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad kama sallaita wa sallamta wa barakta ala Sayyidina Ibrahim wa ala ali Sayyidina Ibrahim fil alamin innaka Hamidum Majid. Allahumma ja'alna ijtima'ana hadza ijtima'an marhuma wa la tafarraqna min ba'dihi tafarraqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina sakiyya wa la mahruma. Allahumma anta rabbi la ilaha illa anta khalaqtana wa nahnu ala ahdina wa wa'dina mastata'na. Allahumma aslih lana dinana alladhi huwa ismatu amrina wa aslih dunyana alladhi fiha ma'asuna wa aslih akhiratana allati ilaiha ma'aduna waj'alil hayata ziyadatan lana fi kulli lana min. Allahumma la tada' lana fi maqamina haza wa fi baitina haza wa fi majlisina haza zanban illa ghafarta wa la aiban illa satarta wa la maridan illa syafaita wa la jahilan illa alimta wa la hajatan min hawaijid dunya illa qadaitaha ya sartaha ya arhamar rahimin. Wa ya ghafiraz dzunub ighfirna ighfir abana wa ummahatina wa ajdadina wa jaddatina wa masyayikhina wa asatizatina ya arhamar rahimin. Ilaika tawakkalna ilaika anabna wa ilaikal masir. Hasbunallahu ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. La haula wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyul azim. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa zurriyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi wa barik wa sallim ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Al-barnamiju at-tali hiya ikhtitamul jilsa. Da'wana nakhtatimu hadzal barnamij bi qiraatil hamdalah. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the guests and audiences, Alhamdulillah, our agenda is running well. Thanks 1,000 times for the Deputy Rector, Dean, all leaders, invited guests and invited speakers, committee, participants who have been a good participant in this event. And may we all got much science and useful in our life.
Nahnu ra'isi jilsa na'lam annana la yumkinuna tajnibul akhta. Fanaqulu ila jami'il multazimin bin nadwati haulil adab wal ulumil insaniya 2023 Jamiatul Islamiyah wal Hukumiyah Raden Fatah Palembang. Naqulu istighfafan idza kana ladaina al khotoya.
Thank you very much for your kind attention, and for the last we say,
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Muhammad Aidil MA dan Ibu Endang Rohmiatun yang telah menghadiri di acara Seminar Internasional on Adab and Humanities 2023. Sebelum itu, hello Sir Ahmad Marikan, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
How are you, sir?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Bisa cakap bahasa Malaysia ya?
Boleh, boleh. Tapi dalam peta kerja ini saya akan cakap dalam bahasa Inggris.
Cakap dalam bahasa Inggris.
Ya.
Baiklah, kita akan melanjutkan di acara selanjutnya, yaitu acara utama kita, acara presentasi di Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023. طيب أيها السيدة والسادة سنذهب إلى البرنامج الأساسي هذا هو عرض المواد الندوة سيتم تقسيم جلسة العرض التقديمي من المقدمين المدعوين إلى 3 جلسات. الجلسة الأولى بواسطة الدكتور دليلان M.Hum ستقوم ببروفيسور دكتور أحمد مراد مريكان من جامعة الإسلامية والدولي بماليزيا. دكتور ديلارا بيغوم جامعة الشرق وغرب بنغلاديش. بروفيسور دكتور محمد محب الحق من جامعة المسلم أليغر هندي. أما الجلسة الثانية بواسطة الدكتور والدين M.Hum ستقوم ببروفيسور دكتور يسرين سانوسي من جامعة الحسنودين مakassar. بروفيسور دكتور جنايدي جامعة Lancang Kuning Riau. وفي آخر الجلسة بواسطة دكتور موليادي ستقوم بدكتور بيتي M.A جامعة الإسلامية والحكومية Raden Fatah Palembang. دكتور Susi Herti Afriani جامعة الإسلامية والحكومية Raden Fatah Palembang. دكتور Kiki Mikail من جامعة الإسلامية والحكومية Raden Fatah Palembang.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the first session, presentation by Dr. Dilara Begum from ASWS University, Bangladesh, Professor Dr. Ahmad Murad Marikan from International Islamic University, Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Muhammad Mohibul Haq from Aligarh Muslim University, India. The seminar material presentation and discussion, the first session by the invited speakers, including question and answer segment by leader Mr. Dalilan M.Hum as moderator. For Mr. Dalilan, time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to read his curriculum vitae from Mr. Dalilan M.Hum. The forum is yours. Dalilan M.Hum, S1 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UMM, S2 Linguistik UGM, pernah sekolah S3 Linguistik Terapan Bahasa Inggris, Unika Atmajaya Jakarta, mengajar bahasa di bidang keilmuan linguistik bahasa Inggris sejak tahun 1994, area of interest and research, language analysis and English teaching methods.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It will be a strongly interesting situation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me stand up. In the moment, to make use of time in an effective way by hearing presentation from through speakers in this international seminar. Our international seminar will be concerned with the artifact of culture in the digital era from mental area to its embodiment. Hello. Well, our first presenter will be Professor Ahmed Murad, American. How do you do, sir? How do you do, Professor? Okay, it is very nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just unmute.
It is a pleasure for us to be with you in this forum. We will be, you will be delving into the material today for the sake of common understanding on what you are going to present here.
Yes.
Before come to the time in which we are going to pay much attention to Professor Murad's presentation, I would like to introduce myself first to Professor Murad. Professor Murad, my name is Dalilan. I am as the moderator now. I will be the person in charge of guiding this forum.
Thank you.
As usual, we are going to introduce Professor Murad, who he is actually. Well, in this case, I will not read the whole biography, right? It will take much time to read the whole or the complete version of your biography. I just want to read it in a short version. Professor Ahmad Murad American is a professor of social and intellectual history, International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization from International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor Murad, you are going to have 30 minutes in your presentation. And after your presentation, there will be questioning sections. The question will be consisting of three or four questioners. And back to Professor biography, he has been writing so many books. He has been presenting seminars, papers, international and national papers in many seminars around the world. It is impossible for us to read the whole or the complete papers because, as I mentioned before, that we are going to make use of this time in an effective way. So we directly come to his presentation. Professor Murad American will, the paper, Professor Murad's paper will be concerned with digital humanities and independence perspective. Malay letters from the archipelago, 1768 to 1794. Professor Murad, you have around 30 minutes to present your papers. Now the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bapak Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the introduction and the invitation by the organizers, Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang. Some of them have visited ISTEC, the International Islamic Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, but I was not able to meet the group. And so I'm meeting today online with some of you. The title of my paper is Digital Humanities and Endogenous Perspectives, Malay Letters from the Archipelago, 1768 to 1794. I also like to, first of all, acknowledge my collaborators at University Science Malaysia, the Hamzah Sendut Library and Archives, where I was attached to until 2019. Why I have to acknowledge them is because the letters which I will be talking about are comprising 1,200 Malay letters from that period, has been digitized and reposited to the library at University Science Malaysia. And we are in the process. It's a work in progress. We are developing the portal. We are developing the metadata, and we are creating accessibility to the collection of letters. So my focus today is on what we call Malay letters and Malay manuscripts. I'm not a student or a scholar of Malay manuscripts. I don't study Malay manuscripts in the manner that linguists or philologists do study. I don't know the consciousness of manuscripts in Indonesia, but I'll be making reference to the consciousness and of the Malay manuscripts among Malaysian scholars and used in Malaysian universities. In Malaysia, over the last few decades, there has been a certain excitement on the study of Malay manuscripts. And here, Malay manuscripts mean handwritten works in prose or in verse that are available throughout the world. Many of these are available in the universities in France, in Britain, in Holland, Leiden, Australia, even in India. We don't know exactly how many of these manuscripts are available. Numbers vary. Some would say 5,000, some 10,000, some 15,000. But over the years, there have been efforts to either purchase the manuscripts and place them in the Malaysian universities and libraries, or digitize the manuscripts. What I want to share today is my experience in the digitizing process of a manuscript, which we call the light letters, which is now reposited at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. This comprises 11 volumes, 1,200 letters written in Jawi on the various aspects of relationship correspondence between the colonial rulers, between the British traders and Malay rulers in the peninsula, as well as the rulers in Palembang, in Batubara, in Asahan, and Pontianak. So the geography of the letters would spread between the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, and parts of Kalimantan, which is especially West Kalimantan. So this is the geography of where the letters were written, where the letters were used and sent. So this paper examines what is probably the largest single collection of Malay manuscripts extant today. We're talking about warkah-warkah Melayu, known as the Francis Slide letters. In so as they are known as the Francis Slide letters, Francis Slide was a country trader. He was not employed by the East India Company, which is the who were the equivalent of the Dutch VOCs, but he was engaged by the East India Company to trade in between India, Madras, and the Malay world. Francis Light was the one who robbed the island of Penang from the Sultan of Kedah. So he was to decolonial scholars, to those who resist colonialism, he would be seen as a villain who colonized and who occupied part of Malaysia illegally. For those who propagate and subscribe to a Eurocentric history, he will be seen as the benefactor. So here we're talking about how we want to decolonize and endogenize those letters. Many scholars see the collection as comprising mostly trade and commercial transactions from Malay rulers, the nobility, and other members of Malay society. What is predominantly significant is the layer of dynamism, as you can see in diplomacy and international relations, economic systems, and the social order in the Malay, or that part of the Malay archipelago at that time. At that time, we are referring to the window between 1768 and 1794. The letters render a window of Western intervention or European intervention and encounters in the Malay archipelago. Collectively, the letters lend the representation of Malay expression and response toward European exceptionalism. It was Southeast Asian indigeneity and cosmopolitanism. It locates the Malay archipelago as integral to global history. So when we talk about the letters, the hard copy is in the special collections of and archives in SOAS. The digitized copy is at the University Science Malaysia, at the Library of University Science Malaysia. I was there, so I had to give it publicly because it was a personal copy initially to me, given to me by SOAS. But since I was attached to a university, so I told the administrators of University of Malaysia that I want to share and place the letter for public domain. Early on, the letters were difficult to access. Before 2000, in fact, until recently, as 2015 or 2016, very few people have access to the letters. The letters were initially reposited at King's College, University of London, in about 1824 or 23, and then later given to SOAS when it was formed in 1916. So it was in SOAS for 200 years plus, and only a few scholars have access to the letters. The problem here is that the European scholars who have access to the letters treat the letters as their own. And so many scholars from Malaysia, especially historians, when they go to University of London, they will find it difficult to have access to the letters. What I discovered was that when I asked the directors of the archives collection in 2011, my engagement with them started in 2011. I proposed a plan. One is to digitize the letters. And in the process of digitizing the letters, I proposed to develop a portal for the letters. And then I proposed to transliterate the letters from Jawi to Rumi, because the letters are written in Jawi, and not many people, not among the younger generation, are proficient in Jawi, and it's difficult to read. So this was transliterated into modern Bahasa Melayu, and I also proposed that the letters be translated into English. So these are the things that we are doing at the University Science Malaysia. What has happened is that the 1,200 letters bounded in 11 volumes contain, apart from being written in Bahasa Melayu, in Jawi script, also comprise a smattering of Arabic. In fact, much of letters have Arabic vocabulary, Farsi, and a smattering of Thai words or Siamese. And so the initiative to digitize the letters began in 2011. It took about 7 years for me to negotiate with SOAS. There are two reasons for this delay in negotiating to get the rights to the digitized letter publicly. Privately, I already have the digitized letter, but publicly, because I want to put it for public access, there are some problems. One problems of the attitude of European scholars, the attitude of several professors in SOAS themselves. They prevented me from digitizing the letters. They say that, well, not saying so much, but the letters belong to them, quote unquote, and therefore, only they can have access to the letters. And among them, there are 2 or 3 people. Yeah, they have written some papers on the letters, but that's about it. Over the last 200 years, perhaps only maybe less than 5 articles have been written on the letters. That's one, in terms of denial of access, in terms of having a colonized mentality and ownership to an artifact which is valuable to understanding ourselves, understanding the Malay world, understanding Nusantara, understanding the archipelago. Second was the issue of copyright. I was told of several issues of copyright. Initially, they said that the copyright belongs, and they use the UNESCO laws of copyright, they use the American laws of copyright, and they use the United Kingdom laws of copyright. So because of copyright, they said it is difficult. So finally, what they had wanted me to do was to get permission from the descendants of the people from Nusantara who wrote the letters. The rulers in Palembang, in Asahan, in Batubara, in Kedah, in Kelantan, in Pontianak, I have to meet their descendants. Their grandchildren, whatever, to get copyright. I said it's impossible. I cannot go to every them and to find to identify their descendants. Alternatively, they gave another option to seek the descendants of Francis Light. Francis Light is a country trader. So I discovered to find the 6th generation of descendant of Francis Light in Adelaide, Australia. I discussed with him on the digitization at my project, and he gave me the permission. From then onwards, SOAS allowed access, and so in 2018 September, SOAS and University of Science Malaysia signed a memorandum of agreement to give the sole rights to the digitized letters to the Library of University of Science Malaysia, so that we can disseminate and we can work on it. So originally, background on the letters were categorized under the Marsden collection. As some of you may know, Marsden is a scholar of Malay History Society. One of his monumental works is the History of Sumatra. The History of Sumatra was written and published in 1821. Marsden stayed in Sumatra, in Bangkahulu, and he studied the Malay language. He studied the ethnography of Sumatra. His brother was married to a local woman, and they have about, I think, 3 daughters. And so there was a story behind that. Marsden was a historian, Orientalist, and scholar of Malay language and grammar. between 1754 and 1836. He's known for his works, first published in London, 1783, and the Dictionary and Grammar of the Malay Language, 1812. Sorry, the History of Sumatra was published in 1783. The letters were brought by Marsden from an auction in London in early 1800. So the bundle, we're talking about that artifact, the corpus, was bought by Marsden at an auction. So I don't know how, I don't know the conditions of the early letters when it was transported from Penang to London, but nevertheless it landed at an auction, and Marsden had the interest to buy it, and because of him that we are able to have copies of the letters. They are now kept in the SOAS Archives and Special Collections under the manuscript MS 40320. That's the manuscript number 40320. The catalogue Indonesian manuscripts in Great Britain states that this is a description of the letter. Malay correspondence consisting chiefly of letters from the Rajas and principals, native merchants of the peninsula and neighboring islands, addressed to Captain Francis Light and Captain James Scott of Pulau Pinang. This is from the Bibliotheca Marsdenia Philologiae et Orientalis, catalogue of books and manuscripts collected with a view of general comparison of languages and the study of Oriental languages, printed in London. In another publication, this one in 2014, Indonesian manuscripts in Great Britain, it states that MS 4030, a collection of several hundred Malay letters in 11 bundles, consisting primarily of correspondences received by Captain Francis Light and James Scott of Penang, and to the rulers and dignitaries of Malay sultanates in AD 1780s and 1790s. But there are also items from Aceh, Jambi, Indragiri, Minangkabau, Palembang, Pedir, Siak, and other places in Sumatra, from Brunei and Sambas, and from Tidore. This was the description of the letters as in the catalogue published in 2014. But in the catalogue 2014, it says that the letters are from 1780 to 1790s. But when we look back at the letters, we found that there were also letters. The earliest was 1768. The latest was 1794. 1794 was when Francis Light died. So the letters ended. So that is the condition. The size and condition of the letters vary. I was there several times to measure the size of the letters. They are from 20.1 cm to 22.2 cm in width, and 27.1 cm to 57.1 cm in length. The edges of the letters are quite jagged. However, it can be observed that the collection has been well conserved by the library and by the archives at SOAS. So SOAS has done a good job in terms of preserving and treating the letters. When I had access to the letters physically, it had not been treated, the letters would have been damaged and oxidized. And when I was there, they asked me whether the Malaysian government, whether I want to buy the physical copies of the letters. I said no. I said you keep it, because the problem with tropical equatorial climate, when we keep the letters, we have to struggle with humidity, and our system of preservation and climate control is not as efficient as them. I find that many of the microfilms in Malaysia have been damaged by oxidization. So what can be seen from the letters? Now, if we classify and categorize the letters, there are several classifications. One is that we can find letters sent to Light, sent to Francis Light, say from the Pangeran of Palembang, for example. 2 letters sent to Scott, Light's business partner. 3 notes and drafts and copies of letters sent to Light, 4 letters from the Rajas and dignitaries. Dignitaries here would mean also traders, nakhodas, wives of Malay dignitaries, and also non-Malays, Chinese traders will also be part of it. Letters from the Malay states and with the Siamese Burmese region, Malay letters from European figures, and other documents, bills, chips, petitions, and contracts. There was also in the volume 2, of the letters, they say there are 11 volumes. Volume 2 comprises letters from Sumatra. And some of the letters are genealogies of Minangkabaus and strategies of war by the rulers in Asahan and Batubara. So these are some of the things in the letters. Especially the collections comprise correspondence from Kedah, Selangor, Perak, Terengganu, Kelantan, Aceh, Asahan, Batubara, Siak, Palembang, and Pontianak. There are also letters from Saudagar Raja, crown agents, those who are appointed by the sultans to be representatives in trade. And also we discovered from there a number of themes which will be very useful for us to counter Eurocentric perspective. To look at the letters as part of the artifact of this region, to develop a non-Eurocentric, decolonized perspective of the letters. This is what we hope that these letters will do, because we hope that with its availability at the library at University of Science Malaysia, many would have access to it. But access to it alone would not guarantee a different perspective. So this is part of the campaign to develop that perspective, to use that window. So what are the perspectives, or what are the themes actually that we can see? One is the geopolitics of the Malay archipelago before imperialism, okay? Or geopolitics of the Nusantara from in the 17 and especially in the 1700s, which perhaps have been left. There's a lacuna in the history and historiography of that period. So again, the geopolitics in terms of relationship, not only between the Malay rulers and the Europeans, but among the Malay rulers themselves, communication and competition, say between the sultans of Kelantan and Terengganu, the interactions between Palembang and Kedah, and so on. So again, these are important for us to pick up and study. And then the economic system of the Malay states and of the Nusantara and politics before 1800. This is important because what we've been offered the European economic system in terms of trade and interaction. But we have, again, another form of economic system at that time, which needs to be captured and narrated. And 3 is diplomacy and foreign relations, which is peculiar. Looking at the letters themselves, where the muqaddimah of the letters and the phrases, as long as there's the moon and the sun, these are traditions and these are styles of letters written in terms of friendship and diplomacy. And we can study how even the Europeans have localized the style of letter writing, philology and writing systems, and then trade and commerce, cosmology in the Malay worldview, which is important because when you look at the letters, and we are in the process of indexing, it has taken so many years, essentially from 2011 to 2023, and since it is deposited in USM in 2018, that will be about 5 years. It's still work in progress in terms of looking at the metadata and looking at, for example, time-telling systems, the use of Saka Saka is the indigenous time-telling system, which is indigenous to Indonesia or to Java, and this is mentioned in the letters. Social life and daily life in the Malay Archipelago, with regard to, for example, debt, trade, keeping of slaves. Uh, slaves running from Batubara to Penang, for example, and slaves they ran away from the masters from Palembang or from Penang to Perak and so on. So again, there was this network, there was this vibrant interconnection, which is silent in colonial historiography. Okay? I'm talking mainly colonial historiography on the in Malaysia, but also I suspect in Indonesia. The Dutch historians or Indonesian historians may be silent of some of these aspects of the production and the relationship, because when historians write about history in the Malay Archipelago, it's a very state-centric perspective. Indonesian historians write from the Indonesian perspective, Malaysian historians write from the Malaysian perspective, Filipino historians write from the Filipino perspective. So it's a very state-centric endeavor, which denies the collectivity, shared interest, shared memory, and the experience. I suspect that in 1920s and 30s, when there was this vibrant of nationalism in Indonesia, there will be linkages and interactions of that idea of nationalism between Malaysia and Indonesia. I know this is quite documented, but under-documented. But again, it'll be very interesting to see how these are linked to the Philippines, because so far I've not seen any documents, any narration on the discussions on nationalism in Indonesia in the 20s and 30s being picked up by the Malays in the Philippines. Although the Malays in the Philippines are one of the most active in terms of forming Persatuan Bahasa Melayu, the earliest Persatuan Bahasa Melayu in Nusantara would be in the Philippines, and it's termed as such. And also the people in Malaysia, a number of them, one of them went from Malaysia and settled in Indonesia, Ibrahim Yaakob. He settled in Jakarta. So I know he has been getting materials from Indonesia in 1920s and 30s, but I was thinking there will be a collective interaction. So in this case, at this time, there would be an interactive experience among the different polities, not as separate, not seen as isolated and insulated as perhaps manifested by writing history of each country. And then the formation of states and polities in the Malay Peninsula and the rest of the archipelago. Life of the Rajas and Malay dignitaries and activities of Malay women. And Malay women are very, very emancipated and very active. And they're quite literate in terms of,
Excuse me, Prof. Murad.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I know I've lost the line. Hold on. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, you can hear. Can you see me? Can you
still?
Okay.
You still have.
Okay. I cannot see you. All right. How much longer do I have?
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. How much time do I have?
Yeah.
How much time do I have now?
Yeah.
How much?
Well, your time is up, sir. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Can you give me about 5 minutes more?
You need to add your presentation in a few minutes. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Okay. So, so the manuscripts are important source of history in terms of the collective memory of this region. And in my paper, the theme of my paper is androgenization and decolonization. I would like also to mention about the significance of digitization, because in a very important way, what we're doing is what we can call digital repatriation, or reinstituting the collection back in Malaysia. And in other words, the artifacts are returned to where they belong and to where they were written. And this is important for the work of librarians and in the libraries. So returning the image has this important significance in terms of redeeming and repatriating the letters. So what is happening now is that just to sum up, preserving the images of the letters given by SOAS in terms of watermark. We develop a watermark and safekeeping and guide on citations. I've given 3 slides early on the visuals of the letters, and 1 slide on the portal on citations. It's not here. Transliteration, which we have done. Extraction of content for building up the metadata, title, subject, time frame, place, summary, and so on. Developing a portal, publication of the artifact, publication of the manuscripts, and the catalog. In fact, it's important when you talk about digitization, it's not good enough. We have to curate that process, and we have to publish hard copy. And I don't know about Indonesia, but in Malaysia, we don't have together, and also we don't have catalogs accessible to the public on the availability of this digitization of those manuscripts in the libraries. And this is one thing which we are advocating. Also to promote the letters in terms of forum and lectures, collaboration with other libraries, and also exhibitions. So what is happening now is that decolonization, and looking at it subsequently from an endogenous perspective, bridge the gaps that keep people apart and bring them closer together. Hopefully, with digitization, they would not want to look at the original copy, but also there's a possibility that more people want to look at the original copy. When cultural stories are accessible to everyone in libraries for reading, it promotes stronger relationships and inspire people to value such distinctive qualities, rather than using them as a barrier to widen the distance between people and their heritage. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Professor Murad, we have listened to what Professor Murad has explained concerning letters in Malaysia, in which the government has been has done an effort to digitalize the letters in order to be preserved for future generation. And these efforts will be shared to decolonialize, and then the cultures, the tradition of Malay perspective will remain to be their own or their ingenious perspective, their ingenious understanding on the last cultures, the last tradition, and the last well of cultures in Malaysia. Well, now the next one will be Professor Murad. You stay there, okay?
Yes. Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah.
Will be delivered by Dr. Dilara Begum. Hello, Dr. Dilara. Are you there? Can you hear us?
No, yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, thanks. Hello. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. How do you do, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Yes, hello. I can hear you. Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah. Yeah. Miss Dr. Begum, Dr. Dilara Begum is well. Let's introduce her. We are going to make use of time in an effective way. Okay. Dr. Dilara Begum will present his topic concerning what is it? Yeah. Not tadi, Bang. Okay. Okay. Before that, we introduce Dr. Dilara Begum to you all. Dr. Dilara Begum is an associate professor and chairperson, Department of Information Studies and librarian in charge at East West University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Yeah. Well, it takes a lot of time to read her scientific works here. So we do not need to read the whole works. But we need to tell you that Dr. Dilara Begum has garnered recognition through numerous roles. She is notably being elected as governing board member of the International Federation of Library Association and Institution for 2023 until 2025. Dr. Begum has been also a pivotal consultant for over 30 public and private organizations. Wow, wow. She is notable. It is nice to meet you, to be with you, Dr. Dilara. Okay, now the time is yours, Dr. Dilara, to present your paper. You have 30 minutes to deliver your speech, and we really want you to focus on the time.
Oh, sure, I will. Thank you very much. Can you please allow me to share my slides?
Yeah, hello?
Can you please allow me to share my slides? I cannot share my slides. It's disabled over here.
Tolong panitia tunjukkan slide-nya. Dilara Begum's presentation will be concerned with beyond books, how libraries preserve cultural heritage in the digital world.
Is it visible?
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Dilara, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good morning from Bangladesh. Greetings from Bangladesh, Dhaka. As it is mentioned by the authority that I am working as associate professor and the chairperson, Department of Information Studies, and I'm also looking after the library in charge. And East West University is one of the leading universities in Bangladesh, and I have been working with this university during last 10 years. So thank you, the conference authority, to invite me in this very important seminar, international seminar. I feel honored to be a part of this seminar. I have been involved with this profession during last more than 20 years. So, so my topic, today's topic is Beyond Books, How Libraries Preserve Cultural Heritage in the Digital World. You know that being an information specialist, actually, people are thinking about libraries only for books. Library is dealing with the books only, but how the library can help in preserving the cultural heritage in a digital age is a very important thing and very crucial for the future generation. Because, without future generation, you cannot, move forward. You have to let them know what. Let me change my slide. Yes. So the cultural heritage is very much important in a sense, and you can say it's a very crucial for the future generation. And I think for the libraries can play a vital role in this process for adapting new technologies and challenges. And this preservation is basically explore the evolving roles of libraries in the safeguarding of our cultural heritage and embracing the digital revolutions. So that's why I'm saying that library is not a point where we can come and read the books, but they can do a lot of things. And the importance of cultural heritage is very high. And if you think about the cultural heritage, it's the traditions, values, stories, artifacts passed down from one generation to next generation. And that's why it's helped to define connect their history and the community. So if we want to connect the people with their history, so in that case, we need to preserve our heritage. This is very important. Cultural heritage basically involved with transable and intransible aspects of our shared history, including artifacts, documents, traditions, and of course, knowledge. It reflects our identity and provides insight into past civilizations. And cultural heritage is a essence of the society's identity. People can know from where we came, and preserving it is a very crucial. And it is very crucial to maintain our roots and know about our roots and ensure the rich cultural legacy for future generation. So library can preserve and provide access to these very valuable resources, ensuring their long-term survival and promoting cultural understanding among the society. The United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development calls on governments to standing efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage, and that is target 11.4, as well as make sure people can access information and have their basic rights should be protected. And that is following local international rules, target 16.10. Preserving cultural heritage in a digital age is a necessity. And of course, it should be focused on cultural diversity because we're living in a global citizen. So we need to know about the cultural diversity. So in that case, a library can play vital role in collecting, documenting, and showcasing the rich heritage of diverse communities. By embracing the inclusivity and providing platform for marginalized voices, libraries can contribute to preserve their global cultural mixture. So in that case, we can help the society to store their showcasing their heritage of diversified communities. The traditional role of the library is basically they deal with the books only, and the people think libraries means the physical books, but now we think about the digital. Digitally we can be connected. So library is not only for the place for the books. The library can deal with many things, manuscripts, maps, photographs, and some other forms of cultural heritage. This is a part of their services. So library is work as a community hub. Library is a work for a central point of communities. So the community can come and work together. They can learn together. And library is the place where the librarians are providing access to the knowledge and promoting the literacy. So this is one of the best things from the library they are providing. So we are shifting from traditional to digital. So this is a very important thing because we are living with the information. We cannot think that the information is not going, and then you can think we are in the digital explosion, information explosion. So we need to survive ourselves, and we need to preserve our cultural heritage as well because this is our roots. So cultural heritage preservation has always been a key role for libraries, evolving with time and technology. So technology can help you to shift this traditional role to digital role. And opportunities is there are many opportunities because of this internet, or you can say the digital copies of the books, e-copies of the book, and digital databases. Digital databases are very much helpful for anyone, or e-books you can access from anywhere in the world. Because this digitalization project or digitalization part is very helpful because it's help us to protect our resources, the physical resources, due to wear and tears and disaster and etc. The opportunity to reach, we can reach more, global audiences and the voices. So I talk about the traditional roles and the digital preservation, but what are the benefits of digital preservation? I have put some of the points over there. The accessibility is very much important because when you think about the benefits of digital preservation, digital collection are often accessible to global audiences. So you can access from anywhere in the world. You don't need to come to the library, and it's removing the geographical barriers. So without any barriers, we can access anything. Conservation is another point, or preservation, to reduce the decay or tear of the physical items, and especially the rare materials, because we need to preserve the rare materials very carefully. And another point is the benefits is the collaboration. Digital platform actually allow us to the institutions to work digitally, work globally around the world. And it's merging the collection and sharing the resources. Through this digital preservation, we can share the resources very easily and clearly. We don't need to think about any barriers. So these are the benefits. And if you think about more, that digitalization is one of another preservation techniques. So digitalization is the techniques that actually we converting the physical materials like books, manuscript, photograph into digital formats. If it is in the digital format, so everybody can access that resources easily. Digital archiving is another technique. So in this part, actually, we ensure that digital content remain accessible from over the time and despite changes in the technologies. Metadata and cataloging. Metadata cataloging is a very importance of the ensuring digital assets to discoverable and accessible to anywhere. So that's why it's very much important to think about what kind of metadata and cataloging system we are following, whether it is world standard or not. Because when you think about the digitalization, and you have to think about the international standard of metadata. If you think about it is international standard, then we can easily share resources from one place to another place. People will be benefited if it is in the same platform. Otherwise, we will feel difficult. So in that case, being an information specialist, we have to know what kind of metadata and cataloging system we need to follow. So I try to give some of the examples. Here, the library how can they help in the digitalization of the cultural heritage? Because as I mentioned, that library is a research hub. We can connect people, we can help people, but how we can help to preserve or digitalizations of cultural heritage? So I have given some of the examples over here. This is the screenshot of Library of Congress, and you can see they have preserved, the collections over there, the Abdul Hamid collections over there. And these efforts by the library to digitalize many, the history. So this collection is very much helpful for the future generation. So this collection of what you are seeing in front of you right in the screen, this is contain 1,890 photographs in 51 large format albums, and date is from 1880 to 1893. And they portrayed Ottoman Empire during the reign of the last, sultans, that is Abdul Hamid. So and the highlights of the modernization of numerous aspect of Ottoman empires. So most of the places was portrayed within this, boundaries of modern day in Turkey, but buildings and sites also included like Iraq, Lebanon, Greece, and other countries also included. So in that sense, we can see some other examples. This is basically digital databases, art store. This is also maintained by the libraries, and one of the digital database Gestro, and they are basically is a digital library with the image of art and cultural items. And in this art store, you can search many collection and images and the cultural items also. Basically, art store features millions of high quality images and media from some of the world's top photos, archives, museums, libraries, scholars, artists, including rare materials, which is not available anywhere. Art store collection also include open access collections from partner museums that is freely available to all. So that's why these are the examples is set by the JSTOR digital databases, and its name is Art Store. There is another examples, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Basically, this is in USA, New York. You can see this Museum of Art is a collections. It collects, studies, and present the significant work of art across the time and cultures in order to connect all peoples to creativity, knowledge, ideas, and so some other people to add over there. So there is another screenshot of Metropolitan Museum of Library. So you can see so art details. They put it over there. They have mentioned the titles, dates, and from where they have collected, like geography area, Indonesia, culture, what are the culture, what are the medium of this, cloth. So everything details, artwork details, they put it in a digital format. That is another examples of Metropolitan Museum of Art, and this is holy water vessels. So they have put it. This is they have collected from 11th to 12th centuries, and this is they have mentioned is Indonesia, culture from Indonesia, and the medium is bronze. So all the details they put it over there, and that is very much helpful for the people, those who are doing research. So conventions for safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. Basically, this idea, you can see some of the screenshot, I put it over there from the UNESCO. The idea of the cultural heritage was evolved over the time, especially because of UNESCO's work. It is not just about old building or things we can touch. It's also about the stories, dances, ceremonies, festivals, old skills or craft they can learn from elders and teach the younger ones. So what we are transmitting the culture from older to younger generations, and which is very much needed nowadays. And this UNESCO is playing a very significant role in the protecting and preserving the intangible cultural heritage around the world. And recognizing this important, UNESCO basically established the conventions for safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in 2003, aiming to safeguard these traditions and promote awareness for their significance. This is basically, I have taken this from the IFLA, as it is mentioned that by the introducer that I'm the governing board member of IFLA, that is International Federation of Library Association and Institutions. So I have been closely worked with IFLA. This is a global voice for information, information professionals worldwide. And the IFLA actually working a lot to help the libraries to preserve their own country's culture, heritage, and they have trying to give the guidelines and the standards. And this is the screenshot of the IFLA's website. Then they have actually, there is an advisory committee on cultural heritage. They actually oversee and coordinate the working taking place across the IFLA around the cultural heritage, working to maximize its impact and the reach. So in a sense, they are very much helpful to help the other libraries to preserve their own materials and help them how to access that materials and how to give the access to everyone. And in 24th October 2023, very recently, an official appeal from the IFLA concerning the ongoing conflict in Gaza and Israel. And that appeal, actually, they have put it over there, the statement they have mentioned in IFLA, that protecting the cultural heritage in these countries. IFLA, being an organization, this is related to libraries and cultural preservations, raises concerns about the destructions of libraries and their collections and our cultural, properties. These places, according to IFLA, provide invaluable records of collective cultural heritage. So this is the official statement is given from the IFLA. So what are the challenges in basically when we talk about the digital age? Because we are we are living with the information, and of course in the digital age, what are the challenges? Because digital age presents both opportunities and our challenges. There is both. So for the preserving cultural heritage, digital formats are very much important for the oldness and the loss, and requiring conditions, migration and preservation is very much needed. So additionally, copyright and access to this digitalized document much is challenging because of the copyrighted materials we cannot share it, and sometimes it's difficult for us to access this information to everyone. So these are the challenges as facing by the the libraries and other centers, but still we need to find out the solution, how we can preserve and what will be the strategies. Basically, libraries employs various strategies to ensure the effective digital preservation. This includes, metadata management, the data backup, format migration, and digital rights management. And the copyright issues are also very much important over there. By implementing a robust preservation workflow and the standards, libraries safeguard cultural heritage for future generations, and they are trying to maintaining its authenticity and integrity. So the library is the place where you can find the authentic information, and you can explore and you can access the resources. So promoting access and the engagement, this is also very much important. Digital technologies are actually blended in the libraries. Libraries without technology, we cannot think even. So digital technologies basically enables libraries to preserve the universal access to cultural heritage. From anywhere in the world, people can access these resources easily. Through online platform and digitalized initiative, libraries are empowered for individuals worldwide to explore and engage the people, even the diversified cultural resources. So it can be very much helpful in this digital age. Libraries is the body or institutions. It actually bridges the gaps. It's foster the dialogue and promote cultural exchange in a global scale. Collaboration and access. Preserving cultural heritage basically requires between libraries, cultural institutions, and communities. Libraries collaboration serve as gateways to cultural treasures, providing open access to digitalized collections, fostering research, and enable cultural exchange across borders. So, in a sense, it's a gateway for cultural treasures. Another thing that when you think about the virtual reality and augmented reality in libraries, that is VR and AR, that is virtual reality and augmented reality, are being used to create virtual tours and it give you the experience of lifelong experiences. For examples, I have given one of the examples over there, the National Library of Korea in Seoul in South Korea. They use AR, that is augmented reality, to create interactive exhibits and displays that provide additional information and in multimedia content related to library collections and exhibitions, such as the history of Korean medicine exhibits, which actually uses AR to provide further information. So these are the very innovative work is taken initiative taken by the the libraries. So in that case, what we can do, like what we need to practice. So integration of AI, artificial intelligence, is very much needed in this for personalized learning experiences, and the smart libraries with the Internet of Things integrations, facial recognition, and other technologies can be blended to provide the information. So at the end, like I would like to mention over there that in the digital age, libraries actually continue to evolve as a custodians of cultural heritage. So library is a place, is a research hub. Library is a place it's a place for social engagement. Basically, we are the people, we can change the society. So changing the society is a very hard job, but what are the things else we can do? Because when you think about your roots, we need to preserve the cultural heritage. So in that case, library is the best place, best institute to preserve the cultural heritage. They adapt new technology, they can help preservation challenges because they know how to preserve the documents. They can take the challenges and they can promote the global access. Without access to any information, it will be difficult for anyone to get the access. And this global access meant, it's access from everywhere. So this embracing their evolving roles, the libraries ensure that the treasures of our past are not lost, fostering cultural understanding and inspiring future generations. So this will be our main aim, to inspire our future generations. So anyway, I'd like to conclude my presentation here. I'm very much thankful for the authority. They invited me in this very important audience, and I tried my level best to explore and try to explain my personal experience in this regard. Thank you for listening. So if you have any question regarding my presentation, my email, I have put my email over there, so I'll be happy to answer your queries. Again, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Give applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Dilara. Of course, we will be having so many questions on what you have talked this morning. Professor Dilara has offered us digital preservation strategies, digital preservation technique, and digital preparation benefit, and also the challenges of preserving digital materials. It was a very insightful presentation, Dr. Dilara. Well, and audiences, I will be telling you that after the third presentation, there will be panel discussions. You ask questions of these three after the next presenter completed his presentation. Our next presenter will be Professor Mohibul Haq. Are you still there, Professor Mohibul? Professor Mohibul? How do you do? Mute? You're mute. Professor Mohibul? What's wrong? Could you change your mute panel? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are there. Can you?
Am I audible?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dear audiences, before we hear or we pay attention to the third presentation, I would like to introduce Professor Mohibul Haq. He's a professor at the Department of Political Science. Well, it takes a lot of time for me to read the whole works of Professor Mohibul, but I just read at the glance. Professor Mohibul has published so many books, books and chapters in edited book. Chapters in edited book consist of 13 chapters. Professor Mohibul also has published article or papers in journals, magazine, and newspaper. They consist of, there are a number of 53 papers and articles that have been published in journals, magazine, and newspaper. Professor Mohibul also has presented papers at international and national seminar, conferences, and workshops. There are how many? 42 papers that have been presented at international and national seminars by Professor Mohibul. Well, it is a very, very notable presenter today. Professor Mohibul will deliver his paper concerning, or the title is the role of literature and narrative in determining international relation. Here, there are some important points that have been written out here, and Professor Mohibul will be presenting this topic in around 30 minutes. Now, the time or the forum is yours.
So thank you very much for your kind introduction. Am I audible to all of you?
Huh?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The topic that has been assigned to me, or the topic that I have chosen to speak today, the role of literature and narratives in determining international relations. First of all, what we have to understand that there is a theory that is called constructivism, which is one of the most important or significant theories in the international relations. It says that the world around us is socially constructed. When we say that world around us is socially constructed, it means that the truth is a social construct. If truth is a social construct, it means enemies and friends are socially constructed. When the enemies and friends are socially constructed, the role of literature and the narratives becomes important. The reason is that you will find basically in this kind of discourse that we are having at the international level, you will find there are certain countries, they have played the role of othering others, and here you will find that in this direction you will find that it is not a new phenomenon. It has been existing in the world from a long period of time. It means that the people, those who are not like us, they are mostly suspected. Their differences are not taken up very positively. Rather, that distinction and differences, they become something to hate and sometimes to other them. So because of that, you'll find in the international relations, a lot of conflicts are there because of this kind of misunderstanding or because of this kind of narrative that are created. If you see the work of Edward Said, who was a prominent, person who wrote against Orientalism, that is a trend. And I'm very happy that after his magnum opus, that is Orientalism, there were many people who were claiming in the West as Orientalists. They felt shy to call themselves Orientalists because he showed the inherent biases And he also revealed that how shallow their understanding of the East was. So therefore, when a West Eurocentric or West-centric discourse or narrative is there in the international relations to determine truth, it is very important for all of us to understand why these topics become important. And here I will quote Thomas Shas. Thomas Shas says that in the animal kingdom, the rule is eat or be eaten. And in the human kingdom, the rule is define or be defined. I repeat, in the animal kingdom, the rule is eat or be eaten. And in the human kingdom, the rule is define or be defined. Therefore, who is defining? That becomes very, very important. Today, what is happening that there are certain issues. For example, you have terrorism, that is international terrorism, which has been projected after 1990 as a major threat to international peace and security. You also have, topics like political resurgence of Islam, which has become very popular in the Western academia. It is being taught in the universities. It has become the part and parcel of the curricula in humanities in the different parts of the world. You'll also find that there are certain courses they are run to counter Islamophobia, but you will find that the references that are made, they themselves are Islamophobic. So therefore, in this kind of context, when we are talking about peace and international law, peaceful coexistence, cultural diversity should be present, all this kind of thing when we are talking about. So therefore, we have to understand that how the international relations is determined and what is the role of literature and narratives or the discourses. I will first of all take up what is called the global rise of terrorism. And within few minutes, I will try to delve deep into it, that why it became a hot topic of discussion, not only in journalistic writings, but in serious academia as well after 1991. You'll find from 1945 to 1990, there was a kind of red scare that was created in the world. The red scare means communism was projected as a threat to international peace and security. And because of that, when this terrorism was projected as international peace and security, terrorism also had a religion after 1990. Before that, it was communism that was a threat to international peace and security. It was said that communism is an ideology that is antithetical to liberalism, democracy, peace, human rights, etc. So a kind of red scare was created, and there was already a propaganda industry. And this industry was constructing a discourse where all people, those who were believing the ideology of communism or Marxism or socialism, they were declared as enemies of human rights, freedom of choice, liberty, etc. After that, what happened? That in this discourse, after 1990, what happened? That Soviet Union disintegrated. It was in December 1991. And this was the time when two important theses were advanced. You see the construction of narrative, construction of truth. First was Clash of Civilizations. And Clash of Civilizations were developed by the political and security advisor to White House, Samuel P. Huntington. In that, Clash of Civilization thesis, Samuel P. Huntington says, and I quote, "There can be no true friends without true enemies." He is saying there can be no true friends without true enemies. And he quotes from Dead Lagoon, where he says that you cannot love what you are unless you hate what you are not. I repeat, you cannot love what you are unless you hate what you are not. Unquote. It means that if you want to love yourself, if you want to love your civilization, your culture, your religion, your people, you have to hate others. It is just like that. Why it was done? Basically because, communism as an ideology was declining. It has already collapsed in the different parts of the world. It has collapsed in Eurasia. It has collapsed in many parts of the world. And this was the reason that communism as a threat was not available. When communism as a threat was not there, it means there was no enemy against whom the Western, civilization can mobilize people to fight. So that's why the ideological differences were not there. So that is why it was said, he argued that we should not think that the conflict is over. Earlier, there was chance of ideological conflict, but now since one ideology that has already declined, it has already disappeared, now there is a new threat that is emerging. And the green, the red danger or the red menace or the red peril that was earlier from 1945 to 1990 projected by the Western academia became green danger. When we say green danger, what does it mean? What is green danger? Green symbolizes Islam, as red symbolized communism. So that is the green danger means that Islamic resurgence is there, Islamic militancy is there, Islamic extremism is there, Islamic terrorism is there. You'll find a lot of literature was produced in the different parts of the world. Movies were made, documentaries were created, where it was projected that Islamic terrorism or Islamic extremism is going to be a threat to international peace and security, and that is why the military alliances like NATO and the unity of the West should continue, because you have a new enemy. This was the time when Francis Fukuyama also highlighted, and he wrote a famous book, and that became, a point of discussion everywhere in the academia, and that was The End of History and the Last Man. In The End of History and the Last Man, he tried to convince us that the ideological evolution of man is over. And the final culmination of the ideological evolution of human beings is Western liberal democracy, capitalism, liberalism, that you can say. This was the point that we should understand in the light of the domination and the dominated. What happens with this, that green danger was highlighted, and you'll find from 1991 to 2001, there was already, a lot of discourse, that was a lot of narrative they were created, and that was against Islam. Fault lines between the civilizations were identified by Huntington, and then it was adopted by many, many political leaders. For example, after 9/11 attack, you will find that George W. Bush said that we are going to start war on terror, and the people have to choose, the countries have to choose, either they are with us or they are against us, or they are with the terrorists. This kind of discourse was created. While doing my research on international terrorism, and while doing my research on the myth of Islamic terrorism, I found a very good study conducted by Bissauni. And he conducted a study on terrorism, and he tried to find out how many people were killed from 2001, from 1901 to 2000, that is in 100 years in 20th century. And he found that in 100 years, 70 million plus 1 lakh people were killed. When I say 70 million plus 1 lakh, that is very important to understand. Why? Because he is such a serious and sincere scholar that he tried to distinguish between state terrorism and non-state terrorism. And he said that in the non-state terrorism in 100 years, that is from 1901 to 2000, 1 lakh people, that is 100,000 people were killed. Whereas in the state terrorism, where the countries themselves participated, rather sponsored or engineered terrorism and killed people, in that he said 70 million people, 70 million people were killed in 100 years. You see that 70 million people are being killed in state terrorism. 1 lakh people, that is 100,000 people, are killed in non-state terrorism. But if you search the plethora of literature that is available on terrorism, you will find that it is a state terror, that is not finding its due place. Non-state terrorism is attracting 90% of the literature on terrorism, which is responsible for killing 100,000 people. Whereas the terrorism that is responsible for killing 70 million people in the world in 100 years, that is not finding attention from the academia and from the other sources. It means that you'll find that who is constructing narrative is very, very important. Who is constructing discourse is very, very important. So why this discourse of Islamic militancy or Islamic terrorism that became so popular only after the demise of the Soviet Union. That is very important to understand. And the second thing, because of this kind of massive propaganda against Islam, against Muslims, and focusing selectively on non-state terrorism, what has happened, that Islamophobia has been generated. And because of Islamophobia, what is happening, that you will find racism, xenophobia, that is also rising in the different parts of the world. So therefore, what is the need? That the serious academia have to deconstruct the narrative which has been constructed by the dominant powers on earth. We have to find out what kind of political, geopolitical interest or the economic interest they want to pursue by, by popularizing this kind of narrative or by creating this kind of literature. Again, the second important aspect that I want to highlight here, you will find the discourse on human rights. It is said that the era of human rights had dawned upon us. There are more than 100 treaties, conventions, and covenants that have been adopted by the United Nations. And, they are dealing with the different aspects of human rights. It is often blamed by the countries of the global south that the contemporary discourse on human rights is Eurocentric. It is West-centric. And the parameters that we adopt to judge the status or situation of human rights in the different countries of the world, they are also having a Western paradigm, Western parameter. For example, on the basis of the rights of sexual minorities, that is where a country recognizes lesbian marriages, gay marriages, or live-in relations or not, that is the point. Globally it has been accepted, especially because of the Eurocentric discourse, that the lesbian inclinations or the gay inclinations or the live-in relations without solemnizing marriage according to cultural or religious traditions of the various communities, this should be recognized because this is part and parcel of the individual freedom. But you'll find there are many countries, and these countries are large in number. They constitute more than 70-80% of the world population. But in these countries, you'll find what happens, that these countries are not ready to legitimize either lesbian or gay marriages, or they are not ready to accept the live-in relations. So when these countries are not ready to accept live-in relations, or these countries are not ready to, recognize the lesbian and gay marriages because of cultural values, these countries are, often put in the dock, and it is said that there is gross violation of human rights of sexual minorities in these countries. And this has given birth to what we call a debate, that is cultural relativism versus universalism. Now, question arises, what is universalism? And when we say that universalism means there are certain human rights, they are universal, there is no doubt in it. But you cannot say all set of human rights are universal. Rights are to be understood in the context of what is called, the many rights are culture specific. And while ignoring culture, you cannot superimpose a kind of discourse on human rights upon others. Because there are many countries, they have their own values. Many societies, they have their own cherished ideals. And when the discourse on human rights that is being developed, which are Eurocentric or a reductionist kind of discourse, what will happen? That is in direct conflict with the cultural milieu or the cultural values of these countries. And because of this only, you will find that problem arises. But I am very happy that the serious academia from the global south has tried to challenge this dominant discourse that is there, and they have said that this is a Eurocentric or West-centric discourse, and we have nothing to do with this kind of discourse. But at the same time, it becomes a parameter, and because of this, you will find when the countries are adjudged on the basis of the human rights index, there are many countries, they have better records of human rights, but they will be put in the dock and they will be declared as violators of human rights. I don't defend violation of human rights, but I will say that human rights must be understood keeping in view the cultural milieu and the cultural specificity of various countries and various societies. You cannot say that the Eurocentric discourse or the West-centric discourse is the universal discourse. All different societies have different kind of traditions, different kind of cultures, and all. What is the impact of this kind of discourse? why this discourse or the narrative or the, literature. Okay, I think moderator is seeing the time. How much time I have? How much time I have?
Go on.
How much time I have?
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
Professor
pardon?
Mahir, can go on now. We still have around 3 or 4 minutes.
3 or 4 minutes. Okay, then I have to conclude. So, two important wars that we have to see. For example, the Russian-Ukraine war is going on, and then the Israel and Hamas war that is going on, Palestinian issue. And you'll find what is the role of the dominant discourse on taking position on these issues. For example, Russia has been declared as an invader in Ukraine, and Russia has been condemned. You will find there is already an economic sanction that is in place against Russia, which is creating problem for it. But you see that when Soviet Union disintegrated in 1991, from 1991 to 2008, Russia was not doing anything. It was not asserting. It was just only saying that post-Soviet space, it means that the countries that are there in the erstwhile Soviet Union, that is Russian sphere of influence, and NATO should not try to go for eastward expansion. But NATO did not accept any kind of request from Russia, and finally what happened that in 2004, 3 Baltic republics, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, they joined NATO. And Russia was saying it is just like, crossing the red line. Then you'll find Georgia and Ukraine, they also applied for becoming the member of NATO. Russia perceived it as a policy adopted by NATO to corner Russia. It was warning. And from 2008 to 2023, you see what is happening, that Russia intervened in Georgia, Russia intervened in Ukraine, and finally, whatever is going on, we are already seeing. War by proxy that is being fought by the Western powers against Russia. But you see the discourse that is very, very important. Who is going to highlight that what is the need of the continuation of NATO, which was an alliance which was developed during the Cold War? When the Cold War is over, why this particular organization should continue? The second important aspect is WMD. And this is my last point. The discourse or the narrative that is there in the international arena on WMD, that you'll find it is said that Libya, Iran, they were trying to develop nuclear bomb, and that is why they should not be allowed, because the nuclear bombs are weapons of mass destruction. On the other hand, you will find North Korea, India, Pakistan, they are already declared nuclear powers, but they are not recognized by the 5 big bosses of the UN Security Council. On the other hand, you will find that Israel also has nuclear power. Israel also has nuclear bombs, and the bombs of Israel are, if you compare the bombs that are available with Israel and nuclear weapons that are there in North Korea. But what has happened, because of that, the enemies and the friends are socially constructed. So the bombs or the nuclear weapons that are available with, North Korea, or the suspicion that Iran or Iraq, they were trying to acquire nuclear bomb or the weapons of mass destruction, that creates a lot of hatred, fear, anxiety in the minds of the politicians and the leaders in the Western countries. Whereas the bombs or the nuclear weapons or the destructive weapons that are available with Israel, that is discussed in the context of friendly countries. So that is why it is not the material reality that becomes important, rather it is the ideational reality. The material reality is that Israel is a nuclear power, as North Korea is a nuclear power. But for having nuclear bomb, North Korea is facing economic sanctions. And economic sanctions, keep in mind, are nothing but economic weapons of mass destruction, because they create problem for the public. Iran, which is not having nuclear bomb, but is still facing nuclear, it is facing what is called economic sanctions. So that is why, who is constructing narrative? Who is trying to identify enemies? Who is trying to identify friends? That is very important. And here I will say, that to conclude, that Antonio Gramsci rightly says that those who control ideas, those who have intellectual hegemony and domination, they are able to prevail upon. And here we have to understand that power plays a very important role in the construction of truth at the international level. What is right, what is wrong, what is bad, what is good, what is legal, what is illegal, who is a criminal and who is a victim. All these things are determined through, kind of literature or narrative that is produced by the powerful actors in the international arena. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm very sorry that I could not share my slides. Basically, what I believe sometimes, that when you are going for PowerPoint presentation, in the PowerPoint presentation, sometimes there is neither power nor point. So I wanted to avoid that kind of fiasco here. And thank you very much. I'll be more than happy to welcome the question if that is being raised by the participants. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Clark, for your presentation. Professor Mohibul from Aligarh Muslim University, India. Give applause. It was an inspiring presentation for the world today. We have catch some important ideas here that international relations should be built on the basis of understanding on good narrative, good communication. The dominant power coming from the nations who is ruling today is playing the important role in giving the picture of international relations today. For example, in the World War today between Ukraine and Russia, in which ruler communication. What we have obtained from Professor Mohibul's presentation. The three presenters have completed the presentation, and now we come to the next step, the next game. The next game will be asking question. The rule of the game is you ask the questions will consist of two sections. In one section, there are 3 or 4 questions. Tiga pertanyaan cukup, Buning. Halo Buning, 3 pertanyaan cukup. 4, 5. Okay, 4. Okay, dear presenters, we have the first section of question from the audiences. There will be 4 questioners or askers. The questions can go to one of the presenters or to the whole presenters. Now, please when you ask question, please mention your name and your affiliation. Okay. And second, the second section will also consist of 4 questions. And I will tell you that the best questions will be awarded. Pertanyaan yang terbaik akan diberi hadiah. The gift or the hadiah will be a book, the prize ya, a book. Jadi bagi penanya terbaik akan diberi sebuah buku. Oke. Dan pertanyaan kita lihat nanti bagaimana pertanyaannya. Dear presenters, are you ready to answer the questions from the audiences who are going to ask? Okay, now we give the first questions. Silakan pertanyaan pertama, kita beri 2 seksi, 4 seksi pertama 4 pertanyaan. Silakan sebutkan nama dan afiliasinya atau lembaganya. Dan pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada siapa? Pertanyaan tolong disingkat saja, tidak usah bertele-tele. Disingkat saja pertanyaannya. Apa pakai bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia? Pakai bahasa Indonesia ya? Okay. Well, dear presenters, the question will be in bahasa Indonesia, and don't worry, I will translate it into English.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Ulfa from Museum Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin II, and I want to ask Dr. Dilara. Your presentation is very amazing and inspiring me to make a digital collection. So I want to ask, I'm sorry, how to open collaboration to digitalize our collection, because in Palembang Museum there's no human resources that capable or competent to digital collection, especially for manuscript, and then we don't have equipment and tool available to digital the collection. So can you suggest the simple way to our staff to digital that collection? I want Palembang Museum can become art museum in New York, and I know Louvre and also Leiden. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. This is a very good question. Thank you for asking this question. I know nowadays very difficult. These are the challenges because without the skilled manpower, it is very difficult for us to digitalize our own collections. So in that case, what should I say? Like I would like to mention that there is a network. We called it is Delnet SA, Digital Library Network in South Asia. In that network, actually, we are work closely within this South Asia region. And every country, we have a country coordinator, and we are trying to help other universities and other institutions to develop their digital collections. So in a sense, this means this network is very much helpful to collaborate with other university, other country. And here, what we are doing, we are actually sharing our, human resource. Like maybe in Bangladesh, we have a skilled manpower. Those we are know how to develop the digital collections. So we send it to them, or virtually try to help them to make their own collection digitalized. And in this project, basically, Delnet SA is developed. It's more than 20 libraries worldwide. So I think this network. You can I'm general secretary of that network. So you may write an email with your details. So maybe in future we can work together or try to help you in details. And another thing, without the Delnet SA, IFLA, I have mentioned the IFLA, International Federation of Library Association and the institution, they are also ready to help you in terms of collaboration. So if you send us your specific requirement, so we will try our level best to go for collaboration. Thank you.
Iya. Baik, saya coba untuk menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Jadi pertanyaan Mbak Ulfa tadi sudah ditanyakan, sudah dijawab oleh Bu Dilara bahwa ada berbagai macam strategi untuk mendigitalisasikan harta benda atau heritage yang ada di museum itu, yaitu salah satu caranya dengan kolaborasi dengan lembaga-lembaga teknologi atau lembaga-lembaga atau universitas yang sudah establish, yang sudah mapan aplikasi itu atau sudah mapan kolaborasi yang sudah mapan teknik itu. Yang kedua, beliau menyarankan untuk membuat semacam membangun jaringan network dengan secara lebih luas dengan lembaga-lembaga terkait untuk tentu saja kerjasama yang saling menguntungkan, kerjasama yang kolaboratif, yang saling memberi keuntungan, yang saling kerjasama yang betul-betul menciptakan hasil atau membawa hasil. Okay, sorry, Prof. Dilara, I explained it in Bahasa Indonesia in order that your answers could be understood well.
Thank you.
Okay. Next questions? Pertanyaannya apa? Ditujukan kepada siapa dan dari mana? Apa? Oh, Zoom ya, dari Zoom. Dari Zoom, oke. Dari mana ini?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. English.
Terima kasih atas waktu yang diberikan kepada kami. Let me introduce myself. My name's Ariandi Batubara. My affiliation from Islamic University Sultan Toha Saifuddin Jambi. Saya akan bertanya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Pertanyaan saya adalah bahwa di beberapa kampus non PTKIN, sewaktu kunjungan ke UNAN, saya menemukan ada proses digitalisasi buku-buku ataupun karya-karya para ulama. Dan itu sangat luar biasa dan terus berproses sampai hari ini. Pertanyaan saya, atau mungkin lebih pada kegelisahan akademik saya adalah mengapa gerakan-gerakan untuk digitalisasi naskah pada perguruan tinggi kita seperti PT KIN, katakanlah UIN Sultan Toha Saifuddin Jambi, itu sepertinya belum bergerak ke arah digital. Padahal aktivitas digitalisasi ini adalah satu keniscayaan dan barangkali bisa kita wariskan sampai ke anak cucu kita nanti. Nah, kegelisahan ini di dalam kampus-kampus PT KIN, apakah sudah ada upaya untuk itu, ya? Apakah sudah ada best practice-nya yang mungkin bisa kita tiru di mana di Indonesia atau di negara-negara yang tadi dari narasumber, kira-kira best practice mereka itu seperti apa untuk proses digitalisasi tersebut. Terima kasih atas waktu dan kesempatan.
Halo, Pak Ariandi. Halo.
Ya.
Pertanyaan juga siapa? Dr. Bintara atau siapa? Halo Pak Ariandi.
Ya, Pak.
Ditujukan pada siapa yang tadi?
Ibu Delara ya. Ibu De.
These questions goes to Prof. Dilara. Are you still there, Prof. Dilara? Okay, then this is the questions from Ariandis Batubara, one of the lecturers at State University in Indonesia in Jambi province. His question is concerned with the effort of digitalizing scripts or digital preservation in many of non-Islamic, in many Islamic state university in Indonesia. This is not processed completely. They are on the way on that. Now, he is wondering how this could be accomplished, how it could be materialized, where digitalization could be done in Islamic universities, particularly when the digital is completed at or libraries at universities. Do you catch the questions, Prof. Dilara?
Yes, I think he wanted to know about how they can implement this digitalization project in the Islamic universities in Indonesia, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Ariandi, for your questions. And I think this is a very important question nowadays because we are facing a lot of problem in this regard. And we are, as I mentioned, we are lack of skilled manpower and the lack of budget also. But what I did at Eastern University, we actually work with open source softwares, and that open source software is open for everyone. We are using DSpace for our repositories, and the DSpace is open source. It's it's initiated by the MIT. So in that case, you can go for any open source software, and the open source software is basically it's free for everyone. You don't need to pay. So in that case, if you are not able to handle this open source software, and in that case, we can do collaboration with you, like East Coast University and your university. We can guide you to help you to how to digitalize your, your material based on your need. And in that case, I don't know. I don't know your specific requirement. So if in that case, if we write me an email with your specific requirement, then we can talk, further, because we are the people, we work as a, consultant for other universities. In Bangladesh, we also develop many digital libraries, so we can be a, we can help you in this regard. So you can write an email in details. So and of course it depends on your infrastructural facilities. I don't know whether you have the server, whether you have the hardwares like computer, everything. Then it will be easy for us to guide you, to help you. And if you have a at least the basic knowledge about computer, then in that case even remotely we can help you to develop your digital collections by using open source software, or we can go for any proprietary software.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
Oke, Pak Ariandi, apa yang sudah disampaikan oleh Bu Dilara tadi, beliau mengatakan bahwa memang dia tidak begitu tahu persis situasi digitalisasi di UIN kita khususnya, di UIN di Indonesia khususnya. Beliau belum tahu secara pasti. Namun beliau punya saran yang real gitu ya, langsung action gitu. Boleh bekerja sama dengan mereka gitu. Boleh bekerja sama dengan Bu Dilara, dengan mereka untuk menciptakan mimpi Pak Ariandi agar digitalisasi sumber daya yang ada di UIN Jambi khususnya dan seluruh Indonesia pada umumnya itu bisa bersama beliau. Begitu Pak Ariandi. Ya, mungkin bisa minta nomor kontaknya Pak Ende atau emailnya atau afiliasi beliau. Well, Bu Dilara, Professor Dilara, I have proceeded what you have delivered just now to the questions, and well, I told him to have a close relationship to you, or probably technically he can contact you to collaborate in an effort to digitalize what the university wants. Good. Next question, please. Ada penanya ketiga, ada satu pertanyaan lagi ya, ada 4 pertanyaan. Silakan menyebut nama, mention your name, your affiliation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Dwi Arya Andini. My affiliation from UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, program study library science. Baik Pak, di sini saya ingin bertanya, sebagaimana yang telah dijelaskan tadi tentang warisan budaya, pelestarian warisan budaya, saya ingin bertanya bagaimana penyimpanan manuskrip dalam digital khususnya di Bangladesh itu sendiri. Dan juga ada pertanyaan yang saya penasaran, yaitu bagaimana tanggapan Ibu Dilara sebagai bagian dari IFLA melihat dan menangani perpustakaan-perpustakaan di dunia dalam penyimpanan manuskripnya. Apakah perpustakaan tersebut melakukan menukar metadata terkait warisan atau heritage tersebut? Jika tidak, apakah memungkinkan untuk tukar-menukar data atau koleksi tersebut? Baik, terima kasih, Pak.
Tanyanya untuk Bu Dilara lagi?
Iya, Pak.
Well, Bu Dilara, the questions, there have been 3 questions and those questions have been gone to you. The questions are all for you, all going to you.
Okay.
And the other 2 presenters could be patient in this case. Bu Dilara, the 3rd questionnaire is Dwi Arya Andini she is the student of Library Science Study Program at State Islamic University UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, South Sumatra, Indonesia. She talks about cultural heritage. What she wants to know is she wants to know, or maybe we all here wants to know how manuscript in Bangladesh are preserved. There, we want to know. Maybe we are going to find out some specific ways how the manuscript are preserved or kept well there. Then how do you perceive, or what is your opinion about metadata change between one institution and another institution? Thank you. You get it?
Yeah, thank you very much. So regarding the metadata exchange, I have said that this is you need to have a common platform. So in that case, we can export and import data from one institution to another institution. And the metadata standard is Dublin core metadata. The DC core. Dublin core metadata actually help us to import your data from one software to another software. And in that case, you have to enable the OAI PMH, that is Open Archive initiatives, and that Open Archive initiative is very much helpful for the digital objects. So if it is not enabled in your system, OAMI PMH, then what will happen? You cannot drag and drop your own the material objects from one software to another software. So in that case, the data harvest will not work properly. Without data harvesting, proper data harvesting, we cannot say that our library or our institutional repository or our digital collection is work properly. So for the data harvesting part, you need to develop OAI PMH, and you have to follow the Dublin core metadata. Dublin core metadata for digitalized objects of the library. So this is the second question. The first questions, what we are doing in Bangladesh, what are the initiatives taken? Basically, the Ministry of Cultural Affairs, this is a very special wings of Bangladesh, and the Ministry of Cultural Affairs, they are actually working on this. They are trying their level best to, to preserve the cultural heritage of Bangladesh, because, Bangladesh born in 1971, 16 December. So after that, they are trying their level best to preserve the resources, the documents, or the history of Bangladesh in a focal point. The focal point is actually National Libraries of Bangladesh. That is archival center. In this archival center, we are preserving the documents. But here I would like to mention one thing. The new technology is coming up, and we have to adapt this technology. And in that case, one of the software, that software is very much helpful for recognize the historical handwriting. Like previously we write many manuscript which is in handwriting. So the handwriting documents, when you wanted to preserve this, so in that case, one of the best software that is called Thaskribas. So that software actually help you to recognize the historical handwriting of your documents. And in that case, OCR is very much important, optical character recognition. If this work properly, then your document will be searchable. The people can search your document. The full text search is possible. So these are all the technological part. I don't know, maybe the student of library science, you can understand what I'm saying in the platform, because we teach it in the class. This Dublin core metadata, we talk about Mark 21, we talk about OAI PMH. So these are the basic things we have to follow. So in that case, what will happen? We can do the collaboration. We can, like, if we work in the same platform, so in that case, we can exchange our data. We can exchange our resource sharing can be started. So that's why in Bangladesh, one of the things, we don't have any proper guidelines still regarding this cultural heritage. We don't have any proper guidelines, and the individual libraries are not doing. They are not doing preserving the cultural heritage. And I belong to academic library. This is academic library, East University. We are not actually preserving this cultural heritage in our university also. But the father of nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, he has his own home at house at in Dhaka. The place name is Dhanmondi. So there is a museum, and we call it Bangabandhu Museum, Father of Nations Museum, and the library. And our team, East University team, actually working with them, with Bangladesh government, with the Prime Minister, and we have developed the digitalized, collections for them. And that museum, actually, the examples, how we are actually preserving cultural heritage in Bangladesh. And we are the actually work as a consultant for them, for the Prime Minister's house. So this is, but this is of course, it's like we don't have any policy till now, but we hope maybe in future we'll prepare the guideline or policy how we can preserve this cultural heritage for the future generations. Thank you for your question.
Second questions.
Yes, I already answered the second question. I think she wanted to know about the metadata standard, which I answered first. Then secondly, I answered the first questions.
Iya, jadi kurang lebih Dwi Arya Andini begini uji Bu Dilara tadi ya. Bahwa memang perlu upaya keras dan serius gitu ya. Ada dukungan dari kebijakan pemerintah juga untuk bisa mempreservasi seluruh harta kekayaan manuskrip misalnya. Mereka punya cara yang manual yaitu menulis gitu. Jadi Bu Dilara bersama timnya itu punya proyek untuk melakukan kegiatan manual, misalnya menulis dokumen-dokumen, kemudian mereka menciptakan platform-platform aplikasi secara teknologi, begitu. Jadi tetap teknologi sebagai platform yang harus dilibatkan untuk melestarikan harta kekayaan di bidang budaya, misalnya manuskrip dan artefak-artefak yang lain. Ya, Dilara. Untuk metadata itu saya kira menurut pendapat Ibu Dilara, metadata bisa saja bukan sesuatu yang niscaya untuk saling tukar metadata. Selagi metadata itu saling terkait topik tertentu gitu ya. Misalnya budaya tentang budaya gitu, atau kaitannya dengan politik dengan metadata yang politik. Jadi ya memang di sini butuh keseriusan dan ada juga support dari lembaga-lembaga pemerintah misalnya gitu, lembaga-lembaga terkait, kementerian misalnya begitu. Well, Prof. Mohibul, are you still there? Okay. Well, Prof. Mohibul and Prof. Murad, do you have some additional opinions on comments from Bu Dilara, Prof. Dilara? Please. Prof. Murad?
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I'm not a librarian. I'm only involved in that corpus of the letters and getting it digitized. But what I discovered that creating a digitized image of any artifact is not enough. One needs to curate the image. One needs to, apart from archiving it, apart from coming up with indexing, metadata, provenance, and everything about that particular image, one needs also to create access. Having it stored in the archive, digital archive, is just not enough. So the librarian or the person in charge or the organization must make sure that these are available. These are made known to the world and to disclose the system in which it can be accessible. One of my benchmark is the SOAS library and archive collections. They have done a good job with regard to digitizing manuscripts in various non-Romanized alphabets in the Arabic, Persian, and what I understand is that they had a project. This was about maybe 13, 14 years ago with Yale University, where they are digitizing manuscripts in, I think, the Persian and Urdu languages. There was, I think, very limited OCR software. So what happened was that they engaged scribes in India to copy the alphabets, to copy the script so that it is machine readable. So this is one way, and of course you need human intervention. to create the architecture where we can word search and so on. This is one of the things which we're trying to do, we are doing in the USM to create a concordance. I don't think there is, no, with regard to Muslim manuscripts, I don't think that there is a concordance anywhere in any system in the world. This concordance is important because we have the software, we have the technological capabilities. The concordance to capture the system, not only of one manuscript, not only of one corpus, but the interaction, the geography, and the context of these corpus and the interaction between one corpus and another. So a network can be developed through these technological capabilities. And I hope that this is what we can do. And this is what we are in the process of doing, a concordance of the light letters, of the 1,200 letters to be seen in connection with one another. It's a huge project. I don't know whether we can fulfill that objective, but nevertheless, efforts have been made, and getting people to sustain the project is a big problem. So that's my response.
Oke, jadi walaupun Profesor Murad bukan seorang librarian, tapi beliau memiliki kepedulian untuk penyimpanan manuskrip itu ya. Salah satu teknik yang ia pakai adalah bersama timnya. Mereka punya proyek sekarang, punya proyek. Saya sering bertanyakan proyeknya apa gitu. Ada proyek sekarang bersama timnya, mereka memfotokopi naskah-naskah, kemudian mengalihkannya ke proses digital sampai ribuan naskah gitu ya. Kemudian bisa dilihat melalui image yang dibuat di dalam aplikasinya begitu. Dan kita mungkin belum sampai ke sana. Bahkan sampai berhalaman-halaman panjang gitu ya, bersambung-sambung begitu. Jadi seperti itu proses teknik yang mereka lakukan di negaranya bersama timnya. Jadi Pak Murad bukan seorang librarian seperti Bu Dilara. Bu Dilara memang seorang librarian. Tapi Pak Murad bukan seorang librarian, tapi dia punya kepedulian untuk mempreservasi manuskrip melalui berkah teknologi sekarang ini. Prof. Dilara, is okay?
So,
you have another additional opinion?
Yes,
basically,
I think.
can I speak now?
Or Prof. Maywul?
Okay.
Oh,
can I speak now?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion about
first of all, I would like to
digitalization?
congratulate Dilara Begum for a very nice and beautiful presentation, and it evoked response from the participants as well. In our Aligarh Muslim University, which is one of the best institutions in India, one of the largest, of course, we have a Maulana Azad library, which is the central library of Aligarh Muslim University, and we have more than 10 lakh books. And manuscripts, for example, some pieces written by Hazrat Ali, and then written, Quran written by Aurangzeb, and many other manuscripts that you will find in our library. And digital preservation of manuscript is a big challenge. But our library is also doing this. I would like to invite Dr. Dilara Begum to come to Aligarh Muslim University if you get time. Visit. I'm also from West Bengal, so that is why I can speak Bangla as well. So I was so happy that there was a beautiful presentation. And secondly, I must congratulate Professor Ahmed Murad Sahab. It was such a nice presentation, intellectually so sound, and it had a very good intellectual and philosophical basis, encompassing many important issues. I wanted to ask some questions or some observation because I wanted to learn from him. So I must congratulate Ahmed Murad Sahab for a beautiful presentation. Of course, we joined a bit late. I joined a bit late, but even then, still that something is very much fresh in my mind. And especially the way you try to deconstruct the colonial discourse and then how to decolonize the intellectual, arena that we have today. That was something that struck me like anything. So congratulations for beautiful presentation of both the presenters. I am very proud to be part of this particular session where two very good presentations were made. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we as well, Prof. Mohibul. We also very happy to be here, having a presentation from two outstanding professor on manuscript. Kita masih satu pertanyaan lagi, right? Dari Zoom silakan. Halo, dari Zoom ada? Peserta yang dari Zoom ada pertanyaan? Silakan.
Yo.
Ya, ya silakan sebut nama dan afiliasi dari mana. Dan pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada siapa? Silakan. Hai, hello. No one? Yang dari Zoom tidak ada yang mau bertanya? Nobody pun? Oke, kalau begitu mungkin yang dari ruangan ini ada yang mau bertanya, silakan. Silakan bertanya. The last questions for the first section. Wait a minute, presenters. Halo, gimana? Ada pertanyaan lagi? Ada yang bertanya lagi? Atau menambah atau mungkin mengomentari? Oh, Pak Oto ya, oke. Oke, wait, someone to ask.
Halo,
Pak,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, Mr. Dalilan. Yang saya hormati para presenter yang luar biasa. Mungkin saya akan merespon materi yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Ahmad Murad karena ini sangat menarik terkait dengan digitalisasi artefak di abad ke-17 dan 18 ya. Mungkin ini adalah era kolonialisasi Barat khususnya atas dunia Asia Tenggara dan juga Asia Selatan ya. Kalau di Asia Tenggara ini dikolonialisasi oleh Belanda dan Inggris, kalau di Asia Selatan mungkin oleh Inggris. Nah, dalam hal artefak yang ditemukan, hasil dari para periset yang orientasinya awal adalah orientalisme. Jadi mereka punya tujuan tertentu, peninggalan-peninggalan yang sangat penting sebagai warisan leluhur kita berupa tinggalan-tinggalan berupa naskah maupun dalam bentuk lainnya itu mengalami berbagai perubahan dalam dinamikanya setelah mereka lakukan riset. Lalu ketika kita merujuk kepada hasil yang mereka hasilkan itu, lalu kita cloning kembali tanpa kita berusaha untuk memperoleh data yang asli, yang betul-betul belum mendapatkan pengaruh dari kepentingan kolonialisme tersebut. Apakah dalam proses digitalisasi yang dilakukan oleh Prof. Murad beserta tim di ISTAK ini juga memperhatikan hal-hal yang demikian sehingga kita tidak menjadi peneliti yang barat oriented gitu. Mungkin itu saja, Prof. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Ya, terima kasih atas ya.
Do you understand the question, Prof? Or you're going to ask?
Paham, saya paham. Paham.
In bahasa Indonesia.
Saya jawab bahasa Melayu. Terima kasih kepada soalan itu. Yang kita dapat ialah manuskrip dari segi surat-surat, warkah-warkah yang ditulis di antara tahun 1798 hingga 1794. Warkah-warkah ini adalah warkah asli. Semasa itu penjajahan belum lagi menjelma dengan sebagai satu institusi. Sama ada di Malaysia ataupun di Indonesia. Belum lagi. Ini baru penjelmaan kemasukan intervensi kuasa-kuasa Inggeris, bukan hanya Inggeris, tetapi dalam surat-surat itu dan juga dalam sejarah kuasa Belanda, Perancis, Denmark telah juga masuk, telah menerobosi wilayah-wilayah Kepulauan Melayu, wilayah-wilayah Nusantara pada masa itu. Mereka bersaing di antara satu sama lain. Jadi surat-surat itu tidak boleh menipu. Surat-surat itu memaklumkan kepada kita bahawa terdapat pertandingan, persaingan, competition di antara kuasa-kuasa kolonial sebab mereka pada masa itu menggunakan, ini satu tafsiran sebenarnya dan bukan pendapat Eurocentric, mereka menggunakan Malay Archipelago sebagai teater peperangan dan teater perdagangan. Mereka tidak berperang di Eropah sebab pada masa itu 1648 ialah perjanjian Westphalia dan perjanjian-perjanjian untuk menamatkan peperangan 30 tahun di Eropah. Jadi selepas itu mereka datang ke kawasan luar Eropah, mereka meneruskan peperangan itu. Peperangan itu secara formalnya tidak lagi berlaku di Eropah selepas perjanjian Treaty Westphalia 1648, tetapi berlaku di kawasan kita. Jadi surat-surat segitu amat penting untuk kita construct dan reconstruct dari segi connection, intimacy, sentiment, dan juga dari segi penggunaan mata wang walaupun bukan pada masa itu permulaan kepada monetized economy, penggunaan senjata misalnya, dan kita dapat tahu bahawa semasa orang putih, orang Eropah, Francis Drake misalnya, tokoh figura Francis Drake itu datang daripada Madras. Dia daripada England, dia pergi ke Madras, dan Madras dia bertempat di Phuket, dan lepas itu dia mencari tempat di Aceh, tidak diberikan pangkalan, maka dia mencuri pulau itu, Pulau Pinang. Jadi surat-surat itu memaklumkan kita kepada gelagat-gelagat, the behavior, the culture of colonialism. How one example of how colonialism operates. So orang yang mentafsir surat-surat itu mesti melihat dalam konteks untuk deconstruct European colonialism, walaupun colonialism itu bukan berlaku secara sepenuhnya, ia hanya berlaku sebagai institusi pada abad yang ke-19. Tapi untuk deconstruct pertemuan intervensi Eropah di alam Melayu, di Pulau Melayu, di Nusantara, dan untuk reconstruct satu perspektif yang yang saya sebut sebagai endogenous perspektif. Ada menggunakan istilah indigenous. Saya tidak gemar sebab itu ada perbezaan. Endogenous perspektif ialah lebih autonomous, lebih regional dari segi bagaimana sarjana melihat dunia dan pergerakan ekonomi, politik dan budaya pada masa itu. Jadi inilah pentingnya. Bukan hanya sebab satu lagi ialah simboliknya membawa balik korpus surat-surat itu ke Nusantara, ke Kepulauan Melayu adalah satu simbolik decolonization. Dan saya tidak untuk merasmikan, ini satu juga. Saya ingin sedang work out supaya surat-surat itu dirasmikan, dilancarkan oleh Sultan Kedah, bukan oleh tanah jajahan atau bekas tanah jajahan Inggeris yang ini Pulau Pinang. Jadi ini juga satu tindakan simbolik kepada decolonization surat-surat itu. Ya, sekian. Terima kasih.
Okay. I think I do not need to transmit your point to the questionnaire, okay? Because to the asker. because it was in bahasa Indonesia. I think Pak Ottoman sudah paham ya. Okay. Okay. Probably Prof. Dilara has a supplementary opinion. Do you need the point in the questions? Hello, Prof. Dilara? Are you still there?
Hello? Yes, I'm here.
Oke. Masih dilanjutkan ini ya? Pak Bu Dilara mau memberi pendapat tambahan tentang pertanyaan Pak Ottoman tadi. Terus ya, sebentar ya. Well, we want you to give the question in a short time, yeah, around 3 or 4 minutes. The question is this, Bu Prof. Dilara, are you still there?
Yes.
Prof. Dilara, in
Yes,
the
I'm here.
beginning, in the beginning, the research into artifact were oriented to the change of the message from the manuscript, from the artifact, for the sake of the Western or need, or the Western interest, the Western necessities. But at the end, the result of the research indicated that there had been so many cloning facts in which the original data were distorted by the researchers. How do you perceive this one?
I'm not clear the question. Like, you are saying that that how we can preserve the original documents?
Yes. So the research, the result of the research from the current research on artifact in our country here today, the orientation change. The results shows that the Orientalists changed the originality of the manuscript for their own, but they clone the artifact for their own sake, for their own need, not the original loss. No more original version. What do you mean? Or how do you perceive this one?
Yeah, this is a very burning question. Yeah, being an information specialist or the knowledge worker, or you can say the librarian, this is our core job. And to make sure that information is from the authentic sources. These are the original one. So we are the people. We have to identify whether it is the original version or clone one. And this is our duties, responsibility to preserve the original one. If somebody else come with us with some the copied information, then we have to say that this is not from the original version, because we are the people, we can find out, we have that skill, identify whether that is the clone copy or whether it's the original copy. So this is our core job. So if we being a responsible librarian, if we do it properly, so in that case you can get the original version. And of course, always we have to think about the copyright issue. Some of the copyright purpose, we cannot disseminate the information to everyone. We have to, think about this, and we have to take the permission from the author or who have produced this. But thing is that the clone copy it can be, or I think it should be identified by the librarian. They are the expert on this, and they are the people, they will responsible for to preserve the original one. And I think the presenter Ahmed Murad, Mr. Ahmed Murad is over here. His presentation went very well. He is talking about the some of the things which is very much needed, and he has mentioned that the preservation is not only for for us. We have to disseminate, we have to access that information to everyone. Yes, this is our responsibility, to access that information and help them, the reader, how they can access that information easily, quickly, and rightly. So that's why we are here. We are not for preserving the document. We are not thinking about technological aspect. We are not here only the deposit the items. We are the people to make it accessible, to help them to access by the users, and of course try to make it make the media information literate. If they are literate, that means if they are literate in digital skill, they can access that resource easily. And if you think about the searching is very important because we know the search techniques, and that's why we find the information very quickly. And of course we have to design the interface in a more friendly way. So in that case, the user can access that resource easily, quickly. And of course, when we entry the metadata, the keyword we are putting over there, and it should be like think about in a professional manner so that people can access that data very easily. And if there is not and if you don't recognize whether it is original version, whether it is not original version, that is also our failure. So we are the expert in this field, so we have to take this responsibility.
Iya,
Thank you.
dari secara thank you so much. Nah, secara ringkas apa yang disampaikan oleh Bu Dilara tadi, dia sejalan dengan pendapat Prof. Murad ya bahwa memang harus ada beberapa langkah serius gitu. Salah satunya memang harus mencari yang aslinya, Pak. Jadi upaya cloning itu memang ada. Hasil riset di sana juga menunjukkan ada. Tapi dengan tujuan bermacam-macam. Kalau di sini kemarin kan menurut pendapat Pak Otoman tadi betul-betul tujuannya kaum orientalis gitu ya, yang dengan teknik-teknik nipu dan sebagainya. Tapi menurut Prof. Dilara itu bisa dilakukan dengan tetap mempertahankan metadata yang asli itu melalui pencatatan manual gitu. Itu penting untuk merasakan kejiwaan keasliannya gitu. Dan metadata itu menjadi penting ketika hasil penelitian ditemukan menyimpang dari apa yang kita inginkan. Memang ada tujuan-tujuan negatif dari penelitian-penelitian terdahulu, terutama penelitian dilakukan oleh kaum orientalis dengan kepentingan mereka gitu. Sekira gitu. Prof, sudah ya? Sudah cukup?
Pak, boleh satu lagi?
Oh, boleh.
Ya, nak saya sebut dalam proses mendigitalkan manuskrip atau surat-surat adalah tanggungjawab mereka untuk tidak merubah apa-apa. We have to be faithful to literally to the contents and to the image or to the document that we have. Maksud dia kalau kita buat transliterasi, it is a literal transliteration. Itu satu. Yang kedua ialah dalam deskripsi. Jadi kita mesti faithful kepada objective description, bukan menggunakan interpretasi. Tetapi dalam kita memberi metadata, kalau dokumen itu tidak ada tajuk, kita mesti letakkan bahawa ia tidak ada tajuk. Kita jangan sewenang-wenangnya memberi tajuk kepada itu. Dan apa yang kita buat ialah mesti patuh kepada apa yang ada dalam artifak itu. Tidak boleh berubah, tidak boleh diubah dari segi digitization. Cuma yang akan ubah ialah interpretasi dan kajian-kajian yang dibuat. Tapi dari segi proses mendigitalkan, apa yang dipaparkan itu ialah apa yang ada pada bahan aslinya. Ya, sekian.
Oke. Ya, cukup untuk sesi pertama ini, Pak Ning, cukup. Well, presenters, we end the first session. We will continue the second session after break. We'll start at 1. Professor Dilara, what time is it now there in your country now? What time is it now?
It's exact 11 a.m.
Okay, yeah. Prof. Mahibul?
11 o'clock.
Prof. Mahibul is still there? Okay, these informations, we need to give you this information
Half
that...
an hour behind. India is a half an hour behind.
Okay. We will have the second section after break. Okay, 1 hour from now, around 1 hour from now. Here, it is 12 o'clock now. We have to pray Zuhur now. Okay, and we will be back to this forum through Zoom platform at around 1:15 or 1 hour from now on. Ya Bu, okay, Prof. Dilara. We will see you again.
Yes, it's fine with me.
Yeah, we'll see you again at 1:15, around 1:15 or around 1 hour from now. Thank you. See you.
Okay.
See you later on.
See you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh for presenters.
Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam.
Oke, kita akan lanjut sesi kedua nanti setelah break. Insya Allah sekitar jam 1:15. Iya. Prof. Dilara, Prof. Murad, we have an interesting game now. I mean, the door prize is for the best questions. Halo? Ya, karena ini ada 4 pertanyaan dari 4 orang dan bukunya ada 4, betul gitu? Akan ada berikan 4 buku. Sebenarnya pertanyaan terbaik tentu saja dari kandidat doktor kita kan? Karena pertanyaannya memang agak menuki gitu dibanding dengan yang lain ya, agak substantif gitu. Pertanyaan Pak Otoman itu pertanyaan yang terbaik. Kemudian yang kedua itu dari pertanyaannya Bu Ulfa. Ya, silakan maju para penanya tadi, silakan maju. Come forward please, Ya, betul semuanya. Untuk semua 4 penanya silakan maju ke depan untuk menerima hadiah.
Ibu Ulfa, dipersilakan Ibu Ulfa.
Sudah bertanya.
Khusus Bapak Aryan di Batubara akan diberikan
those
untuk
who ask questions for persons will be given a book, Prof. Murad and Prof. Dilara. Silakan maju Pak Otoman. Di mana? Oke. Foto bersama dengan ini, dengan presenter juga. Oke. Foto. After the break, Prof. Murad and Prof. Dilara. Yeah, see you.
Kami persilahkan sekali lagi untuk Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian untuk maju ke depan terlebih dahulu untuk
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apa suara saya kedengaran?
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Halo, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Subhanallah. Prof, apa kabar? Sehat?
Alhamdulillah sehat. Cuma saya tidak melihat orang-orang ini. Hanya foto-foto yang ditampilkan.
Baik, Prof. Ini saya Muhammad Walidin, Prof. Bisa dibuka layarnya saya? Kelihatan. Nggak dari sini. Baik, Prof. Memang kelihatannya belum ada orang di sini, Prof ya. Malu
Ya.
mereka selesainya jam 12 lewat. Lalu tadi sholat mungkin masih di bawah.
Ya. Saya di
Heeh.
sini di Indonesia ini bagian tengah sudah pukul 2 siang.
Ya, sudah kita hitung nanti Prof jam 3 harus selesai harusnya ya.
Karena kami
Tapi
asar
karena
kelas jam 3 kami asar. Iya.
ya tadi saya kirim WA apakah eh, langsung dengan tanya jawab. Dengan demikian kan langsung Prof bisa sholat asar.
Ya, saya suka itu.
Iya. Oke. Heeh. Jadi mohon maaf Prof ya, masih saya menghubungi para panitia agar segera datang ke ruangan sini.
Ya.
Iya. Di mana? Ya, ya, oke. Sebentar. Sambil kami bersiap-siap, Prof ya.
Ya.
Oke ya. Baik. Mau kita tunggu? Ya, boleh. Prof Yusring, bagaimana kalau kita mulai, Pak?
Ya,
Kita mulai saja.
ada peserta nggak? Kalau udah ada peserta, tunggu aja dulu. Ngapain bicara sendiri?
Sudah ada berapa orang, Mas? 25.
25 orang ya?
Iya.
25 foto yang hadir atau 25 orang yang hadir?
25 online itu.
25 online ya?
Mahasiswa. Kita
Ya.
tunggu dulu yang Prof ya, biar semangat ya.
Ya.
Baik, terima kasih Prof.
Ya, karena maksud saya kita sudah meluangkan waktu dengan baik untuk berbagi informasi, kan kasihan kalau hanya sekedar dilaksanakan kan?
Benar, benar, benar.
Iya, kita mau dampak Pak. Dan ini juga harus kita mencerminkan bahwa kita dari Universitas Islam, ini Islam dan bukan Islam ini kan sesuatu yang harus kita pertahankan nilainya, bukan sekedar nama kan? Ya.
Benar Prof. Jadi kita sambil menunggu boleh
Ya.
diberi instrumen musiknya, Mas
Silakan,
Dimas.
silakan. Siapa itu?
Bangku deret. Masya Allah. Gimana nih? Sudah kenyang untuk hidangan makan siangnya sudah? Alhamdulillah. Jadi untuk hadirin Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati yang saat ini masih berada di luar ruangan, kami persilahkan untuk masuk kembali ke dalam ruangan karena sebentar lagi sesi diskusi kita yang gak kalah menarik akan segera kita mulai. Namun sebelum itu Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kita akan bersama-sama menyaksikan sebuah penampilan yang sungguh spektakuler dari teman-teman Duta Budaya Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora. Inilah tari Palembang Darussalam. Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, ini merupakan persembahan spesial dari teman-teman rekan-rekan Duta Budaya Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora yang merupakan tari kreasi Palembang Darussalam. Untuk itu kami ucapkan selamat menyaksikan.
Palembang Darussalam, Palembang kota kita, terkenal sungai musinya, terkenal dengan pempeknya, jembatan ampera yang anggun, masjid agungnya yang cindo, menambah terkenalnya kota kesayangan kita. Palembang Darussalam, Palembang kota kita, terkenal rumah limasnya, terkenal dengan songketnya, pulau kemarau yang tenang, benteng kuto besar yang cindo, menambah semaraknya kota kebanggaan kita. Hujan gadisnya oi belagak nian, adat budayanya tetap dijaga, hasil buminya oi banyak nian, pembangunannya rata di mana-mana. Oi Palembang Darussalam, oi Palembang Darussalam, Palembang kota kita, Palembang Darussalam. Palembang Darussalam, Palembang kota kita, terkenal rumah limasnya, terkenal dengan songketnya, pulau kemarau yang tenang, benteng kuto besar yang cindo, menambah semaraknya kota kebanggaan kita. Hujan gadisnya oi belagak nian, adat
Give applause untuk Duta Budaya Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora. Masya Allah, luar biasa sekali penampilan yang antusias dari teman-teman Duta Budaya Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora yang telah menampilkan sebuah persembahan tari yang sungguh luar biasa, tari kreasi Palembang Darussalam. Baik, untuk itu Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, welcome, selamat datang kembali di Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023. Baik, untuk itu himbau kembali untuk Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang masih ada di luar ruangan untuk kami persilahkan masuk ke dalam ruangan karena sesaat lagi diskusi yang gak kalah menarik akan segera kita mulai. Luar biasa sekali di tengah-tengah kita sudah hadir Profesor Dr. Yusring Sanusi, MBM Epsling. Halo, apakah sudah hadir Profesor Dr. Yusring Sanusi?
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, Prof.
Ya, selamat siang.
Selamat siang. Baik.
Alhamdulillah.
Selanjutnya ada Profesor Dr. Junaidi SSM Hum. Apakah sudah hadir membersamai kita di dalam room Zoom? Baik, sembari kita menunggu untuk Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sesi kedua ini kita akan menghadirkan kembali tamu yang sungguh luar biasa. Yang pertama ada Profesor Dr. Yusring Sanusi, BM Epsling dari Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar. Selanjutnya ada Profesor Dr. Junaidi SSM Hum dari Universitas Lancang Kuning Riau. Untuk itu diskusi kita akan dipandu oleh yang kami hormati Bapak Dr. Muhammad Walidin M. Hum selaku dosen di lingkungan Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora. Bapak Dr. Muhammad Walidin M. Hum merupakan alumni Sarjana 1 atau S1 dari UIN Sunan Kalijaga, jurusan Bahasa dan Sastra Arab tahun 1998 di Yogyakarta. Selanjutnya beliau menempa kembali pendidikannya di Magister Universitas Gajah Mada, tepatnya di Ilmu Sastra pada tahun 2006 di Yogyakarta. Selanjutnya Bapak Dr. Muhammad Walidin M. Hum ini menempa kembali pendidikannya di doktoral S3 SPS Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Jadi untuk itu kami persilahkan selanjutnya untuk Bapak Dr. Muhammad Walidin M. Hum untuk mengambil alih diskusi kita pada siang hari ini. Untuk itu kami persilahkan.
Baik, terima kasih Ananda Reza. Saya tetap duduk sini semua. Prof, mohon maaf tadi siang atau tadi pagi seminar kita berlangsung dalam bahasa Inggris, Prof. Karena Prof dari Prodi Sastra Arab, maka barangkali agar terasa seminar ini internasional, kita akan membawakannya dalam bahasa Arab ya, Prof ya. Campur-campur dengan bahasa Inggris dan Indonesia. Baik, Fadilatul Kiram, Syekhunal Ustadz Ad-Doktur Yusring Sanusi Baso, Al-Majistir, wa Fadilatul Kiram, Ustazunal Karim, Profesor Junaidi, SS Al-Majistir, wa ayyuhas sadat wa sayyidat al-mukarramun. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Nahmadullah ta'ala ala ni'amihil katsira allati qad a'tana yawman hatta nastati'a an nahdura an na'tiya ila hazil qa'ah iftiradiyatan kanat aw hadiratan. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ayuhal musyrikun mukarramun, nahnul ana fi nadwatin duwaliyatin haulal adabi wal ulumil insaniyah allati addatha kulliyatul adab wal ulumul insaniyah al jami'ah al islamiyah Raden Fatah al hukumiyah Palembang Sumatera al Janubiyah. Yasurni wa yasuruna kulla surur lianna kilal muhadirani kana hadiraini fi hazil qa'ah al ibtiradiyah wa min nahiyatin ukhra laqad hadara hawalai mi'at minal musyarikina min anha'il alam wa min anha'i Indonesia ibtiradiyan kana au hadiran. Ustazuna al-muhadir ana Muhammad Walidin ismahu an aqtadifa hazal arda lisa'ataini al-qadimataini minas sa'ah al-thalisa asyara ila sa'ah al-khamisa asyara bimunasabati sa'ah al-Indonesia al-Gharbiyah wa nuridu au tatakawan wa hazil jalsa ila jalsatani. Al jalsatul ula sanuti al fursa ila ustazina Prof Yusring Sanusi Baso al Magistir li takdimi warakatihi mubasyaratan bi iqamati su'al wal jawab bin nazri ila waqti salatil asri fi Makassar asra'u min waktina fi Palembang Sumatera Janubia. Wa summa yalihi al muhadir asani yakni al ustad Profesor Junaidi al Magistir fil jalsatis saniyah li takdimi maqalatihi mubasyaratan bi iqamati su'al wal jawab. Barangkali tentu Indonesia, Prof. Jadi tadi kita bermaksud untuk memberikan waktu kesempatan pertama untuk Profesor Yusring agar lebih dahulu pada sesi pertama langsung dengan tanya jawab. Kemudian dilanjutkan lagi dengan Profesor Junaidi untuk sesi kedua juga langsung dengan tanya jawab. Ini mengingat waktu kita berbeda antara waktu tengah dengan waktu Indonesia bagian barat. Izan nuridu likulli muhadir khamsa wa arba'ina daqiqatan lil muhadara wa khamsata asyar daqiqatan lil munaqasah. Nah, jadi kita inginkan harapkan agar 45 menit kita mendengarkan paparan dari pembicara, sementara 15 menitnya kita melakukan tanya jawab. Hasanan ayyuhal musyarikun al-kiram wal muhadirun ismahu lihuna an atlua asirah az-zatiyah lil muhadirani al-yauma. Al-muhadir al-awwal huwa ustazuna Profesor Yusring Sanubaso al-Magistir wa huwa muhadirun fi al-Jami'ah Makassar Sulawesi al-Janubiyah wa takharraja min University Newcastle University Australia walan huwa muhadir fi kismil al-adab al-arabi fi Jami'ah Makassar Sulawesi al-Janubiyah wa inna ladaihi khabaratun adilatun fi mukhtalifil majalat wa khasa fi majalat al-manahij wa nazmil ma'lumat wa ta'allum al-elektroniki. Wa amma al-muhadir as-sani, and the second speaker is Profesor Junaidi Magister Humaniora, PhD. He completed his bachelor at Fakulty of Cultural Sciences, University of Pajajaran Bandung. Then his magister at Gajah Mada University, and finally completed his PhD at University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And now Professor Junaidi is a rector of Universitas Lancang Kuning Riau. طيب أيها المشاركون والمحاضرون الكرام لأول فرصة سأفوض الفرصة كاملة إلى أستاذنا الكريم بروفيسور يسري Sanusi Baso falyatafaddal alaihi maskura. Silakan Prof. Prof Yusri bisa mendengar?
Boleh saya share screen? Saya dikasih
Boleh.
waktu. Oke, saya. Oke, makasih. Bisa dilihat?
Ya, bisa dilihat, Prof.
Oke.
Oke.
To the Honorable Chancellor of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, all speakers, moderator, and participant, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Since there are 30 minutes left for Asar pray, I will present my paper for 30 minutes. 15 minutes for application practice and 15 minutes for question and answer later on, inshallah. I want to share the current condition as educator in higher education who are facing in digital era, especially the emergence of artificial intelligence, for example, ChatGPT and Google Bar and so on. Few years ago, lecturer in higher education distributed test paper to students. Then there was a jump in condition in the pandemic era. We gave exam to students via e-learning. In several universities, some students have academic dishonesty. They cheat on exam, both online and offline. As educators, we must educate students not to cheat on exam. The topic of this presentation is related to this condition. We will discuss the proctor system. So, what should we do? Afwan, ana uqaddim bil lughatil injiliziyya li anna al-mutawasil yani arsala li WhatsApp wakal anna al-makala labudda yuhadir bil lughatil injiliziyya. Walisalika ana uhawil ala katir ma'asati bil lughatil injiliziyya walakin kalilan aidan ana uhawil bil lughatil arabiyya. So, now, الموضوع اليوم هو موقف المتعلمين نحو نموذج امتحان بتطبيق بروكتور في مهارة اللغة العربية دراسة مقطعية لامتحان الورقية والإلكترونية. The proctor system in online exam is a system designed to monitor and ensure the honesty and integrity of online exam. This system uses virus technology to monitor the exam process. The main purpose of this proctor system is to prevent cheating and ensure that the score obtained reflect the actual knowledge and ability of the examinees. The system is important in maintaining academic standard and fairness in online exam. So, do you know hal ta'rifuna ChatGPT or Google Bar or DeepL or Quillbot? Hal ta'rifuna hadhi at-tatbikat? Ana mutayakin at-ta'rifuna hadhihi at-tatbikat. You really know this all application. Why I'm asking this? Limasa ana asal hada? We all live in digital era, the era of artificial intelligence. We know ChatGPT, Google Bar, and others, as you see in my slide. Kama tarona fi ashasha, antum tarifuna hadhi al-atabikat. All of this artificial intelligence has impact, both positive and negative. This artificial intelligence provide benefit and also disaster. In Bahasa Indonesia, we call artificial artificial intelligence adalah berkah dan sekaligus musibah. On the other hand, the emergence of artificial intelligence seems to eliminate the job of many people, especially educator. Jadi sepertinya ChatGPT ini akan menghilangkan pekerjaan banyak orang di dunia ini, termasuk para dosen, kiai, ustaz, pendeta, dan seterusnya. Limata, why artificial intelligence can help us prepare presentation, create questions, and even research proposal. Nothing is left behind. Artificial intelligence make us as if retired early. Jadi sepertinya ChatGPT ini akan membuat kita pensiun cepat. Kaifiyatu matnil ghassi fil imtihanat abara internet. How to prevent cheating in online exam. Because of this condition, I'm trying to share my experience in conditioning students not to cheat in exam, especially online exam. In 2022, 2022, I gave online exam to 98 students with a proctor system. The participants are 46 from batch 2021 and 52 students from batch 2000 and 2022. After administering the exam 3 times, I explore their attitudes toward the 3 exam models. You can read the result of my research in paper that I presented. إذن في سنتين الماضيتين أو في سنة الماضية كنت بامتحان الطلاب الذين يشتركون في جامعتنا جامعة حسنودين والحمد لله بعد أن امتحنت هؤلاء الطلبة فكنت أحلل كيف موقفهم بالنسبة لبروكتور سيستم. Imagine this picture. Of course, the participant who participate in this seminar did not cheat in paper exam. Am I right? Yes, of course. أنتم تنظرون إلى هذه الصورة وكما ترون في الشاشة وأنا متيقن أن المشتركون في هذه الندوة ما عملوا هذا الغش. Pay attention to this paper exam, something like that. Yeah. Please pay attention to this paper exam condition. You can see example of cheating in this paper exam. This is what I call academic dishonesty. Jadi kalau Anda lihat foto-foto ini yang saya sebut dengan kecurangan dalam ujian, ya. Maka, do lecturer need computer application to reduce or prevent students from cheating in exam? Hal yastajul muhadiruna ila tatbikati hasubiyah litaklili aw man'i tullabi minal ghassi fil imtihanat. Once again, take a look at these photos depicting cheating in online exam. The question we can ask is, do lecturer need an application to prevent students from cheating in online exam? Kama tarona fi shasha, as-sura tadullu anna haula'i at-talaba amilu gas fi imtihan al-elektronia. Walidhalika as-su'al, hal muhadirun yahtaju ila at-tatbikat allati yatanibunahum aw haula tulaib yajtanibu aw yamna'u haula at-talab ya'maluna al-gas fi imtihanat. This afternoon, because it rests 20 minutes and we will Makassar come for Asar pray. Ya, al-waktu alan yang dibaki ya 20 dakika wal salatul asr saya insyaallah. I hope this afternoon, I hope there will be 5 participants. Ya. Atamanna an yakuna hunaka khamsa minal mustarikin. I hope there will be 5 participants who will volunteer to try our proctor application. In this way, we can see how this proctor application works in monitoring students who are taking online exams. I will provide username and password to participants who are willing to become volunteers. Please send to this mobile number and write that you are ready to be a volunteer, and I will reply and send you the username and password so you can log to our application. Have you written this mobile number, please? Yeah, I also wrote in our chat box in Zoom, so you can write your you can send to this number, and my team will send you a username and password as well the URL or the URL of our application. إذن لما يحب أو أن يكون مشترك في هذا التطبيق فليتفضل أن يرسل رسالة كثيرة إلى هذا الرقم، وإن شاء الله نحن سنرسل إليكم اسم الدخول ومسuk sama password ya, اسم الدخول ya, username and password. Okay, hopefully you will send to this number. Okay, next. This is the fact that 2 million. Yeah, let's see this one. This is the number of people who connect to the internet of this total population of Indonesia in 2022. Yeah, many people now. Yeah, this number is quite large, isn't it? This number provide information to us as educators in higher education that we must utilize the internet as a learning media, including creating applications to prevent students from cheating during online exam. Halfiyatul Bas, ya, kama tarona fi sasa anna adad sukkan al-Indonesiun al-muttasiluna bil internet huna kama tarona antum yang ta'rifun wa huna yani adad sukkan Indonesia fi fi sanatil madiyah. Itan hunaka yakni saba wasabauna fasil isnain fil mi'ah lima yastarik fi internet fi biladina huna. Isan adun kabirun jiddan. I prepared this slide in Arabic for Arabic speaker participant. This data also show the number of Indonesian residents who use the internet in 2022. Also, this is the fact that I got from APJJI, Asosiasi Penyelenggara Jasa Internet Indonesia, Internet Penetration Survey Highlight. So in here, you can see this is the gender, yeah, and this is the age, and this is based on their education background, who connect to the internet in our country. Also, this is internet penetration rate and contribution by island. You see here, I'm lived in this island in Sulawesi. All Sulawesi, 75% of the people who live in Sulawesi Island participate in internet or use internet. So this is also a big number people who are connected to the internet. Itan hunaka adun kabirun minasuka Indonesia allatsina yaskuruna fi jazirati Sulawesi huna Sulawesi Janubiyah al-Garbiyah wal Wusta wa kathalika ashimaliyah allatsina tasiruna bi internet. Wa kama tarona fi shasha, as you see in the slide, this is internet user by age in our country. So you can see here who age 5 to 12, this is 51.73%, and also this is the last number who connect to the internet as well here, and you can see. So this is the number of our people in Indonesia who connect to the internet. This is internet user by educational level. Postgraduate student, 100% connect to the internet. Undergraduate, you can see, mostly 100%, but not 100%. As well as senior high school, junior high school, elementary school, kindergarten, and also unschooled. Even people unschooled connect to the internet. And this is the reason for using the internet. Able to access social media. This is the score by survey. As you know that 4 is very, very important. 3, very important. 2, important. So you can see the mean score, and 1, not important. So able to access social media is between very important and very, very important. This one. Able to access public service, mostly very important, 2.99. Able to carry out online transaction, also 2.90. Able to work from home, very important, yeah, up to very, very important. Able to access news or information, yeah, up to very important. To access entertainment content, game online, TV, radio, video online, also you can see here. As well, able to use email. So this is the reason using the internet of our people in Indonesia. So what we've learned from this data, as you see in our slide, smartphone and personal computer. Dimas Umi Kalsum, have you finished from your activity? Please mute. Thank you. So, what we have learned from the data that I presented above, smart and personal computer, if you see, become educational media. Jadi kita tidak bisa lari lagi bahwa yang namanya smartphone, laptop, internet itu bagian dari media pembelajaran yang harus kita terima, dan karena itu harus kita membuat antisipasi. Testing student proficiency in the Arabic language. As I said before, that I conducted examination 3 times, and I call 3 modality. Modality 1, exam online. Modality 2, exam online using the proctor system. And modality 3, or paper exam format in person under the supervision of lecturer. Sorry, I want to explain this in bahasa Indonesia so all participants will understand. Jadi tahun lalu kami mencoba memberikan ujian dengan 3 versi, yang kami katakan 3 modalitas. Modalitas pertama itu ujian online seperti biasa, ya. Kemudian modalitas kedua itu ujian online dengan menggunakan sistem proctor. Kemudian ketiga ujian paper bukan online, ujian dalam kelas. Tapi sebenarnya modality 3 dengan modality 2 ini sama saja. Ujiannya sama-sama diawasi. Satu yang exam in class ini diawasi oleh dosen, yang satu diawasi dengan sistem. So you can compare by these 3 modality online, exam online. Nah masuk imtihan abara internet fil asri al-thorwa as-sinaiyah 5 fasil 0. Jadi ini Bapak Ibu sekalian ya, ini dalam bahasa Arab sama dengan penjelasannya tadi ya. Anda bisa dibaca. Jadi ini hunaka imtihan warakiun sahsian tahta israfil muhadir at-tariqat ats-tsalits. Summa hunaka imtihan abara internet. Imtihan adalah internet mubasharatan bistikdam barnabis proctor fi nisam idariyat ta'lim ya. Fi nisami idarati ta'lim LMS. Nizam idarati ta'lim LMS. Tariqatu ats-tsaniyah. Summa tariqatu al-ula imtihan abala internet minal mansil bistidam nizam idarati ta'lim. Ini juga menggunakan LMS dari rumah, tapi tidak diawasi dengan praktek. Jadi maunya, mahasiswa mau cheating atau tidak itu tidak ada alasan. So, question that must be answered. What is student attitude toward the 3 exam model in measuring Arabic language skill? Bagaimana sikap mahasiswa terhadap 3 jenis modalitas ujian itu, 3 cara itu? Are there differences in the score obtained by student from the 3 examination method? Apakah ada perbedaan skor yang didapat oleh mahasiswa dari ketiga metode itu? Al-asila allati yajibu al-ijabati ilaiha ما اتجاه الطلبة نحو نماذج الامتحان الثلاثة في قياس مهارة اللغة العربية. هل هناك اختلافات في الدرجات التي حصل عليها الطلاب من الطرق الامتحانات الثلاثة المقدمة؟ كما ترون في الشاشة, as you see in my slide, student attitude toward multiple choice question test result in 3 ways. This is modality 1, modality 2, and modality 3. The number of students who took the online exam was 98 people. Indeed, in modality 1, the number of students from the class of 2022 was 68. But in modality 2 and 3, 18 students were unable to participate because the internet network connection at home was inadequate. Jadi Anda lihat di sini bahwa sebenarnya modality 1 ini sini ada 68 orang, tapi ketika masuk di modality 2 dan modality 3, mereka tidak bisa lagi karena ada halangan, terutama di modality 2 jaringan internetnya. Kemudian mereka tidak bisa datang waktu itu karena pandemi. Jadi 18 orang di tahun ini yang tidak bisa ikut. As you see, for the class 2021, of the 48 participants, 30 students admitted that they did not believe in online exam test result. They don't believe it. What this means is that they committed academic dishonesty or they cheated during the online exam. Jadi kalau Anda lihat di sini, ini ada 30 yang tidak percaya dengan hasilnya sendiri. Kenapa begitu? Karena mereka merasa bahwa pada waktu ujian dengan online itu tanpa diawasi, pasti mereka melakukan kecurangan. Likewise with students from the class of 2022, 35 students admitted that they had no confidence in the online exam result, while 33 others still believe in the online exam result. Sama juga dengan ini kan, ada 35 yang tidak percaya, 33 percaya, masih percaya dengan hasilnya itu. Ya, jadi ini bagian yang tidak percaya dengan hasilnya karena merasa bahwa pasti ada yang melakukan kecurangan ketika ujian online. Compare with the modality 2 and 3. Modality 2 and 3, please compare. All students believe in the online exam result, that the result were obtained without cheating. Jadi mereka percaya bahwa hasilnya ini itu tanpa kecurangan. In modality 2, paper exam imagine, in modality 3 ya. Modality 3, paper exam, imagine that you are sitting in a class. A lecturer is watching you during the exam. Whoever you that want to cheat in this exam, definitely don't dare to cheat. Why? There are lecturers who supervise you. If you cheat on online tests, you will likely be found out and punished. Real conditions in modality 2 are the same as modality 3. The only difference is in real condition and digital condition. In modality 2, the supervisor is a lecturer, while in modality 3, the supervisor is a system proctor. Ya, jadi modality 2 ini sebenarnya proctor ini langsung kondisi ya. Jadi di sini Anda diawasi dengan sistem, yang di sini Anda diawasi dengan langsung oleh dosennya sehingga mahasiswa mau melakukan kecurangan tidak melakukannya. Soon, those who have sent a message via WhatsApp will be given a username and password and can therefore join the online exam application with a proctor system. In this way, all of us who take part in the seminar via Zoom can see how the proctor system works in carrying out supervision when online exam are carried out. Please raise your hand for those who are, please raise your hand for those who have sent message to our mobile team. Our team will send the username and password as well as the online exam link with the proctor system. Jadi bagi ibu bapak yang hadir di Zoom ini, yang ingin mencoba bagaimana ujian online, bisa kita lihat sebentar. Jadi silahkan dikirim namanya yang berkenan, nanti tim kami akan mengirim kepada ibu bapak, sehingga bapak bisa login, lalu kita coba-coba ujian. Jadi ini bukan melihat siapa yang curang, siapa yang tidak, tapi kita ingin lihat bagaimana sistem ini menangkap kecurangan Anda, atau kecurangan bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan kecurangan. Kita ingin praktek di situ, jadi kita pura-pura curang, dan bagaimana sistem ini menangkap. Ya, ini mawqif tulab nahwa nataiz ihtibar multiple choice question ya asila ahli ihtiyar al mutaaddida bi thalathati turuq ya kama sarahtu anifan fil lughatil injilisiyah antum tarifuna hadza.
Baik, Prof. Nampaknya waktunya sudah jam 3, Prof. Apakah di sana sudah terdengar azan ini?
Belum, lagi sedikit baru azan. Sedikit lagi. Saya akan selesaikan ya. Saya sudah siapkan sampai azan, nanti setelah itu mungkin Prof Junaidi dulu paparkan, saya salat asar. Setelah itu saya kembali baru kita tanya jawab untuk saya. Jadi supaya ya biar waktunya tidak langsung tanya jawab karena saya mau salat asar dulu ya, tidak apa-apa ya.
Tidak apa-apa, silakan.
Oke, baik. After the 3 tests were carried out, the results were quite surprising. Why? The exam score for modality 1 are higher than the exam score for modality 2 and 3. If the result of the survey are linked to the result of the questionnaire on the previous slide regarding trust and untrust in the exam result of these 3 modalities, the data shows that indeed some students do not believe in the exam result in modality 1. So it is natural that the value of modality 1 is higher than modality 2 and 3. On the other hand, the result of the modality 2 exam and modality 3, namely the online exam with proctor system, the exam score for these 2 modality are almost the same. So you can see here, the modality 2 and 3, the result is almost the same. Idan huna nara anna an-natija minal imtihan minat turukit athaniya wa turukit athalitha yusawi. Walakinna fi at-tarikatil ula a'la min hataini at-tarikataini at-tarikati athaniya wa tarikati athalitha. Do you know why? Hal tarifuna limatha? Because examinees do not cheat. Maybe that is also the reason the test result for these 2 modalities are lower than modality 2. Idan hunaka yakni na'rif anna huna yumkin huna haula'i at-tulab yagusun wa huna fi tarikati tsaniya wa tsalitsa at-tulab la yagusun. Idan minal apa namanya? Jadi di sini ya, nilainya lebih tinggi ya, yang modality 2 dengan 3 itu lebih rendah. Ini fil lughatil arabiyah ya, tadi saya sudah jelaskan ya. So disinilah kami melakukan this is our learning management system called SIKOLA. SIKOLA stand for Sistem Kelola Pembelajaran, Learning Management System. Jadi di sini mereka masuk ya, this slide only show our learning at Hasanuddin University, which is used as a learning media, similar to the learning application at other universities. SIKOLA, Sistem Kelola Pembelajaran, or Learning Management System, has the function of storing course material, storing student assignment, discussion forum, online exam, and other learning activities. But what makes it different is that there is an online exam feature with a proctor system. Kita ada sistem proctor, mungkin itu membedakan dengan sistem pembelajaran yang lain yang dibangun dari berbagai macam platform, misalnya Moodle, Colorline, dan seterusnya. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Someone is watching my video. I know that. That's my sound. Ya, hunaka may yushahid al-video allati wada'tu fi YouTube. Ana arif talika liana sauti misal thalika. Syukran alal musahada. This slide only saw our learning at Hasanuddin University as well. If you have logged in, you must check the strength of your internet network. Yeah, if you log in this Yeah, for those who send to my team, you can lodge in this one. If you have lodged in, you must check the strength of your internet network. If it is weak, then you have to look for a location with an adequate internet network to take the online exam. Secondly, you have to check your laptop camera. Why? The camera on your laptop must be functioning because the camera will record your movement in front of the laptop. Every 5 seconds, the camera will record you. So when you look to the right or left, and at the time for 5 seconds, your face looking to the left and right will be recorded in the form of photo. This is the similarity between in the class exam with paper exam and online exam with a proctor system. In class exam, you definitely won't look left and right. For this reason, online exam with a proctor system are prepared so the student behave the same way during in class exam. Jadi ketika Anda login di sini, maka sistem itu akan mengecek jaringan internet Anda. Jika lemah, maka Anda harus mencari posisi yang tepat, lalu Anda harus berpindah ke posisi yang tepat. Kemudian kameranya juga harus berfungsi, dia akan merekam. Jadi, who wants to be a volunteer, ya? This afternoon, I hope that there will be 5 participants who will volunteer to try our proctor application. In this way, we can see how this proctor application work in monitoring students who are taking online exam. I will provide username and password to the participant who are willing to become volunteers. Please send to this mobile number and write that you are ready to be a volunteer, and I will reply and send you the username and password. Yeah. In conclusion, ya. Jadi kesimpulannya seperti ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, aplikasi ini akan membantu mahasiswa tidak melakukan kecurangan selama melakukan ujian online. Inilah aplikasi yang kami bangun, dan ini kami sudah tulis juga di jurnal internasional, meskipun itu hanya Q3 dan Q2. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih. Beri aplaus dulu untuk Prof. Yusring.
Ya, sekalian saya minta izin untuk salat ya.
Silakan Prof, silakan. Nanti kami akan bertanya
Baik,
di
makasih.
seksi Prof. Junaidi. Terima kasih Prof.
Saya mohon izin sama Prof. Junaidi, sebagian tidak dengarkan presentasi beliau, padahal saya ingin sekali mendengarkannya, karena waktu salat tidak boleh kami tinggalkan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Prof. Silakan. Kami di bagian barat masih ada 1 jam lagi untuk sholat. Ya, sekali lagi atas paparan dari Prof. Yusring Sanusi Basu menarik sekali, terutama bagi Bapak Ibu dari Ibu dosen, bagaimana kita dibantu dengan sistem proktor ini agar bisa ujian di rumah, namun tidak ada kecurangan sama sekali. Insya Allah kita bisa menjadi volunteer dalam hal ini dengan tadi menghubungi nomor yang sudah dipaparkan di layar tadi ya. Ini menarik nih. Baik, kita akan beranjak ke pembicara berikutnya. Ada Profesor Junaidi SSM Home. Apakah sudah hadir beliau?
Yes, I'm
Ada,
here.
ya?
Yes, I'm here.
Terima kasih Prof. Junaidi masih ingat dengan saya.
Ya, masih.
Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin semua, Prof. Junaidi ada teman ketika kita semua di UIN ada ya tahun
Ya.
2000. Beliau hadir di sini setelah sekian lama tidak berjumpa, hadir di sini dalam suasana daring. Insya Allah suatu saat datang ke Palembang ya Prof. Junaidi ya.
Ya, insya Allah.
Nah, Prof. Junaidi, basicnya sastra, jadi kita mahasiswa sastra di sini bisa mendengarkan paparan dari Prof. Junaidi tentang sastra ya. Sekarang katanya adalah Foucault. Ini agak susah bagi saya ini ya, zaman dulu. Hai Prof, kita punya waktu seperti yang saya ungkapkan, punya waktu 45 menit untuk paparan, 15 menit untuk berbincang, berdiskusi. Terima kasih Prof. Silakan, waktunya kami persilahkan.
Baik, makasih. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen. I'm very glad today I can join this international conference, and thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker in international conference. All right, the title of my article is The Genealogy of Cultivation System Power in the novel Babat Kopi Parahyangan. This novel is written by Evi, and I like this novel. And my article is suitable for the students or for the lecture in the literature. Yeah, as my major is literature, so I write this article. All right, I write this with my friends Vinto Anugrah. Yeah. All right. The influence of colonialism by foreign nations, especially Dutch, had entered Indonesia from the 16th to the 21st century. And we have known this, yeah, when we learn about history, Dutch history, colonization in Indonesia, yeah, from 16th to 21st century. And it had a lot of power in change formations of social stratifications in Indonesian society, which was initially determined more by criteria of agricultural land and ownership opposition to maintain its power. And however, the social stratification during the Dutch colonial rule that occurred in Indonesia society changed based on the racial discrimination. Perhaps you know, when the Dutch colonization, there is like Dutch, American, European, and also the Europeans as the ruling colonials in Indonesia. And the second middle class, like Chinese, Arab, Indians, and others who live in Indonesia. And the last lower class, they call that the third or a lower class society. This is indigenous people or native Indonesians are called inlander. Maybe you have known this term, inlander, as the lowest strata in the structure of Dutch is in this society. Then this novel talking about coffee, yeah. Now, coffee became the primary commodity in Dutch colonialism in the 19th century in Indonesia, especially in the island of Java. And then the Dutch trading company with the VOC atau kalau Indonesia menjadi POC gitu ya, only carried out trade transaction, but slowly the VOC began to exercise the trade monopoly. We know the big impact of the VOC in Indonesia. And the morality of VOC employees began to decline because the common welfare they received. So when we read the history of VOC, we can see corruptions that happened in Indonesia, yeah, from the VOC, yeah. Corrupt practice started to bloom and undermine the foundations of this, that is in this trading partnership. Besides, the Dutch treasury was also experiencing a vacuum due to war. Much of the VOC profit were on to cover these financial difficulties. So on December 31, the VOC, is almost 20th century old, must accept and its life. I mean that it's over. Now, after the VOC went bankrupt, and the area controlled by VOC, especially in the island of Java, were then taken over directly by the Dutch colonial government in the 19th century. the conservative group that controlled the colonial government in the early 19th century. So the politic of exploitation which forced a surrender of the VOC, a legacy for the suitable for managing Dutch East Indies. Yeah, as a wing west area and the area that benefit to the mother country. And then the coffee trade monopoly was considered as a significant benefit to the Dutch colonial government. So the Dutch colonial government began to implement the large-scale coffee cultivation, or commonly called the Cultural or cultivation system. So in English, we say that a cultivation system, or sometimes Indonesia say that like a kerja paksa, gitu ya. So this system benefit the colonial regime, but it's burdensome for the Japanese people who perceive the system form or forced labor. Now, this is the background, the historical background of the novel. Yeah, so that's why I need to write in introduction the history of Dutch colonialization in Indonesia. So the cultural style was introduced the first time by the Dutch King William I to return the Dutch profit in the East Indies. The Dutch implemented this system from the 1830s to 1870s. The system forced Java residents to plant export crops such as sugar and coffee in their plantation for the Dutch colonial. And the system provided numerous advantages for the Netherlands. Even the implementation of this system had made the Java biggest money producer for the Dutch. This system contributed for more than a third of Dutch government revenue and 4% for the Dutch GDP. You can see here the contributions of the PRC for Dutch finance at the time. The cultural style then brought economic benefit, but with the existence of the cultural style, it began to interfere the existing traditional government system. Okay, the Dutch colonial government began assigning new positions among the native, launched forced coffee cultivation to bring a big profit. So the people were forced to cultivate coffee. These new positions are related with the traditional system that previously existed. Yeah. And then, however, the Dutch East Indies government began to apply legal, rational, bureaucratic principle. The principle that inheriting this position was considered and natural. The Dutch East Indies government then appointed new indigenous people to fill this tradition position. Of course, these new people were under the control of the Dutch colonial government. This position ranged from the region level to classes that directly intersect with the workers on plantation, such as plantation or foreman. Of course, the Dutch East Indies government's policy clashed with the traditional system in Java, in which the patrimonial system was inherited. Now, I'm talking about the novel, yeah, the title Babat Kopi Parahyangan. From the title, we can see that there is a problem, there is a special case shown in the novel related to the kopi. Through Evi Sri Rezeki novel Babat Kopi Parahyangan, the power of relations of the native mean Indonesia, yeah, who are new elite are described in the full and in detail. The novel is based on the background of cultural style or first cultivations of coffee in Parahyangan. Yeah, I repeat here, forced cultivation of coffee. So masyarakat dipaksa ya untuk menanam kopi di situ. Currently known as the district of Bandung and its surrounding. means that West Java. The main character in the novel, named Karim, tries to break into the escape from the power relations of the native who control the coffee plantation in Pariangan at the time. The storyline in the novel of Babat Kopi Pariangan assumed that Dutch colonial government is increasingly strengthening feudalism in Java, while at the same time disrupting the traditional indigenous order by giving birth new indigenous elite through the cultural cell. Now, based on the background and implementation built up in the novel, the problem discussed in the research can be formulated: how is the power relation? So this is the point of my research. How is the power relations in the new indigenous elite in Babat Kopi Pariangan? And the second is, what is the genealogy of cultural power in this novel? And the aim is to reveal the power relation. Okay, let me explain the analysis of this novel. Now, I took the theory of Foucault. Yeah, for some students, it is very difficult to understand the points or the theory of Foucault. Researchers use Foucault theory of genealogy of power against cultural discourse. Foucault identified four domains which speech is particularly dangerous. There is a politic, sexuality or desire, madness, and in general what is considered right or false. One of these domains, namely discourse power, is the basis researching in the novel of Babat Kopi. So this is my focus. In connection with this, furthermore, genealogy has a particular task to examine the series of discourse form, although through or limit this system. What are the specific norm each and how condition emerge, grow with its variation? Furthermore, Ritzer explained that this genealogy is a power relationship. That means that the power relationship, genealogy is the analysis of historical relation. So this is what mean by genealogy, historical relationship between power and discourse. Although criticism is directed to the process contained discourse control. Okay, in more detail, from the perspective of genealogy power, it is seen as a more diverse, subtle, and complex than negative and transparent relationship, operations, prohibition, and censorship. However, it is essential to note that Foucault accepts repression, but leave its theoretical superiority. Power is productive, produce subject, and make things happen and achieve result. Power operates quickly, subtly, and abusively, and through practice and receptively adopted freely ability determine individual behavior, not only by coercion or oppression, but by controlling personal decision to behave. Okay, I skip this. This is just talking about the method I used to analyze the novel. Now, this is the finding of my research. Culture still power relations between the East Indies government and local rulers with the indigenous people. So mainly they are two parts. Dutch is in this government and local rulers, and the second is local rulers with indigenous people. As background of the novel Babat Kopi Pariangan, which record the event and the condition of the first coffee cultivation in the 19th century in Priangan, it also describes a structure of Dutch East power relation with the Indies government. Discussing the structure of Dutch East Indies government, power relations could not be separated from the Dutch East Indies government structure, which was correlated with the traditional government structure that had previously existed. Now, in Babat Kopi Pariangan novel, talk about journey of the main character Karim, who dreams becoming the coffee merchant. To achieve this goal, this main character started from the bottom once as a worker in the coffee plantations in the interior of Priangan. However, this main character certainly does not want to continue as a worker for the rest of his life. Then he must realize his dream. The forced labor system for the native and the little people, as well as the rulers who arbitrarily made their dreams come true. Then Karim looked for the other way to rebel against the power system. Karim is assisted by Uis, his girlfriend, to start making a plan. And then likewise, many sporting figures sided with Karim, including Kang Asep, the land owner who was forced to become the coffee plantation. And also the enlightenment of the local ruler who served as a patih, namely Raden Raja Kusumajaya. And in the end, Karim succeeded in becoming a foreman of one of the plantation, and also Karim Raden Jaya Kusuma. The Priangan area before the regions of the Dutch East Indies government was faced by the Islamic Mataram Sultanate. District level vessel which take care is live extensively. It was confirmed by the Lubis, yeah. That include the Galuh area which Mataram conquered in 1595. This is the history of the Mataram in Priangan. Then during the Mataram period, Priangan was under traditional government called the Wedana or Bupati, which survives several districts under it. Then the positions of region Wedana only lasted 3 generations. Now, so I put this historical background, yeah, to show or to relate what happened in the past time or during the colonial era in Priangan. Now, this means that the local authority are directly responsible for Dutch East Indies government. Whatever happened to the subordinate was responsibility for the local authorities, and the Dutch East Indies government also asked the local authorities to take responsibility directly and not directly to the associate to the native. And as illustrates in the following novel fragment, what saved Raden Arya Kusumajaya the most was precisely because the control itself is not bother to carry out the investigation. It accepted everything at the face value. Then because behind it all, controls need the scapegoat for the decline of the coffee harvest. Now, with such class relation power and the bill not only limited to the mutually beneficial relation. If one party felt it's not longer benefit, either from the Dutch colonial or the local rulers themselves, of course, the conflict between two would quickly spark. Yeah. To avoid this, each party has anticipated in advance. Of course, the anticipation is not wanting to cause economic loss among them. Effort to minimize clashes and friction, yeah, because this condition make clash and frictions among the society, yeah. Between Dutch and Indies government and local rulers continue to be pursued. In one way or another, the Dutch East Indies government assigned the control from the Dutch nation itself to oversee the local rulers' performance. As illustrated in the previous novel quotation or exception, the existence of the controller on one hand poses the threat to the local authority, but in the other hand, the local ruler also had submit to the existence of the controller. As the result, the operations of the people was not carried out directly by the Dutch colonial, and however, the local authority themselves treat pressure. In such situation, it can be seen that the relationship built up due to this colonial system that local ruler play two different roles. Okay, this is the second finding of my research, that the genealogy power in culture stem cell. The analysis found that the nature of the local power is traditionally patrimonial. However, this did not apply the Dutch East Indies government, which intervened in this traditional power system under the pretext of applying legal, rational, democratic principle. The directions and form of genealogy power that occur in native is also shifted. Power no longer belong to the indigenous aristocracy, nor does belong to the king descendant. If the Dutch colonial did not like the local ruler anytime, he could resign from his position. So this is the conditions of the time. Then, however, for the subordinate, the local ruler was still considered as the highest authority. In this sense, the traditional form of power remained in the effect and work despite a Dutch colonial interference. In the conventional power system, power holder or aristocrat are representative of king and even gods, and therefore they are obligated to serve the power as subordinate. One form of this dedication is described in the following novel excerpt. Give me some light about the folk Kang. Then community service explained, Kang Asep, it's work with expecting reward. Yeah, so this is I take from the paragraph of the novel, yeah, just to emphasize the how the process of power in the novel. This form of traditional power genealogy then become to problematic sides of conventional power, especially for ordinary people and for underclassmen. On the one hand, carrying a service work is a form of devotion and respect to the rulers. On the other hand, the authority used this form of service between the local rulers and the Dutch East Indies government in launching the culture system to bring maximum profit. The genealogy system of power applied by the Dutch East Indies government, which indirectly benefited from this service work, and then the cultural stelsel, which was doubtly at first, has brought great benefit to the Dutch East India government and local rulers. And therefore, the Dutch East Indies government began to interfere the local government, because in addition to smoothing the way of government system was implemented, it was also for economic interest to bring more significant profit increasingly. By placing new rulers outside the line indigenous power so far, the Dutch East India government could fully control the new rulers. So this is the policy of the Dutch East Indies government, to fully control the new rulers. Okay, now I come to the conclusion of my research. Yeah, this is the conclusion. Now, the conclusion is that during the cultural stelsel period, in the novel Babat Kopi Pahriangan, written by Epi Sri Rezeki, the bill power relation consisted of two correlated but unidirectionally direction between the power of the Dutch East India government and the native. Native mean that pribumi. Yeah, the collision that occurred was at the main point, namely local authorities. So there is the term for the local rulers. Yeah, then the local rulers represented by the Sundanese aristocrats. So the people from the aristocrat, yeah, become the local rulers and had two opposing power. On the one hand, the aristocrats continue to play their traditional role toward their subject or the people, On the other hand, the nobility become part of the Dutch is in this government's power to carry out their government system. Now, from the perspective of genealogy, the aristocrat were considered representative of the king, and respecting the aristocrat like giving worship to king or even a god, and how that the way of the people at the time to view the king. Yeah. Now, however, the Dutch is in this government interfering with the traditional position, which give a new elite disrespect turned into fear. So something that the Indies government could not take away from the native. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is one of my research. Yeah, talking about novel. Then it is one of popular novel written at this time, and I think this novel can be analyzed from another perspective. In my article, I focus just on the cultural style, or from the Michael Foucault theory genealogy. I think that's all for my explanation about the result of my research. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's give a big applause to Professor Junaidi. Yeah. Prof, thank you very much for the brief and nice presenting about the novel of Babat Kopi Parahyangan. Yeah. If you don't mind, would you please to deliver message to participant who speak Indonesian well in English, Prof? Maybe this will be very interesting for them. Just 1 minute or less than that. Silakan, Prof. Kalau bisa disampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia yang singkat, mungkin beberapa mahasiswa akan lebih bisa paham. Terima kasih, Prof.
Ya, oke. Jadi ini adalah salah satu novel ya yang menurut saya menarik untuk kita melihat bagaimana relasi kekuasaan ketika Belanda dengan sistem tanam paksa atau VOC itu menjajah di Indonesia. Kemudian waktu itu kan ada kopi ya. Jadi kopi itu kan menjadi komoditas yang sangat memberikan keuntungan bagi Belanda begitu ya. Nah, relasi hubungan antara penjajah dengan kaum tadi ada yang disebut dengan aristokrat atau local rulers tadi itu ya bisa kita lihat dari teorinya Foucault atau genealogi itu. Nah, dalam genealogi kita melihat bagaimana relasi-relasi atau hubungan-hubungan kekuasaan itu bisa juga dilihat dari keturunan gitu ya, dari keturunan yang aristokrat tadi ya. Nah, aristokrat yang ala Indonesia itu kemudian diangkat oleh Belanda untuk menjadi perpanjangan tangan kekuasaan mereka ya, dalam menjalankan kolonialisasi di Indonesia gitu ya. Nah, relasi kekuasaan yang terbangun antara kekuasaan pemerintah, di situ ada Hindia Belanda atau Indis tadi ya, dengan kekuasaan tradisional. Nah, ini menariknya di situ. Jadi kekuasaan Belanda kemudian berkaitan juga dengan sistem aristokrat tradisional yang ada di Jawa kata atau di Sunda mungkin di sini ya. Kemudian kekuasaan tradisional telah ada sebelumnya itu menyatu namun tidak berkorelasi ya. Kenapa? Karena dua hal yang berbeda ya. Ini yang satu sistem Barat, yang satu sistem sistem tradisional di Indonesia ya. Nah, sehingga genealogi kekuasaan secara tradisional penguasa lokal dianggap sebagai perwakilan raja. Makanya masih ada penyembahan-penyembahan seperti itu. Ya kan itu tradisi dari kita ya untuk memberikan penghargaan yang lebih kepada raja, kepada orang-orang tertentu gitu. Dan di sisi lain kedudukan-kedudukan yang baru dibentuk oleh pemerintah Belanda tersebut tidak berlaku lagi. Nah, itu dari perspektif saya ya melihat dari teori Foucault untuk melihat relasi itu hubungan antara penjajah Belanda, penguasa, kemudian yang native tadi, yang pribumi tadi gitu. Nah, kalau kita lihat di dalam novel ini, sistem tanam paksa kopi itu kan memberikan manfaat yang besar ya bagi orang Belanda. Sedangkan yang orang pribuminya tetaplah menjadi orang-orang yang tetap miskin, merasa lebih rendah gitu. Sedangkan yang diuntungkan juga sebenarnya yang aristokrat tadi, ya, karena sistem budaya kita yang masih memberikan penghormatan yang lebih kepada kelompok-kelompok aristokrat. Saya pikir itu ya, a little explanation, a simple explanation from me in bahasa Indonesia. If you don't understand with my article, that is no problem. This is ya memang ini agak berat membaca Foucault itu ya, membaca Foucault itu agak berat gitu. Begitu Pak.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Al-an laqad hadara kadzalika ustazuna Prof. Yusring fi al-qa'a al-iftiradiyya wa kilahuma al-muhadirani yasta'iddani liqabuli al-as'ilah min al-musharikina al-yawma lin-nadwa. Nahnu sanu'ti al-fursa ila salasati afrodin li ilqa'i as'al. Nahnu and now we give 3% to deliver question to the speaker today. Please, we can find you all online and offline. Silakan kita hadirkan tadi tentang proktor ya. Mungkin Bapak Ibu dosen akan lebih senang bertanya tentang ini. Bagaimana tadi Prof. Yusring ketika sedang, ini sudah ada. Silakan, you can deliver your question even in English or Arabic or Indonesia. Maybe Indonesia Ahsan ya. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Fauzan Akbar Saputra dari UIN Raden Fatah, jurusan Sejarah Peradaban Islam. Saya ingin bertanya tentang sistem proktor. Bagaimana sistem proktor ini bekerja untuk mendeteksi ketika adanya kecurangan pada saat ujian online? Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker. Tidak speaker, but yang bertanya ya. Bisa didengar Prof tadi, Prof Yusring?
Iya.
Bagaimana sistem ini, proktor ini bisa mendeteksi katanya ya. Kita tunggu pertanyaan berikutnya yang kedua. Iya, silakan Ibu. Baik, silakan, namanya siapa, dari mana Ibu? Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tidak kedengaran kah? Tidak hidup? Diganti, mungkin nanti Profnya tidak mendengar.
Ya, kedengeran sekarang.
Baik, terima kasih.
Baik, perkenalkan saya Sri Parwanti dari FK Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saya tertarik dengan kajian dari eh, Pak Junaidi ya tadi ya, mengenai genealogi babat kopi Parahyangan yang dikaitkan dengan bagaimana kekuasaan tentang perkembangan kopi pada masa kolonial dengan pribumi. Saya melihat di sini belum menyentuh bagaimana karakter asal mulanya itu. Baru sedikit sekali dilihat, ditayangkan di situ mengenai Karim ya yang membawa kopi itu atau bagaimana? Karena saya masih kurang paham seperti itu. Jadi kalau dilihat perkembangannya, kopi zaman dulu dengan zaman sekarang mungkin sudah agak berubah. Sekarang sudah banyak muncul kopi-kopi ya, warung-warung kopi yang fungsinya agak beda. Sekarang kalau sekarang untuk nongkrong dan yang lain, tetapi zaman dulu bahwa kopi itu untuk jamuan yang bisa memiliki komoditas yang tinggi dalam dunia perdagangan, sehingga muncullah tentang perdagangan kopi dengan tanam paksa. Nah itu jadi mengapa dari segi karakter sikapnya itu tidak dimunculkan, dan secara genealoginya itu saya belum bisa melihat dengan jelas itu. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Pertanyaan untuk Prof. Junaidi tadi, bagaimana dengan genealoginya masih belum jelas ya, dan juga tokoh Karim ini tadi belum terlalu dimunculkan bagaimana perannya. Baik, the third penanya, tafadhol ya, silakan berdiri dan tolong berikan speakernya. Sebutkan nama dan dari mana Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Syariah Rahman dari Ilmu Perpustakaan UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Pertanyaan saya kepada Bapak Prof. Yusring Sanusi, karena itu sistem yang dapat mendeteksi kecurangan dalam ujian online. Pertanyaan saya mungkin lebih ke apa saja sih kecurangan yang dapat dideteksi oleh sistem itu saat diuji coba. Nah, karena menurut saya, pandangan saya, kalau ujiannya online, pasti ada saja cara mahasiswa dalam mencurangi dalam mencurangi ujian-ujian online tersebut. Seperti contoh, menggunakan dua device untuk melakukan kecurangan, satu untuk membuka sistemnya, yang satu untuk membuka browser ya. Jadi, apakah sistem itu sudah apa namanya? Sudah
ampuh belum
dapat mendeteksi bahwasanya apakah dia menggunakan dua device atau lebih ke begitulah, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak.
Baik, terima kasih ya. Kepada seluruh penanya, kami memiliki buku untuk diberikan kepada para penanya nantinya. Nanti bisa menghubungi panitia. Terima kasih. Prof. Junaidi dan Prof. Yusring, ada 3 penanya. Yang 2 kepada Prof. Yusring tentang bagaimana sistem bekerja dan apa saja yang bisa dideteksi. Yang kedua, tadi untuk Prof. Junaidi tentang tokoh Karim dan genealoginya nampaknya perlu diterangkan kembali. Terima kasih Prof. Kepada Prof, kami persilakan.
Saya dulu ya.
Baik, Prof. Yusring.
Baik, since the question in Indonesia, so I will reply in Indonesia as well. السؤال باللغة الإندونيسية والإجابة لابد باللغة الإندونيسية. Apa saja yang dapat ditangkap? Sebentar, saya mau share screen. Ya, jadi gini, kalau Anda masuk di sistem kami ujian di sini ya, ini ujian online, ya ini alamat rumah saya. Ketika Anda login seperti ini, maka yang pertama nanti ditanyakan itu adalah kekuatan internet Anda. Apakah ini karena sudah login? Apakah kekuatan internet itu cukup untuk ikut ujian di sini atau tidak? Ya, jadi seperti misalnya hari ini, cuma sayang sekali tidak ada yang masuk. Justru saya ingin mau tahu, kalau ada yang masuk di sini dan mencoba curang, kita ngelihat bagaimana tingkat kecurangannya. Kalau dia menggunakan 2 device misalnya, itu insya Allah tetap akan ditangkap. Kenapa? Karena di depan layar itu, ini kan kalau misalnya Anda menggelengkan kepala kiri kanan seperti ini, ya, bentar. Jadi kalau Anda menggelengkan kepala kiri kanan seperti ini, ya, Anda lihat saya punya ini atau tidak ya? Oh, sebentar. Yang dilihat di layar apa ya? Oke, jadi ini contoh ya, ini contoh rekaman yang ada. Saya sudah kirim juga contohnya yang ada di apa? Yang ada di. Saya sudah kirim contohnya yang ada di checkbox ya. Jadi kalau Anda lihat ini kalau misalnya ini artinya dia sedang mencoba kecurangan yang ada ya ini. Jadi kita bisa kirim pesan. Ini mati-mati dia punya layar, ini kan direkam dia. Jadi ketika dia akan melakukan misalnya menggunakan device dan sebagainya, dia ingin mengcopy paste masuk di sistem, itu pasti tertangkap. Kalau misalnya dia menggunakan 2 device, tapi kan device 1 tetap akan kelihatan kalau dia menengok kiri kanan atau dia menunduk, semua itu akan direkam oleh sistem. Dan sistem ini sudah diuji coba, bukan lagi diuji coba, sudah digunakan. Anda tahu, kemarin waktu pandemi, anak-anak kedokteran itu kan harus ujian profesi dokter. Selama ini kan mereka menggunakan CBT dalam lab. Sehingga 72 perguruan tinggi yang tergabung dalam AIPKI, Asosiasi Institut Pendidikan Dokter Indonesia, ketuanya itu mencoba menghubungi kami, apakah bisa dibuatkan sistem di mana mereka yang mau jadi sarjana dokter itu bisa ujian online dan dalam pengawasan penuh. Artinya tidak ada kecurangan dan sebagainya. Alhamdulillah sejak pandemi tahun 2020, kami satu kali ujian itu bisa sampai 2.000 orang, itu beberapa kali dalam setahun, dan itu kami sudah berhasil sampai sekarang. Bahkan di pandemi kemarin, Departemen Pertanian itu calon CPNS itu sekitar 7.000 orang yang ujian, itu juga sudah berikan. Bahkan Jawa Timur 31.000 ujian bersamaan, itu bisa. Alhamdulillah. Makanya dari tadi saya mengatakan, tolong login supaya kita lihat. Saya ingin silakan curang, securang-curangnya. Dan Anda akan lihat aplikasi ini bagaimana bekerja. Sayangnya tidak ada yang mau, belum ada yang yang berpartisipasi di situ. Ada satu orang yang mengirim ke tim kami. Tapi saya tidak tahu apa dia ujian atau mau masuk atau tidak, supaya kita bisa lihat. Kalau dia bisa menengok kiri kanan, dia ingin mencoba copy paste, mau menggunakan ChatGPT untuk menjawab, ya silahkan. Dan kita akan lihat bagaimana aplikasi ini menangkap orang-orang yang akan curang. Seperti itu. Ya.
Begitu Prof ya. Menarik sekali Prof. Boleh nyambung nggak supaya jelas ya tadi ya. Anda kan gerak-gerik itu Prof ya. Misalnya gerak-gerik. Tapi kalau dia fokus ke layar monitor, tapi dia membuka sesuatu gitu di layar monitor itu, apakah juga si Kola ini melaporkan, dia membuka sesuatu. Begitu nggak Prof kira-kira?
Yang ada di sekitar kota Palembang.
Halo Prof. Terkeluar ya? Terkeluar. Baik, nanti mungkin bisa dijawab lagi. Sekarang kita persilakan kepada Prof Junaidi untuk menjawab pertanyaan Ibu Sri tadi. Silakan Prof.
Baik.
Sepertinya
Ya,
saya
sedikit
terlempar
saja.
tadi.
Oh.
Ya,
Prof.
silakan. Ya, silakan.
Oke, saya sedikit saja menambahkan apa yang ditanyakan tadi. Memang tidak cukup waktu ya untuk menjelaskan tokoh Karim itu. Jadi Karim itu adalah tokoh dari kelompok bawah ya, orang miskin, tetapi ingin mencoba merubah statusnya gitu. Karena bagi dia menjadi naik status menjadi aristokrat itu adalah mimpi gitu ya. Sehingga dari pekerja kopi itu kemudian mencoba masuk ke local rulers gitu ya. Dia melakukan gerakan-gerakan gitu. Karena dia yakin bahwa orang yang punya kuasa nanti juga akan mendapatkan keuntungan yang lebih banyak gitu. Biasa ya dalam relasi kekuasaan ya, orang yang punya power ya dia akan memperoleh keuntungan. Sedangkan Karim yang di awalnya hanya pekerja, dia bercita-cita itu untuk jadi dia ingin menaikkan status pribumi atau rakyat kecilnya ke dalam sistem kekuasaan ya, dan akhirnya mimpinya itu berhasil ketika dia menjadi seorang mandor. Nah, kalau orang mandor itu kan dia sudah punya kuasa. Kemudian relasi dia dengan Dutch-nya, dengan Belandanya juga lebih intens gitu ya. Artinya dia punya kuasa dan dia dipercayai oleh orang Belanda gitu. Nah, mungkin karena fokusnya tidaklah kepada karakterisasi, tetapi fokus yang saya ambil di sini bagaimana relasi antara pribumi, relasi antara orang Belanda, kemudian aristokrat gitu ya. Jadi tidak banyak berbicara tentang tokoh, tetapi lebih melihat bagaimana hubungan-hubungan yang terjadi di dalam novel ini. Menarik sebenarnya tentang kopi. Jadi dulu kenapa saya menganalisis ini? Karena memang melihat fenomena-fenomena kopi kekinian. Kenapa sih kopi itu digemari? Kemudian ada kopi-kopi tertentu yang diminati. Kemudian juga ada penyalur-penyalur kopi yang juga berperan ya dalam membangun ekonomi. Dan menariknya lagi dengan adanya kopi berdiri juga kafe-kafe yang merubah cara kerja anak-anak muda yang biasa di kantor bisa ke kafe gitu ya. Kemudian genealoginya itu hubungan yang tadi itu ya. Jadi bagaimana relasi atau hubungan antara penjajah Belanda pada masa itu dengan aristokrat. Bagaimana hubungan aristokrat ya atau local rulers tadi itu dengan kaum pribumi yang menjadi pekerjanya ya. Nah, kalau kita bawa ke genealoginya jelas ya bahwa ada hubungan keturunan gitu ya. Aristokrat tuh orang-orang yang memiliki keturunan khusus kan, sehingga dengan aristokrasinya mereka juga diberikan peran oleh Belanda untuk mengurusi sistem penanaman kopi paksa yang ada di tanah Priangan itu. Itu menurut saya genealogi yang dibangun. Dan itu sesuai dengan apa yang dikatakan oleh Foucault itu, bahwa ada relasi-relasi, ada hubungan-hubungan kekuasaan dalam sistem ekonomi yang dibangun dalam suatu masyarakat. Saya pikir itu penjelasan singkat dari saya, Pak Moderator. Sekaligus Pak Moderator, saya mohon izin keluar ya, karena Pak jam 3 ini saya harus
Hilang suaranya, Prof. Hilang suaranya.
sekaligus saya mohon izin untuk meninggalkan Zoom ini karena jam 3 ini saya harus melakukan kegiatan yang lain. Sekali lagi terima kasih. Semoga International Conference hari ini memberikan insight bagi perkembangan keilmuan kita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih kepada Prof. Junaidi yang telah membersamai kita. Insya Allah bertemu kali lagi dalam lain kesempatan ya, Prof ya. Ya, baik. Sementara kita masih punya pertanyaan tadi dengan Prof. Yusring. Mohon Prof, ini menarik sekali ya. Bagaimanakah dia mendeteksi gerakan-gerakan lain? Apakah dia membuka sesuatu misalnya di layar tersebut, tapi dia nggak usah noleh-noleh, dia mantep aja ke depan gitu. Apakah ini juga bisa dilaporkan oleh sistem sekolah, Prof? Silakan, Prof.
Iya, jadi kalau misalnya kan ceritanya kita di depan kamera nih, ya kan, gitu kan? Jadi setiap 5 detik itu sistem ini akan merekor. Jadi tiba-tiba Anda seperti ini, dia akan rekor. Anda seperti ini, dia menunduk begini. Jadi kalau Anda menggunakan device, mau tak mau pasti Anda akan miring dan sebagainya. Ya kan? Ada orang yang curang, hanya kepalanya dikasih lihat. Itu tidak boleh. Harus seperti yang Anda lihat di layar saya ini. Itu baru dianggap. Jadi gerakan itu pasti terlihat. Kalau misalnya dia tiba-tiba seperti ini, akan terlihat. Dan itu akan direkam. Ya kan? Jadi kalau misalnya dia melakukan copy paste, dia buka layar lain. Sorry. Saya salah ini. Saya menggunakan 3 layar, jadi kadang saya bingung mana yang harus saya buka. Ya, ini misalnya ini, artinya dia baru ini videonya saya kirim sama Bapak ya. Jadi ini saya penjelasannya di sini ya. Bagaimana mereka akan ujian. Jadi seperti Anda lihat di sini misalnya, yang warna hijau itu artinya anggap 10 soal. Yang warna hijau ini dia sudah bisa jawab soalnya. Yang warna kuning ini dia ragu-ragu. Kan seperti itu kan? Ya, ini sedang dalam soal nomor 5 sekarang ini. Kalau putih, berarti dia langkahi. Nah, kalau misalnya sedang terbuka soal seperti ini, ada browser dibuka lain lagi, misalnya browser 1, browser 2 seperti ini, maka ini langsung terkunci. Kunciannya itu tergantung dari dosennya. Dari awal kesepakatan, apakah 30 detik, 1 menit, 5 menit, 10 menit, atau sekali tidak bisa dibuka sama sekali. Itu bisa diatur seperti itu di sistem ini. Dan ini sudah dipakai oleh Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Kedokteran seluruh Indonesia. Ya, dicatat ya, Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Kedokteran seluruh Indonesia. Ada 73 yang kalau ujian dokter itu dipakai. Kemarin Departemen Pertanian ada 7 ribuan. Lalu sebelumnya Jawa Timur ya 31.000 untuk CPNS, itu sudah dipakai. Jadi ini sudah alhamdulillah ini sudah teruji sekarang ini. Demikian jawaban saya.
Baik.
Oh ya, tambahannya
Terima kasih.
gini. Ini seperti malaikat laki dan atid yang mencatat kejelekan dan kebaikan kita di sistem pada saat ujian. Kira-kira seperti itu ya.
Iya, kayaknya ini akan digunakan oleh Menteri ini ya, bidang SDM Indonesia namanya. Dalam PNS ini, Prof.
Ya,
Tes
ini sudah
PNS.
dipakai di beberapa departemen. Alhamdulillah sudah dipakai.
Baik. Baik, Bapak Ibu semua. There are lots of questions to deliver. There are lots of ideas to share. But we have limited time today because this session will be ending at 3 p.m. So now it is 3 p.m. We don't have time anymore to do this session question and answer. So maybe I will conclude the session. And actually, I cannot conclude something here. The conclusion is yours. The conclusion is your mind because lots of very important information, knowledge in this session that delivered by our speakers. Saya kira begitu, Prof. Waktu sesinya bertanya kita cukupkan karena waktunya sudah jam 3 sore. Sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih yang tiada tanding kepada pembicara kita hari ini, Profesor Yusring Sanusi Baso, Master Applied Linguistic, and also Profesor Junaidi SSM Hum, yang hari ini berkesempatan membagi kita ilmu yang baru, membuka insight kita tentang ilmu-ilmu humaniora. Sekali lagi aplaus untuk kedua bicara kita dan juga untuk para peserta. Terima kasih, Prof. Dan kita tutup sama-sama dengan membaca hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. I will give to the protocoler. Thank you very much. Sampai jumpa lagi Prof. Junaidi dan Prof. Yusring dalam kesempatan yang lain ya.
Insya Allah, insya Allah.
Baik, terima kasih Ustadz Walidin, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Walidin. Sungguh luar biasa sekali diskusi kita, interaktif diskusi kita pada siang hari ini. Berikut kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada Profesor Dr. Yusring Sanusi, BMF Sling, Prof dari Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar. Terima kasih Prof sudah membersamai kita di sini dan terima kasih juga sudah berdiskusi bersama kita di sini. Berikut kami ucapkan juga terima kasih kepada Profesor Dr. Junaidi SS M.Hum dari Universitas Lancang Kuning Riau. Terima kasih sekali lagi kami ucapkan untuk Prof. Dr. Junaidi yang sudah membersamai kami dan berdiskusi membersamai kami pada siang hari ini. Baik hadirin sekalian, ternyata agak terasa nih sudah menuju ke sesi yang ketiga dalam diskusi kita siang hari ini. Bahasa Indonesia deh. Baik untuk hadirin sekalian, sembari menunggu ke bagian sesi yang ketiga, kita dari panitia sudah menyiapkan sedikit kudapan minuman untuk menghilangkan ngantuk dan penat sejenak. Untuk itu, sembari kita menunggu untuk pergantian sesi narasumber ke sesi yang ketiga, kami persilahkan untuk Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian untuk dipersilahkan minum atau mengambil kudapan yang ada di belakang, baik itu berupa kopi maupun teh. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya, ini Indonesia dan iya. Baik untuk Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, tadi kita di sesi yang kedua Nistat Walidinnya sudah ada sesi tanya jawab. Ternyata ada 3 orang penanya tadi yang sudah bertanya kepada narasumber kita siang hari ini. Kami persilahkan maju untuk itu. Yang pertama Fauzan. Terus kami persilahkan maju juga Syahrial dari Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Fatah Palembang. Berikut kami juga persilahkan maju yang hormat Ibu Wanti dari FKIP Muhammadiyah. Kami persilahkan untuk maju ke depan. Berikut kami juga mohon ketersediaannya untuk Ibu Herlina selaku Ketua Pelaksana dari ISAH 2023 untuk memberikan cenderamata atau hadiah dari pertanyaan-pertanyaan tadi. Kami persilahkan kepada Ibu Herlina untuk membagikan buku kepada 3 orang penanya. Oke, diganti dengan Pak Tom. Ternyata Ibu Herlina sudah nggak ada. Kita gantikan dengan Pak Otoman. Dipersilakan Pak Otoman. Dipersilakan Pak. Nah, sembari diambil sesi dokumentasinya untuk mengabadikan momen. Iya, foto bersama lagi semua. Sini lantar. Kami persilakan dulu Ibu Ulil selaku wakil ketua pelaksana untuk membersamai kita di atas untuk foto bersama. Mohon maaf, Bapak. Bapak, ntar dulu Ibu. Kita foto bersama dengan Pak Otoman. Dipersilakan juga untuk Ibu.
Dipersilakan untuk Ibu Ulil selaku Wakil Ketua dalam pelaksanaan acara hari ini untuk membersamai kita dalam foto bersama.
Itulah Pak.
Shopee. Kiranya seluruhnya langsung.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Otoman, Ibu Ulil, dan 3 penanya terbaik tadi.
Baiklah, langsung saja kita memasuki sesi presentasi yang ketiga, yang dimana ini adalah presentasi kita yang terakhir pada acara ISA hari ini.
Aku bersyukur kau di sini kasih, di kalbuku mengiringi, dan padamu ingin ku sampaikan, kau cari palingkan diri dari berakhlak mulia, meraih semua cita-cita. Kami bangga ada di sini, wujudkan generasi yang berkarakter bersama Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora. Jadikan mahasiswa cerdas, berakhlak mulia, meraih semua cita-cita. Meraih semua cita-cita. Menjunjung tinggi Islam yang mulia, menjunjung tinggi bangsa dan negara. Kibarkanlah sayapmu, mantapkanlah langkahmu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora UIN Raden Fatah Palembang mempunyai visi menjadi pusat kajian ilmu-ilmu adab dan humaniora yang berbasis kajian Melayu Islam, berstandar internasional, berwawasan kebangsaan, dan berkarakter Islami pada tahun 2025. Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora sebagai satuan pelaksana akademik di lingkungan UIN Raden Fatah Palembang mempunyai posisi strategis, di antaranya adalah menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu adab dan humaniora, yakni bidang bahasa dan sastra Arab, sejarah peradaban Islam, politik Islam, dan ilmu perpustakaan. Menghasilkan penelitian dan publikasi karya ilmiah bagi dosen dan mahasiswa dalam bidang ilmu adab dan humaniora berbasis kajian Melayu Islam. Menghasilkan kegiatan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang bermanfaat bagi kesejahteraan masyarakat, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kemampuan untuk mengembangkan dan mengamalkan keilmuan yang ditekuni berdasarkan iman dan takwa, bersikap kritis dan objektif untuk meningkatkan kualitas kehidupan masyarakat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fahum hebat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Sejarah Peradaban Islam Fakultas Adab dan Humaniora UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Program studi Sejarah Peradaban Islam memiliki visi, yaitu menjadi pusat unggulan kajian ilmu sejarah peradaban Islam berbasis kajian Melayu Islam, berstandar internasional, berwawasan kebangsaan, dan berkarakter Islami pada tahun 2025. Program studi sejarah peradaban Islam memiliki misi, yaitu 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran di bidang sejarah peradaban Islam. 2. Menyelenggarakan penelitian di bidang sejarah peradaban Islam dengan memanfaatkan sumber-sumber primer berbasis Melayu Islam. 3. Menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang sejarah peradaban Islam secara profesional. Keempat, mengembangkan kerjasama prodi dengan berbagai pihak, terutama bidang sejarah peradaban Islam.
Mungkin teman-teman dipersilakan untuk mengisi kursi yang masih kosong yang di depannya. Kami persilahkan untuk hadirin sekalian untuk mengisi kembali kursi yang ada yang kosong di depan. Kami persilakan juga untuk Bapak Ibu dosen dipersilakan untuk duduk di kursi yang telah disediakan yang ada di depan. Untuk hadirin sekalian yang di depannya masih
Baiklah hadirin sekalian, pada siang hari ini kita mempunyai 3 narasumber. Yang pertama Dr. Betty MA dari UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Yang kedua Dr. Susi Harti Afriani PhD dari UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Dan yang ketiga Dr. Kiki Mikail MA dari UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Yang dimana presentasi sesi ketiga ini akan langsung dipandu oleh Bapak Dr. Mulyadi M. Hum.
applause sekali lagi untuk narasumber dan moderator kita yang sudah hadir membersamai kita.
Dr. Mulyadi M. Hum S1 Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Palembang tahun 2002. S2 Sejarah Peradaban Islam UIN Raden Fatah Palembang tahun 2008. S3 Ilmu Perpustakaan UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta tahun 2020.
Baik, untuk itu karena sudah kita bacakan CV singkat dari moderator kita, Bapak Dr. Mulyadi M. Hum, selanjutnya kami persilakan untuk moderator mengambil alih jalannya diskusi kita pada sore hari ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innalhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. La haula wala quwwata illa billah. Amma ba'd. Yang saya hormati para narasumber, Bapak Ibu dan adik-adik mahasiswa peserta seminar internasional, seminar of Adab and Humanities yang berbahagia. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala pada sore hari ini kita bisa melanjutkan sesi seminar yang ketiga kita yang nantinya akan diisi oleh tiga narasumber kita. Salawat serta salam semoga dilimpahkan atas junjungan Nabi besar kita Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Seperti apa yang disampaikan oleh kedua kita tadi ya, bahwa sesi yang ketiga ini, pemateri yang ketiga ini sebenarnya adalah para narasumber kehormatan ya. Ya, kenapa demikian? Karena kita ada tradisi di International Seminar on Adab and Humanities ini bagi para dosen ya yang sudah merampungkan studi doktornya maka harus melewati International Adab Humanities ya. Kalau belum dokter adab ya. Ya, ya jadi begitu ya. Jadi bagi yang sedang kemudian yang sudah selesai itu ada setiap tahunannya kita diberi kesempatan untuk 3 narasumber dan dalam kesempatan ini saya mungkin mengantarkan dengan bahasa Indonesia ya. Baik, ikan teri di balik kaca. Iya. Daun pete di dalam ember. Mari kita baca kurikulum PT para narasumber. Ya. Baik, Bapak Ibu dan para peserta sekalian, di sesi yang ketiga ini kita dikejar oleh timing waktu ya. Kalau tadi satu narasumber itu 5 menit ditambah 15 menit pertanyaan. Kalau yang sekarang hanya 15 menit, kemudian 5 menit untuk pertanyaan. Harusnya ya. 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 Jadi dalam hal ini saya akan bacakan kurikulum vitae-nya juga secara paralel ya. Nanti kita teknisnya kita menyampaikan secara paralel ya. Nanti kemungkinan dari dari satu persatu narasumber nanti secara bergantian ketika kita kesini sudah habis waktunya selama 15 menit dan nanti dipertajam di setiap pertanyaan. Baik, yang pertama di sini ingin saya bacakan kurikulum vitae dari pemateri yang pertama, nama SIPMA, lahir di Palembang, 1 April 1970. Kemudian pendidikan ya, formal education. Yang pertama S1 di Fakultas of Tarbiyah UIN Raden Fatah Palembang pada tahun 1989. Kemudian yang kedua ya, magister ya, magister di Fakulty of Tarbiyah UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. Oh, magister di Islamic Study from the University of Muhammadiyah Jakarta ya pada tahun 2000. Kemudian program dokter di Islamic Civilization from the UIN Raden Fatah Palembang pada tahun 2023. Jadi masih segar ya ini apa ilmunya masih segar, dan pada hari ini juga kemungkinan sebagian dari disertasi akan disampaikan ke kita bersama, dan mudah-mudahan akan menarik. Beliau akan mengambil tema The Book of Jawi and its contribution in Palembang. Jadi kitab Jawi dan kontribusinya kajian Islam di Palembang. Tentu ini kajian yang sangat menarik ya, karena kitab Jawi ini bukan hanya di Indonesia ya, di Malaysia dan Thailand juga dikaji oleh di dunia Melayu ya. Jadi pada zaman-zaman dulu kemungkinan membuat sejarah, kemudian menyampaikan kabar dan lain sebagainya dengan bahasa dengan kitab Jawi Melayu, dan kita bisa mendapatkannya dari kitab Jawi yang sudah kita kenal, dan kemungkinan bagi para sejarawan sudah tahu ya. Nah, kemudian yang kedua di sini ingin saya kurikulum vitae yang kedua, kita akan perkenalkan Ibu Susi Herti Apriani PSD. Tepuk tangan dulu. Ya, kita sudah kenal dengan beliau yang sering kita panggil M Susi ya. Dengan ini icon Inggrisnya di Fakultas Adab ya. Ya. Di sini kalau melihat dari pengalaman ya, experience beliau banyak, tapi ingin saya sampaikan dulu yang pertama dari pendidikan ya. Yang pertama pada tahun 2004 menyelesaikan S1 in English Linguistic and Literature Yogyakarta State University ya, pada tahun 2004 ya. Kemudian pada tahun 2007 2007 menyelesaikan S2 di University of Indonesia dengan mengambil major linguistik ya. Dan yang ketiga menyelesaikan program doktoral di Doctor of Philosophy di Western Sydney University Australia ya pada tahun 2022 selesainya dengan mengambil disertasi Culture Linguistic Practice in Palembangese Humor and this Directive in Indonesia Discourse Analistik. Kemudian di sini juga pengalaman beliau ya, di yang pertama juga sebagai partisipan di Thunder School of Global Management Arizona State University Washington DC ya. Kemudian sebagai lecturer di Fakultas Adab and Humanities. Kemudian juga sekarang menjadi Head of International Office ya. Jadi hubungan internasional beliau yang menangani. Jadi kita banyak hubungan internasional dengan luar negeri, beliau yang menangani. Dengan demikian tentu pengalaman beliau ke luar negeri sangat banyak ya. Jadi itu yang mungkin secara sederhana, publikasinya juga di Scopus sudah banyak, ini kalau saya bacakan banyak sekali. Jadi tentu kemungkinan beliau nanti akan menyampaikan dengan English language ya. Ya. Baik, terima kasih. Ini yang kedua, yang ketiga kita maaf yang dengan mengambil tema ya, tema yang diambil oleh Ibu Susi Herti Abriani PSD, yaitu meme komik Palembang as linguistic artifact in the digital era. Nah, jadi ini tentu kita akan ini Pak tema yang sangat menarik ya. Kenapa meme komik ya Palembang yang kemungkinan ini yang dianggap sebagai sindiran, kemudian juga ada humor dan konten, tetapi mengandung makna. Ini kita anggap sebagai artefak ya. Artefak itu kan data ataupun segala sesuatu hal hasil dari kecerdasan manusia. Nah itu kita ini sangat menarik. Nanti kita akan dengarkan bersama dari Mem Susi. Baik Bapak Ibu, yang kemudian yang ketiga kita sampaikan di sini dari pemateri yang ketiga, nama Bapak Kiki Mikail, kemudian lahir di Lebak, Banten, Indonesia pada tanggal 21 September 1984. Menyelesaikan pendidikan tahun 2007 di Department of Tafsir and Hadis Fakulty of Husluddin PT IQ Jakarta. Betul Pak ya. Kemudian yang kedua S2 di Department of Political Science Imam Khomeini International University Karvin, Iran ya. Ya. Jadi sudah tentu ini juga kita kenal Pak Kiki Mikail beberapa periode yang lalu juga ya, menjembatani kegiatan-kegiatan kita dengan orang-orang yang ada di Iran karena beliau punya rekanan dan punya sahabat-sahabat di Iran yang bisa juga untuk mengembangkan adab fakultas ini ya. Kemudian yang ketiga, sekarang beliau sedang melanjutkan studi di sudah hampir selesai, tinggal ujian terbuka ya. Pada prinsipnya udah selesai ya. Iya. Iya. Itulah itu kemudian beliau akan mengambil tema pada hari ini yaitu Civil Islam and Politic Identities in Contemporary Malay Islamic. Politik case Indonesia and Malaysia. Jadi kita akan juga ini tentu tema sangat menarik berbicara tentang politik Islam ya. Karena kita juga di Indonesia sedang memasuki era politik. Kita akan mungkin melihat nanti ya bagaimana politik di Malaysia, kemudian di Indonesia. Terus kita diteropong dalam sudut pandang politik Islam Melayu ya. Nah, ini tentu sangat menarik. Ini biasanya sebelum membacakan presentasi juga sudah banyak pertanyaan kalau politik ini. Mungkin sudah ada pertanyaan ya? Belum ya? Ya siap-siap pertanyaan ya. Di politik biasanya sesuatu yang sangat menarik untuk diperbincangkan. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita sudah menyampaikan kurikulum vitae secara umum saja ya. Kalau kita bacakan secara komplit, kemungkinan waktu kita tidak akan mencukupi. Untuk selanjutnya mungkin kita juga ingin mendapatkan ridho dari Allah ya. Kita mungkin sama-sama baca basmalah ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Untuk sesi yang pertama kita waktu 15 menit. Kita persilakan kepada Ibu Dr. Betty MA untuk menyampaikan presentasinya. Silakan Ibu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Okay, the honorable speakers, Mrs. Susi Aprianti, PhD, and Mr. Kiki Mikail, MA, and special for moderator, Mr. Mulyadi, MA. Okay, for this time, allow me to be a speaker this seminar Adab and Humanities. So about title this seminar, the Book of Jawi and its contribution to Islamic studies in Palembang. Okay, but the first I want to tell you, my English is not good, but I try to speak English. Not like Miss Susi Aprianti or Miss Kiki. They live in Australia and in Iran, but I just live in Palembang. So that's why my English is like logat Palembang like this. Sorry. Okay, but the title, the Book of Jawi, it's a contribution to Islamic study in Palembang. So next PPT. Okay, look at the picture. The picture is we know. Are you ever look or read this book before? Are you? I think read this book or know about this book. This book is used by Malays Arabic. When we use, we tell it Arab Jawi. This book by language Arab Jawi. Yeah, this book by title Cyrus Salikin. Next, the other books. Okay, next. The other books we can see Kitab Perukunan Melayu, and the other is Kitab Hidayatus Salikin. Okay, next. Perukunan Jamaluddin. The next is Kitab Hidayatus Salikin. So that's why this book used by Malays Arabic. So this book is what is Kitab Jawi books? Okay, next. Yes, next. Okay, next. Okay. Get to know what is Kitab Jawi, about the definition or existence of Kitab Jawi, contribution, and in Islamic studies. So, and we get now about Kitab Jawi. The book of Kitab Jawi still used by Indonesian, Malaysian, and the other people in Asia Tenggara. So that's why this book used by people, because this book is so important for Islamic studies. What is Kitab Jawi? So definition of Kitab Jawi. Next. Definition of Kitab Jawi is a script from Arabic Malays. So the Kitab Jawi is used by Malaysian, Indonesian, and the other people in Asia Tenggara. So that's why that we know about Kitab Jawi. It means Kitab Jawi. I can use about Indonesian language. Perkembangan aksara Jawi. We said it aksara Jawi. Aksara Jawi, and there is a language in Kitab Jawi by aksara Jawi. So aksara Jawi dipengaruhi oleh bahasa Arab, dan aksara Jawi from bahasa Melayu. Kitab Jawi is from huruful hijaiyah. That we know huruful hijaiyah 29 letters, but 5 letters not by dengar. This meaning is Kitab Jawi inspired by the Malays. Kitab Jawi comes from Arabic, which used refer to meaning of books. Jawi, it's mean Indonesian Malay at village.
So kitab Jawi use not only Indonesian people or Indonesian, but use it the other village in our we said in Nusantara. So as we know about globalization now, some information we get now from internet, like information about Islamic studies. We can know everywhere, every time. But why Kitab Jawi still used by someone or special in Palembang is mean use it in Majlis Taklim. Every Majlis Taklim in Palembang there is it. There is Majlis Taklim Babul Ilmi, Majlis Taklim in Masjid Agung, and Majlis Taklim Bidayatul Ilmiah use Kitab Jawi. What is Kitab Jawi? Why that you still use Kitab Jawi? It mean Kitab Jawi still use it because in Indonesia memiliki kemanfaatan. It mean barokah. Barokah for whom? For who make Kitab Jawi. Then we know Kitab Jawi contribution of Kitab Jawi Islamic Studies is the first para ulama ya, jadi we said para ulama ya, use ulama can use it and understood about Kitab Jawi. Then not it mean sembarang ulama, and ulama can read it Malays Arabic, and we can use explain Kitab Jawi about language Malays Arabic or used by Palembang language. It means that explain about Kitab Jawi not only Malays Arabic, but they can explain by Palembang language. So the second is jaringan yang kuat antar ulama di Palembang. It mean jaringan ulama di Palembang tidak hanya di Palembang tapi juga jaringan ulama yang ada di Asia Tenggara, like Filipina, Thailand, and Singapore and Brunei. So the third is membuktikan adanya peradaban dan bukti sejarah. The fourth can be sebagai ya example for keilmuan Islamic studies, and the fifth referensi studi Islam di Palembang, to be referensi in Palembang, how to get know about Kitab Jawi. We can find it in maybe in toko bookstore or from Shopee. There is Kitab Jawi, so easy for us to find it, not difficult to find Kitab Jawi. So that's why as a Muslim, not only book like the other book, Kitab Jawi is so very important for Islamic studies, because Islamic studies and Kitab Jawi Kitab Jawi is very we can say Kitab Jawi isinya sangat mendetail. It's very complete like that. Okay, I just say to you in this seminar. So I'm so sorry about my English. So I try my best. And this last I say you wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih. Masih, alhamdulillah sudah sesuai dengan waktunya ya, 10 menit. Berikutnya kita akan lanjutkan dengan pemateri yang kedua. Kami persilakan Ibu Susi Herti Apriyani PSD untuk menyampaikan materinya.
Yeah, would you please change into PowerPoint? Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan wa syukran lillah, summa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Our Honorable, the Committee of ISA Conference, called the 5th International Seminar on Adab and Humanities, the artifact of culture in the digital age, from mental idea to its embodiment. Our Honorable Ustadz Ottoman, Dr. Betty, Dr. Kandidat Kiki Mikail, Dr. Mulyadi, Dr. Sukri, and Dr. Herlina, Professor Mahsyur, ladies and gentlemen, and all the students of Faculty of Adab and Humanities, good afternoon. So I have to speak in 2 languages today, Palembangese, Palembang Malay, and English, because my topic today will focus on linguistic artifacts in the digital era. Maybe you will heard about meme, or you have already recognized meme very well. In the digital area, linguistic artifacts have taken on new form and function, reflecting the evolving nature of communication. One such linguistic phenomenon is the meme comic Palembang, or in English we call Palembangese meme comic, a unique blend of meme, comic, and linguistic expression specific to Palembang region in Indonesia. And my presentation, if you see in the slide, will present actually a structural analysis of meme comic Palembang, examining its linguistic characteristic, social significance, and impact on a digital discourse. But I understand, since I have more than 25 slides, I cannot speak all the time for 15 to 10 minutes only. So I will introduce you about this notion to make us understanding about the meaning and the function toward the meme comic Palembang. Ladies and gentlemen, the notion of a linguistic artifact assumes additional dimension in the modern digital era as it becomes entangled with human digital agent interactions. Language, English, Arabic, Russian, Palembang Malay, Lahatnis, Banyuasinese can be seen as ultimate artifact, an external risk that augments the cognitive abilities of the human brain, as cleverly pointed by Wheeler. This idea actually is especially pertinent with studying the dynamic of digital language creation. According to Jack Hammett, it is now essential to abandon traditional speech community and adopt a linguistic of trans-idiomatic mixing and what we call xenoglossic becoming, which cover both human communication and the digital entities that form our connected world. Next. According to Sofer 2012, intentional misspelling and the significant impact of orality on written text are prevalent in contemporary digital discourse, or we call wacana digital, and indicate a systemic abuse of language. Oskos and Olola, for example, 2016, underscores the significance of digital tools and artifacts, elucidating the impact on the production of multimodal digital storytelling workflow. Rubenstein, for example, 2019 also emphasizes how digital linguistic products can be used in diachronic research, aiding automatic language processing and improving digital humanities resource. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, linguistic artifacts in the digital age have expanded beyond the confines of traditional speech community, encompassing a complex interaction between humans and digital agents that is influencing research, creativity, and communication in previously unheard of ways. Now, if you see the slide, we can understand that examining linguistic artifacts help us understand how digital communication influencing social dynamics, identity constructions, and cultural meanings. My slides said that language is no longer limited to text. It entails image, meme, emoji, and more, becoming increasingly complex and varied in digital form. And it's also cultural signifier, Linguistic artifacts nowadays not only reflect our culture but also shape it, playing an essential role in the creation and reinforcement of social norms and values. And the third one, why the importance of linguistic artifacts in the digital area really matter, ladies and gentlemen, because the digital era offers people new ways to express themselves, and linguistic artifacts allow individuals to create unique identity and style. Next, please. Palembangese Meme Comic Dan is a popular digital comic series known for its unique linguistic feature and stylistic element. And then, let me tell you about the history of Meme Comic Palembang. The first one is the origin. Meme comics, also referred to as rage comics, originated from the popular website in the early 2000s as a way for users to share relatable and humorous stories in illustrated form. As meme comics gain popularity on social media platforms, they evolve and diversified, spawning a subgenre called Meme Comic Palembang that combine Indonesian language with local expression, I mean Palembang Malay, and humor. Influence on communication then, today, Meme Comic Palembang is a vital element of Indonesian popular culture and a significant factor in shaping digital communication pattern and linguistic norm. Next, please. Now we come to the analysis of the linguistic feature and stylistic element in Palembangese comic meme. The visual elements. Next, please. Meme Comic Palembang. Next, please. Is characterized by simple and minimal. Next, please. Yes, minimalist visual language that is easy to recognize and replicate, favoring low resolution image and stick figure. It integrates various memetic and linguistic features, ranging from local, acronyms, and onomatopoeia, words to internet slang and humorous spelling. And Meme Comic Palembang has creative design. Meme Comic Palembang is versatile in its layout design, with creators often playing with different panel arrangement and storytelling techniques to create humor and evoke emotion. Now, let's to the next slide, telling about what is interesting in linguistic expression. We sometimes find impoliteness or ketidaksantunan berbahasa in Palembangese comic meme. But why it is interesting? Because we explore the identification of impolite language and behaviors within Palembangese linguistic meme comic and discuss the implication for digital discourse. Next, please. Yes, please. Let we see now the example of Palembangese meme comic. Based on the data that I gathered from my students at Arabic and linguistic class in pragmatics, they find 26 Palembangese meme comic. If you see the left side of the screen, dipermain ke itu aku di Sumatera Selatan ini. That's the first Palembangese meme comic that has implicit meaning. The second one, if you see Susi, Menteri Susi, the previous former ministry, he show the iconic of the face, and by pointing itu yang mau mudik. Buat apa mudik kalau masih jomblo? She said. And the different meme comic say, hidup lagi buntu-buntunya, malah kawan-kawan ngechat berasa nak minjem duit 100. And in the right side, if you see, halo, dengan siapa di mana? Dengan Derep di Palembang. Bapak Derep, galak duit 1 juta. Galak lah, begawe pak, injir. If you see that these 4 type of Palembang meme show the Palembang Malay language with the expression of humor and impoliteness. Next, please. And see, you have 4 types of Palembang meme here, and it's really sound impolite, ya. Bang, ada pala. Ada nih pala bapak kau. Oh, it's so rude. So rude. See, this is Lokanese, and we can admitted that this is really Palembangese. Jangan galak mikiri omongan wong. Wong juga kalau ngomong galak dak mikir. This is the another kind. And in the right side, if you see the meme, gagal jadi betina cantik. Soalnya kalau makan galak ngangkat kaki sebelah. And in the corner, in the right corner, you see, kalau dak seneng tuh jangan nak ditonjok kenian. Kaget malu dewek pas butuh. Something like that. Next, please. This is really current situation of Palembang Kabut Asap. If you see the picture in the right corner, you see before and after. Sebelum kabut asap and setelah kabut asap. Yeah. Yeah, I think all of you agree about the situation because we feel every day. And how about the left side of yours? Asa ngomong pakam nian. Nak ngapak nak nuja, wong mati dak kau terbuang. Oh, agak serem ya, ketidaksantunan berbahasanya. Oke, the next one. Halo, dengan siapa di mana? Budi di Palembang. Oke, Pak Budi, mau uang 2 juta? Sudah tadi ya. Mau kerja, Pak. Anya ya, saya nggak berani. Anya ya. Oke, make it bigger please. Can you make it bigger? Okay, the last one. Guru and gue. So this is the conversation about lecturer and student, something like this. Kalau ada yang masih ketawa, keluar dari kelas. And he showed the expression of showing his or her friend, telling that it's actually also funny for them, ya. Jadi ini bentuk sindiran, ya. And the last one. Next, please. Ngapola kate cewek yang galak sama aku. Kau pulo deh, payo kalau jelek tuh kira-kira. And in the right side you see agak stres, tapi ya udahlah ya. And the last one, ngechat kawan dewek, serasa ngechat seleb 10 juta followers katanya. So this is really interesting actually ya, sangat menarik. Why? Because if you see the meme, there are so many people like it, more than 1,000. Laki yang takut bini nyiksonya lebih ringan di akhirat, sebab di dunia sudah tersiksa katanya. Next please. Yes, sudah aku bilang aku bukan indigo, tapi kawan kau cak setan galau. Kalau chatan kau tak dibalas oleh dia, mungkin baik HP dia kate sinyal, kate kuota dap katanya. Okay, this is the result of my research. Ini hasil penelitian saya. So, yes, it is impoliteness in Palembang this meme. If you see that there are 54% means the yellow one, sarcasm or mock impoliteness. Jadi ada kata-kata kasar dan ketidaksantunan berbahasa di sana, ejekan dan sebagainya. And 38% positive impoliteness, strategi ketidaksantunan berbahasa positif. The third one, bold on record with regressive action with negative impoliteness, 4%. And 0% not giving or say nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the implication then? What is the impact and the implication of this impoliteness in Palembangese meme? First, social and cultural influence. Meme komik Palembang is cultural phenomenon that has a significant influence on social behavior and beliefs, ranging from politic attitude to fashion style. So it doesn't mean whether this is impolite, it means nothing. It symbolizes something. The more humor you have, although it is impolite, means the more closer social distance you express. And the second one, on the linguistic implication and discourse analysis, it poses challenges and opportunities for language learners and teachers, raising questions about the appropriateness and effectiveness of integrating digital linguistic artifacts into language education. Well, we need to discuss the impact of impoliteness on digital discourse, but I understand I don't have limited time, but we understand how impoliteness shape online interaction, affects user experiences, and influence the overall tone of digital conversation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, and my future student researcher, what our future direction and potential research? future research can explore the big data and machine learning methodology in analyzing the linguistic patterns and prevalence of meme comic Palembang across different digital platforms. Second, comparative studies on linguistic artifacts such as meme comic Palembang can shed light on cultural differences and similarities in online communication, behavior, and language research. And the last one, further research is needed on how best to incorporate digital linguistic artifacts into language education, considering the diverse and the fast-changing nature of digital communication. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih pada Ibu Susi Herti Apriani PSD sudah menyampaikan materi yang sangat menarik ya tentang meme komik Palembang, dan ini juga mudah-mudahan menjadi salah satu indikator ya visi UIN kita berstandar internasional ya dengan karakter Islami. Mungkin sebelum saya serahkan ke waktu ke Pak dan Dokter Kandidat Kiki Mikail, saya ada satu meme, tapi ini meme bukan Bu. Begini, teman-teman kita begoyur bae, begoyur, wah beguyur bae, enggak, meme bukan. Oh kontak ya, bahasanya teman-teman kita begoyur bae, enggak, beguyur bae maksudnya, enggak, itu plesetannya ya, itu enggak masuk ya. Belum masuk ya, itu lebih lucu, lebih meme kuadrat ya. Pertama memenya, keduanya maknanya kalau di bahasa kitanya kan itu ya, bermakna yang jahat. Baik, selanjutnya kita serahkan waktu kurang lebih 15 menit kepada Bapak Dokter Kandidat Dokter Kiki Mikail. Silakan.
Yang bunyi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. Today we have the biggest program that is international seminar on adab and humanities, and we in this session we have 3 speakers, but the original native speaker only Bu Susi Herti Apriani, and both of us is imitation speaker. We are only the imitation, and the native speaker only Bu Susi. Yeah, I take the title and the research, but before I explain my research in the Malay wood, there is some quote, and the most famous, the popular quote in the Malay wood, particularly in Malaysia. Muslim are Malay and Malay are Muslim, and this is I would like to open my research how the political identities and the civil Islam, but these two terms is they have a close relation, because my research about civil Islam and political identities in the Malay wood case in Indonesia and Malaysia. And as we know, Islam in Indonesia, that the population 85%, and in Malaysia only 55%. This is so different, and the population maybe Muslim in Indonesia around 300 million people, and in Malaysia maybe only 30 million people. But the concept of Islam and politics in Malaysia is so strong, and when the Malaysian discuss about Islam and politics, the people in Malaysia they would not speak that are radical or extremist or another. But in Indonesia, when we say Islam and politics, maybe some group or some people will say to us there is the group of extremists and the radical. That is the problem in Indonesia. But in Malaysia, it's so easy to speak about politics and Islam. That is the problem in Indonesia, but in Malaysia that is not the problem. Francis Fukuyama, scientist from America, but he was born in Japan. Indonesia and Malaysia have to agree about the national identities, about national identities in Malaysia and Indonesia. As Cressida Hayes said, political identities not usually the meaning of to bad, but political identities can make some mutual commitment and mutual the opinion. Political identities, as Cressida Hayes said, political identities, the purpose of the political identities to make the same identities, not only example Java and Sumatra and Padang and extra, but in this case, Cressida Hayes and the Francis Fukuyama, and I agree about these two scientists. Political identities is important. Why important? Because the political identities can make the group become the group and the group become the one of group. And Francis Fukuyama argued that the various of group in Indonesia with political identities can mixed together, because there is national identities in Indonesia like Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia. I think this is the relation between civil Islam and the political identities in Indonesia. Civil Islam saw in the public, not it mean the concept is the civil Islam occur because there is some politic tragedy or some politic occur in Indonesia, and the civil Islam respond to the problematic of Islam politic in Indonesia. Therefore, Cressida Hayes and Francis Fukuyama and Iris Young, about three scientists, agree that political identities and civil Islam, civil Islam is the concept from Robert Hebner, in his book Islam and Civil Islam, Civil Islam and Democratization in Indonesia. I just to strengthening the concept of Robert Hebner and the some problem in Jakarta election and in various of local election. I think the what political identities is there is no problem as political party. That is the identity. I mean, political party is identity. You know, and misalnya an example, Sumatra is identities and Jawa is identities. All of us as the identities, and we have common identities, and we have the same identities, and we call it Islamic Malay identities. I maybe that is my speak. Yeah, thanks very much. Not too long, and I do apologize if there is some what's wrong. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih. Kandidat Dr. Kiki Mikail sudah menyampaikan materinya. Bapak Ibu, sekarang menunjukkan jam 16:10 ya. Berarti kita sampai 16:30 lah ya. 25 kita akan mempersilahkan untuk bagi peserta baik yang di dalam ruangan ini maupun di Zoom untuk memberikan pertanyaan, dan insya Allah nanti yang bertanya masih ada buku ya, masih ya, ya. Baik, yang di ada satu orang sudah, Kohyan ini dari Beijing Beijing ya. Baik, kita persilahkan untuk Kohyan untuk memberikan pertanyaan dengan bahasa Mandarin, tidak apa-apa.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Okay, thank you very much for moderator, Mr. Dr. Mulyadi. Okay, so sorry I'm joined with online, not present to the room, ya. So sorry. Baik, I want to my question for Dr. Betty and Mr. Susi. Jadi baik, tadi kalau Ibu Betty atau Dr. Betty tadi saya kira sangat menarik sekali berkaitan dengan penggunaan koleksi-koleksi yang berbahasa Melayu di dalam masyarakat Melayu atau masyarakat Kota Palembang, dan sumbangsinya dalam studi Islam, seperti itu. Kemudian dari Mem Susi tadi kita banyak mendengarkan, ya saya kira sangat menarik juga, dan ini memang lokal konten kita orang Palembang begitu ya. Jadi saya mohon maaf juga kenapa saya tidak hadir. Nah itulah karena ciri orang Palembang, Mem Susi gitu. Jadi kalau ditanya kenapa tidak hadir, mohon maaf, tadi masih ada gawe. Nah itu. So sorry. Jadi yang ingin saya tanyakan dari Mem Susi yang berkaitan dengan meme yang itu lokal konten ya. Kalau kita mendengar, kalau mungkin orang asing mendengar kalimat-kalimat percakapan sehari-hari bagi orang Palembang itu memang sangat kasar sekali seperti itu. Mungkin bisa kenapa kalimat-kalimat atau orang-orang Palembang itu kalau berbicara itu kasar seperti itu. Mungkin kalau saya bisa menginikan, mungkin ada pengaruh dari pola makan dan seperti itu ya. Karena orang Palembang itu banyak makan yang sifatnya asin ya, seperti itu. Seperti pempek, cuko, dan lainnya itu semuanya makanan yang asin semua, seperti itu. Mungkin itu yang menjadi aspek mengapa kita biasa suka membicarakan atau berbicara secara ini tidak menurut orang lain begitu, tidak sopan. Padahal pada prinsipnya itu sebenarnya sudah biasa seperti itu ya, menurut ini sudah biasa, dan itu bukan sesuatu yang menyinggung atau untuk menyakiti orang lain seperti itu ya. Nah, mungkin Ibu Betty sendiri selaku orang Palembang tahu betul begitu ya. Nah, apa maksud dan tujuan percakapan mereka, bukan untuk menghina dan lain sebagainya seperti itu. Nah, ini terbukti Mem Susi ya, ketika kita berada di luar Palembang seperti itu. Jadi kalau kita berada di luar Palembang, ketika kita bertemu dengan sesama orang Palembang, itu solidaritasnya itu tinggi seperti itu. Nah, ini saya pernah ketika di Jakarta itu di daerah terminal ya, terminal Rambutan, yaitu yang agak sedikit ini ya, atau Pulau Gadung ya, terminal Pulau Gadung. Kalau kita mau mencari tiket, kemudian kita ini mau kemana, mau Palembang, nah ini mau kita galau tuh, nggak usah diganggu seperti itu. Nah, jadi kita tidak menjadi aman. Nah, di situ ada semacam solidaritas ini. Jadi artinya soliditas orang Palembang ketika berada di luar itu sangat tinggi sekali seperti itu. Nah, ini kemudian yang saya kaitkan dengan materi dari Bu Betty seperti itu. Nah, di Palembang ini kan sudah lama Bu Betty bahwa menggunakan kitab-kitab seperti Sayyidus Salikin tadi seperti itu dalam rangka untuk mencerahkan masyarakat Kota Palembang seperti itu. Nah, ada tidak materi-materi yang digunakan oleh para kiai dan ulama tadi untuk paling tidak yang kata-kata yang tidak sopan tadi itu dibenahi atau dibenahi atau diubah seperti itu, atau agak diperhalus atau bagaimana seperti itu dalam kajian-kajian dalam kitab-kitab kuning yang dipakai oleh para ulama kita di Kota Palembang yang berkaitan dengan mimi tadi, karena ini kan sudah tradisi yang sudah modern yang saat ini dengan kemajuan teknologi yang ada saat ini. Mungkin ini saja pertanyaan saya. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih Hoyan. Ada dua pertanyaan ya untuk Bu Betty, mungkin melihat dari bagaimana koleksi-koleksi Islam dikaji dalam studi Melayu, kemudian juga tadi ada yang perbaikan untuk kitab, dan untuk Ibu Susi tadi bagaimana mungkin meme-meme yang terasa kasar tapi justru tidak menyinggung, bahkan mungkin maksud kita sampaikan lebih mengena, mungkin itu. Silakan Bu Betty dulu.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Yanto atas pertanyaannya. Because Mr. Yanto speak Indonesia, and I would like to speak Indonesia too. Baik Pak Yanto, dari apa yang disampaikan Pak Yanto tadi sudah saya sampaikan dari ketika saya menjelaskan bahwa kitab Jawi di Palembang itu masih dipergunakan pada majelis taklim tertentu. Nah, jadi dari hasil penelitian saya, ini adalah bagian dari disertasi saya terkait dengan reproduksi budaya pengajian kitab Jawi di Palembang. Salah satunya adalah pengajian majelis taklim kitab Jawi di Masjid Agung. Itu leadernya atau ustadznya adalah Kiai Haji Majid Dahlan. Kiai Haji Majid Dahlan ini ada kental dengan bahasa Palembangnya Pak Yanto. Jadi dari hasil penelitian saya bahwa dari materi-materi yang disampaikan dari Ustadz Majid sendiri itu ada berbahasa Palembang, karena peserta majelis taklim itu tidak semua memahami isi dari kitab Jawi. Jadi penjelasan, jadi referensinya menggunakan bahasa Arab Melayu atau bahasa Jawi, tapi penjelasannya dengan menggunakan bahasa Palembang. Gitu. Jadi pemahaman dari masyarakat atau dalam hal ini peserta majelis taklim itu tidak hanya membaca kitab Jawi itu sendiri, tapi dia juga mendengar penjelasan dengan bahasa Palembang. Contoh, saya pernah mengikuti seperti ini. Apa dia yang ditanya? Nah, gitu ya. Jadi bahasa apa dia yang ditanya? Tapi kalau seandainya orang yang tidak paham, kayak kasar seperti itu. Tapi sudah logatnya Ustadz Majid Dahlan, apa dia nak ditanya? Nanya apa kawan ya gitu ya. Jadi bahasa Palembang tadi. Tapi orang yang di sekitar sudah memahami betul bahwa itu bukan gaya marah. Nah, gitu ya. Memenya itu memang bahwa Ustadz Majid Dahlan memiliki logat seperti itu, orang memahami bahwa kalau bahasa Indonesianya seperti ini. Apakah mau bertanya seperti itu ya, tapi bahasanya ya gitu ya, nak nanya apa, cepatlah aku nih pulau inilah bahasa gitu, memang sudah menjadi tradisi dan logatnya orang Palembang, dan hal tersebut bukan menjadi sesuatu yang negatif, apalagi sesuatu yang menjadi marah bagi para peserta majelis taklim, bahkan itu menjadi suatu yang gaya tarik sendiri dengan menggunakan bahasa Palembang, apalagi penjelasannya yang dilakukan dengan bahasa Palembang. Jadi tidak harus bahasa Jawi, dia gini ya sistemnya, membacakan dulu, menerjemahkan bahasa Jawi dengan bahasa Indonesia, setelah itu penjelasannya di-combine atau digabungkan dengan menggunakan bahasa Palembang. Itu ya Pak Yanto. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Betty. Izin saya menambahkan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Sebelumnya saya ingin menyapa yang di Zoom. Terima kasih ya masih bertahan sampai sore. Masih semangat tampaknya mendengarkan diskusi kita yang menarik hari ini, dan yang di ruang Zoom masih senyum ya. Saya berterima kasih ya. Jadi begini Pak Yanto, ini pertanyaan yang menarik sekali. Karena memang penelitian ini memang bukan bagian dari disertasi saya, namun penelitian lanjutan dari penelitian disertasi saya. Tujuan saya menjelaskan ini adalah bahwa bahasa Melayu Palembang itu memiliki keunikan. Jadi memang tugas saya sebagai linguis ya, sebagai ahli bahasa, sebagai peneliti untuk menjelaskan ini ke khalayak ramai. Namun ada dua hal yang ingin saya luruskan. Pertama, konsep. Konsep kesantunan itu berbeda dengan kesopanan ya. Nah, jadi kalau kita berbicara dalam tataran linguistik, kesantunan itu kita terjemahkan sebagai hal yang menyakiti perasaan orang lain, tindak pengancam muka. Kalau bahasa kerennya, bahasa Inggrisnya face threatening acts. Nah, upaya-upaya kita untuk menyelamatkan muka orang lain dari ketersinggungan itu disebut dengan tindak penyelamat muka, face saving acts ya. Nah, dalam konteks meme Palembang yang saya jelaskan hari ini adalah bahwa memang betul kita menemukan bentuk pola-pola 5 ketidaksantunan berbahasa yang dikemukakan oleh linguis asal Lancaster University ya, namanya Bapak Jonathan Culpeper. Culpeper mengatakan bahwa kesantunan berbahasa itu berbanding terbalik dengan ketidaksantunan berbahasa. Jadi kalau kesantunan itu dikeluarkan oleh Brand Lavenson, kalau ketidaksantunan dikeluarkan oleh Jonathan Culpeper. Tujuan Jonathan Culpeper menjelaskan ini adalah ternyata begini, memang betul ada ketidaksantunan berbahasa dari seluruh bahasa di dunia. Namun mungkin cara mengekspresikannya bisa berbeza-beza kata orang Malaysia ya. Jadi ekspresi ketidaksantunan berbahasa ini ternyata memiliki manifestasi budaya. Nah, saya menjelaskan dalam insya Allah rencana paper saya ini, saya melihat kajian meme Palembang ini sangat menarik sebagai bagian dari artefak bahasa di Palembang ya. Mengapa? Karena meme komik Palembang ini adalah artefak bahasa Pak Yanto, yang memiliki impact yang sangat penting, signifikan dalam halnya komunikasi bahasa di dunia digital. Karena komunikasi kita sekarang dari yang face to face sudah mulai bergeser menjadi online communication. Yang ingin saya jelaskan adalah bahwa betul ketidaksantunan yang disampaikan di Palembang ini tidak berarti tidak santun. Artinya begini, saya ingin meluruskan ya. Dalam teori-teori bahasa dikatakan bahwa intonasi yang tinggi tidak menentukan kesantunan berbahasa komunitas tutur. Nah, jadi walaupun orang Palembang ini intonasinya cenderung naik ya, berbanding terbalik dengan penutur asli bahasa Jepang, karena saya pernah meneliti intonasi bahasa Jepang ya, itu tidak berarti kita tidak santun Pak Yanto. Saya ingin menjelaskan ternyata ketidaksantunan berbahasa yang disampaikan melalui meme komik Palembang ini mengandung kelakar, humor, bentuk sindiran, gurauan, betul mengandung kata-kata kasar, betul mengandung mock impoliteness, tetapi dia memiliki makna komunikasi, dia memiliki makna tambahan yang tersirat dan tidak terkatakan, namun harus dijelaskan oleh peneliti. Jadi, saya ingin meluruskan beberapa penelitian di Jawa, penelitian masyarakat tutur di yang dikenal halus dan santun, Profesor Asim Gunarwan misalnya ya, mantan penerjemah Pak Harto, beliau adalah guru saya di Universitas Indonesia, mengatakan bahwa temuan beliau menunjukkan bahwa semakin kita tidak langsung, semakin kita kasar, dalam artian ngapak kalau dalam bahasa Jawa, semakin akrab kita itu Pak sebenarnya. Jadi hubungan saya dengan Pak Kiki, karena sudah akrab, tidak akan saya menyapa Pak Kiki, good morning Pak Kiki, apa kabar hari ini? Karena saya sudah akrab dengan Pak Kiki, mungkin saya akan menyapa dengan hal yang berbeza. Masih hidup Pak? Masih hidup kau? Kalau teman dengan teman ya. Jadi social distance, jarak sosial itu menentukan bagaimana weight of conversation, bobot sensitivitas berbicara kita kepada orang lain. Nah, ini yang coba dikomunikasikan dari pentingnya meme komik Palembang. Jadi menarik sekali ya. Ternyata itu bagi masyarakat Palembang itu ada harus penelitian lanjutan Pak Yanto ya. Jadi ada kuantitatif analisis nanti untuk melihat respon masyarakat Palembang. Saya yakin ya, satu ruangan ini tadi kan tertawa. Artinya mereka merespon positif. Mereka nggak melihat itu sebagai bentuk ketidaksantunan berbahasa. Namun sebelum itu saya tidak berani nyimpulkan karena data responsif itu belum saya kumpulkan. Mudah-mudahan menjawab Pak Yanto ya, tapi pertanyaannya keren sekali. Terima kasih Pak Yanto.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Yanto atau Kohyan. Nanti bukunya ambil di panitia ya. Baik, masih ada satu pertanyaan lagi ya. Nah, mungkin untuk ke politik ini ya. Kalau bukan politik, oh ya silakan Pak Otoman. Oh ada mic-nya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya,
Bukunya siap.
kayaknya kurang adil kalau yang satu ini narasumbernya tidak kebagian pertanyaan ya gitu. Saya hormati narasumber kita, ketiga-tiganya luar biasa. Terima kasih telah memberikan pengetahuan yang baru gitu. Dan sangat menarik apa yang tadi disampaikan. Dari awal niatnya mau bertanya ketiga-tiganya, tapi dibatasi waktu. Mungkin untuk Pak Kiki saja ya. Kita sebagai bangsa Indonesia ya terkadang terpikir agak cemburu dengan warga negara Malaysia ya. Kita yang mayoritas Muslim, tapi ketika berbicara tentang politik identitas, seakan-akan ini dosa besar Pak Kiki di Indonesia ini. Selalu diidentikan dengan Islam radikal dan lain sebagainya. Tapi di sisi lain bermata dua ya. Orang-orang yang masih berbicara tentang politik identitas ini suatu dosa besar kayak itu, tapi di sisi lain dia memanfaatkan apa-apa yang terkait dengan identitas agama itu untuk sosialisasi kepentingan politik kayak gitu, atau dia mau menggait representatif tokoh-tokoh tertentu dari organisasi besar Islam kayak gitu, dan itu menurut saya adalah kemunafikan cara berpolitik yang luar biasa di negeri kita ini. Mungkin bagaimana tanggapannya Pak Kiki? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, silakan Pak Kiki.
Iya. Langsung aja. Ya, terima kasih atas ujiannya dari Pak Otoman. Anggap aja dia sebagai penguji eksternal, saya gitu kan. Kalau saya tuh tadi kan ada meme-meme tadi ya. Kalau meme-meme itu udah biasa. Kalau meme saya dan Pak Otoman, kuatkah Anda jongkok begitu kan? Meme saya dan Pak Otoman ini. Ya, jadi apa namanya? Apakah jongkok tadi menyegarkan pikiran? Maksudnya berdiri jongkok dengan duduk begitu kan? Menyegarkan pikiran kita supaya ada ide-ide sehingga kita tidak hanya apa namanya menjustifikasi ya, karena kita kan banyak itu menjustifikasi, kemudian ini radikal, ini ekstrem. Kadang apabila ada kejadian katakanlah kriminal, bom atau pembunuhan seperti di masjid New Zealand ya, Selandia Baru yang der tiap hari, waktu itu waktu sholat Jumat ditembak mati orang-orang Muslim, kemudian dicap teroris. Tapi ketika misalnya orang tidak dicap teroris maksudnya, tapi ketika Islam yang melakukan itu dicap teroris. Akhirnya muncullah misalnya kalimat inferior dan superior. Kita sendiri sebetulnya jika dibandingkan dengan Malaysia tadi seperti saya sebutkan persentasenya, di Malaysia itu penduduk 30 jutaan, dengan muslim itu hanya sekitar 55%. Di Indonesia mendekati 300 jutaan dengan populasi muslim 85%. Nah, kemudian apakah yang apa sih ada kesalahan apa di Indonesia ini sehingga kita ketika berbicara politik Islam atau Islam politik itu kesannya negatif dan kurang begitu terbuka. Saya pikir itu menjadi tadi poin penting dari pertanyaan penguji eksternal saya Pak Otoman. Muslim ada mungkin muslim di Indonesia kan ada muslim priai, muslim abangan, muslim santri, kemudian juga mungkin muslim oportunis. Muslim oportunis ini kan sebetulnya bisa jadi kita harusnya setelah ini penelitian saya itu sebetulnya bukan hanya ada tulisan muslim abangan, Islam abangan, pria, Islam santri. Nah, tinggal Islam oportunis misalnya. Kira-kira berapa persen di Indonesia yang menjadi Islam oportunis? Tetapi kadang istilah opportunity ini kan kesempatan. Sebetulnya kesempatan kalau opportunis itu ya butuh ya. Jadi kesempatan-kesempatan ini ketika memang kesempatan itu berpihak kepada mereka, ya challenge-nya tadi diambil tantangannya. Tetapi ketika opportunnya itu atau kesempatannya itu memang berpihak ke orang lain, ya jadi tergantung kesempatan itu menurut saya itu tergantung opportunity-nya, tergantung kesempatan, kemudian challenge-nya, kemudian tantangannya. Jadi persoalan di Indonesia itu adalah kesempatan-kesempatan itu ditafsirkan dengan berbagai tafsiran sehingga disesuaikan dengan kemampuan ekonomi dan kemampuan politiknya. Mungkin itu Pak ya. Nanti kita lebih lanjutnya bisa dijelaskan nanti kita berdua ngobrol ya.
Iya.
Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Nah, ini perdebatan dua tokoh ini bisa 40 hari 40 malam kalau dilanjutkan. Nanti bisa disambung ya karena kita dibatasi waktu. Panitia sudah memberi tanda waktu kita habis. Mungkin mohon maaf bagi para peserta dan baik di ruang Zoom di ruangan ini yang tadi sudah banyak angkat tangan tidak bisa sampaikan. Insya Allah nanti bisa bertanya langsung di kapanpun kesempatan dengan para narasumber. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada 3 narasumber, Ibu Dr. Betty, Ibu Susi Afriani PSD, Pak Kandidat Doktor Bapak Kiki Mikail. Mari kita akhiri dengan sama-sama membaca hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Burung irian.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim.
Burung darat terbang tinggi. Cukup sekian dan terima kasih. Semoga kita berjumpa lagi. Terima kasih. Tepuk tangan.
Baik, terima
Ya,
kasih Kak.
berfoto ya. Para peserta bisa kembali ke
Baik,
MC.
terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Bapak yang telah menjadi moderator serta narasumber kita pada siang hari ini. Dan saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada para hadirin sekalian yang telah mengikuti acara ini dari pagi sampai sore hari ini. Sekian, inilah Seminar Internasional Adab dan Humaniora 2023. Apabila ada salah kata, saya mohon maaf. Kepada Allah, saya mohon ampun. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, untuk mengakses sertifikat nanti bisa menuju ke panitia yang ada di belakang. Oke. Baik, selanjutnya sesi penyerahan sertifikat untuk narasumber yang telah hadir bersama kita pada sore hari ini. Untuk itu kami persilahkan untuk panitia untuk membawakan sertifikat terkhusus untuk narasumber kita yang sungguh luar biasa sore hari ini. Kami persilahkan untuk Bapak, Ibu untuk berdiri sejenak di depan. Iya, iya Pak Oto tentunya. Itu Pak Oto sama Pak ini, iya Pak Yanto. Kami persilakan untuk panitia Isa untuk menyerahkan sertifikat kepada narasumber kita yang sungguh luar biasa pada sore hari ini. Ustaz, sebentar lihat ke depan dulu, Ustaz. Lihat ke depan dulu sebentar. Pak, itu. Sekali lagi kita give applause untuk narasumber kita sore hari ini. Luar biasa. Terima kasih untuk Ibu Susi, Ibu Betty, Pak Kiki. Kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Untuk itu kami ucapkan terima kasih untuk audiens yang sudah hadir dari pagi sampai sore. Untuk teman-teman yang belum mendapatkan sertifikat, kami persilakan untuk makasihnya di belakang. Dan sampai jumpa di ISA 2024.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, demikian acara internasional Seminar on Adab and Humanities 2023 yang berlangsung di hari ini, dan besok masih ada sesi paralel yang akan dipresentasikan oleh presenter baik lokal maupun dari universitas lain. Jadi besok masih ada acara yang bisa diakses melalui Zoom. Link Zoom-nya sama Bapak Ibu yang telah dikirim menggunakan link Zoom hari ini.
Let's go.
Ya,